Okay, we're live.
What's up with that static sound?
Ah, hell, I don't know.
Okay. I guess you offended him.
Do you still hear it? Or is it just on my end?
I mean, I hear like a slight sound, but I figure this is because none of us are using like noise killing software or anything.
Yeah.
Well,
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I didn't do the weird thing that I have to disable audio processing to play music. I didn't even do that, so it shouldn't have any trouble now, right?
Yeah, it sounds okay to me.
All right. Well, so I forgot it was Easter. Our presumed guest forgot it was Easter. That's Joey Gobel or Gerbil, or I don't know how you pronounce it. But so we're going to have him on tomorrow, whether I have to do it alone or not. But so far, you guys seem to be okay on board with 2 shows in 2 days, right? So
Yeah, I'm good with it. You said it's at
Yeah.
7, right?
do what?
You said it's at 7, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was going to have Lesko on tonight anyway, but tonight I guess he'll just be the regular guest, you know. But at least he'll be able to get a word in edgewise, right?
Yeah, when's he
Yeah.
coming on? About 8. I think he said something like about on Facebook.
Yeah. Yep. So is everybody still okay? Any war zones or anything?
Not yet.
Everything here seems pretty good. Everyone's just ready for the quarantine to be over, though.
Well, it does have its benefits.
Not having to interact with people.
Yeah.
See, I'm ready to go back out and interact with people, and I've never been like that before. I've always been.
I'll be honest, I haven't had to switch up my habits too much, to be honest. I just feel more socially reinforced for my choices now is the only difference.
I kind of messed up my sleep schedule over the past couple of days, so my head's a little fuzzy. So let's just hope I don't say the N-word in the course of this stream.
I don't care if you do.
Greg coming on?
Yeah, he said he would. He's probably just maybe he thinks he's waiting for the musical intro to finish or something. But yeah, he said he'd be on. So I actually finished a guest's book this weekend. Long Live Crazy by Chris Lesko.
Is it pretty good?
It's written in diary entry form, which kind of makes it tedious in the beginning, but you know it starts to pick up, you know, around the middle point. I do have a problem with those epistolary, you know, novels. Is that what you would call that, or novellas?
Yeah,
epistolary. Whether it's a series of letters, or some documents or something. I mean, they have their place, but generally, I like that to just be like window dressing for a bigger, you know, format. I don't think that should be like a format for an entire book ever. Just more like an what's the word? Extracurricular, I guess, thing. You know, to enhance.
It's like an immediate emotional reaction in a way.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be as popular as a format that seemed like it used to be a lot more popular. I mean, I know Dracula is written that way.
Yeah.
And
I don't understand why he would have chosen to write that in that format either. Dracula, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just kind of, you know, the thing to do. I remember one thing that surprised me about Carrie the first time I read it, because I'd only seen the movie, is how the second half is, written in epistolary form. It's written in like newspaper articles and such.
The whole thing. I mean, the whole second half.
Yeah, the first half is just like a normal narration, but like the second half, because like in the movie, the rampage that Carrie goes on, it's the climax, but it's really not that long. Whereas it takes up the whole second half of the book, and it's told entirely like through like newspaper clippings and such.
Yeah, King doesn't do that anymore.
Didn't he do that for his JFK book? I haven't read that one.
I've got it. I haven't finished it, but well,
I do know his short story Survivor Type is written that way, and it works pretty well for that. Lady fingers, they taste like lady fingers.
I don't really get what your problem with the form is.
who me? Mine or his?
I guess both of them.
I don't have any problem with it.
I don't think that it should be the basis for the entire book, because if you're writing in a letter format, and I'm sorry if there is static or whatever, I think it's minimal if it's there. I don't have an explanation other than I moved my speakers up closer on the desk is the only thing I did different. So I mean, but that you should be able to hear me better this way. But I don't have a problem with it per se, other than if it's used for the duration of the book. I don't think that that's the right choice to make. And no, from what I'm looking here, just flipping through, Stephen King's November 22nd, 63 does not appear to be in letter form from what I'm looking, because it's got dialogue and thoughts in italicized thoughts, and all that.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was written that way, but I'd say like the book that that I read back in middle school that I think like really, got me into like reading like this book to me was like the moment in 2001: A Space Odyssey where the monkey picks up the jawbone and realizes some serious shit is going down. Mm-hmm. Like that like aha moment for me for books was when I read The Kryptonite Kid by Joseph Torchia.
Well, that sounds good. I've never heard that.
It's a really great book, but you might not like the form it's written in, which is it's written in a series of letters from a kid from small town middle America to Superman.
Huh.
Except that Superman is fictional in this universe.
And, okay, so he thinks he's writing to Superman.
Yeah, it's and at first, of course, the letters are kind of like silly and lighthearted, but they start getting like increasingly heavier and heavier as it goes along. And it like in the second half, like the letters get really almost kind of surreal after he has an incident where he puts on a cape and tries to fly and falls off of a building.
Ouch. Wait a minute, he survives?
Yeah, he survives, but he's in the hospital for like the entire ending half of the book.
So does he think because he survived that it's evidence that he's superpowered or something?
Well, no, it's because this is kind of a spoiler for it, but a big part of the book's themes is his relationship with his abusive father, and it's kind of revealed at the end that that his father had died saving him from falling off the building. So, there's that sort of layer to it, and the main character also, like, we find out that later in his life he realizes he's gay, so there's also that homoerotic aspect to it. It's a very heavily layered book, and I wasn't prepared like reading it when I was in middle school, but it really showed me what you can do with literature. I think that's really what started my love affair with it.
Well, what I wanted to ask was, does somebody write back representing Superman, like pretending to be him?
No, I can't. I'd have to reread it again. I can't remember where he actually sends it. I think he just like like a kid, like where it's the Santa Claus, they just write North Pole and put it in the mailbox. I think he just writes like Superman Metropolis and puts it in the mailbox that way.
Well, who do they deliver it to if it's not Return to Sender?
It's probably the same what they do with like when you write
Anna.
Santa North
Okay.
Pole. They just kind of take it and help the kid maintain the illusion.
Geez, this guy's 39 and he's still writing letters to Superman. That does sound interesting. I don't know. I know, Zach, you may be bored, but I can't help it because, I like what I like. But I'll bet that. Well, hang on, I'm getting there. I will bet that you, Ben, and Gregor would all three be interested, at least on a surface level, in pro wrestling with one TV show.
What's that TV show?
Dark Side of the Ring.
What's it about?
Huh?
What's it about? I mean, I can kind of guess from the title, but
it's a documentary format. It's Vice. It's those heathens at Vice, but they sometimes do good work. I mean, there's no question. And this is one of those times where they make an intensely compelling hour format internet show. I mean, it's like a TV show, but it's on Vice, TV and YouTube and whatnot. But it's called Dark Side of the Ring, and it explores in documentary format these seedier, scandalized topics of professional wrestling, like stuff that happened backstage, stuff that leaked out into the ring when like when people's emotions boiled over, stuff where wrestlers were killed under mysterious circumstances, went missing altogether, or had a falling out, that affected business, or all these things, for instance, the first two episodes of the new season focused on Chris Benoit and that tragedy where he killed his wife, son, and himself, and how weird that was. And from there, they went on to cover New Jack, a guy who has been arrested more times than he can count, has stabbed like 4 or 5 guys in the ring for real in wrestling matches, and somehow he got away with it each time. And I'm not bullshitting. He really did. He really did stab guys. He cut one guy's forehead open, and to the point where he was bleeding to death. Like sometimes guys will do that to, quote, get juice. They'll hide a razor blade in their wrist tape or something, and they'll punch the guy to get juice, cut their forehead open, so they have that bloody look to make it look more real. But
actually, I was going to say that actually does sound pretty interesting, because Vice, for all their problems, actually does have some pretty interesting documentaries, and they never had anyone eat fucking brains in their documentaries.
Yeah. Well, the latest episode was about the Brawl for All in 1998, which was where some people backstage in WWE got the bright idea, and I think that it was interesting when it happened. A lot of people think it was a bad idea because guys got injured, but like for real injured, but they took all these guys, the toughest guys in the locker room, and they put them in this environment where they were throwing real punches with gloves on. It was kind of like an MMA type format, or like those tough man contests. They could get points by scoring takedowns or by, knocking a guy down with a blow, and the guy who won it, they wasn't the guy who won it took out the guy that they were paying $5 million. Dr. Death Steve Williams was a guy that they were paying $5 million, and he got taken out in the second round by Bart Gunn. Bart Gunn goes on to win the whole thing, and they send him home for like months and months without doing anything with him, even though the winner was supposed to have like, a road paved with gold ahead of him. They were mad at him for beating their $5 million investment. How petty is that? How fucked up is that? How can you get away with that?
Yeah. I mean, I guess unless it was like in silver-clad, contract that, you were going to get this, and this if you won, they didn't have to do shit for him.
As I understand, and as the documentary lays out, the winner was supposed to get a program with Stone Cold Steve Austin, who was, getting, really gaining momentum at the time, and $75,000. Of course, Bart Gunn, I'm sure he got the money. I doubt they would wiggle out of that, but he never got the program with Austin,
Yeah,
which
they probably just didn't like indicate when, and the guy probably doesn't sound like he was very big time, so he probably couldn't like afford a lawyer that would like go against them very well.
yeah. Well, see, they bring in this boxer. You probably heard of him, Butterbean.
I've heard the name. Yeah,
They bring him in for WrestleMania to box Bart Gunn, and they send Bart Gunn to a boxing school and say, this is going to be great, because you're a legit tough guy and you can handle yourself, so we want to see what you can do against a real boxer. Butterbean knocks the guy out in just a few punches in the first round, and boom, Bart Gunn's career and time with the WWF at the time was over. And so he comes across not quite as bitter as I would if I were him, but it's fascinating to watch. Dark Side of the Ring is good shit. You guys might check it out. Even if you don't like wrestling, it is fascinating. Hey,
Where
Greg,
does it come on, or is it streaming?
Hello.
you can find it on YouTube. Just type in Dark Side of the Ring, and it has most of the episodes. Some of them are behind a paywall, but other people have uploaded them so you can skirt around that pretty much, So later this season, they're going to be talking about Owen Hart. We all know what happened there, right? No secret. He was supposed to come down on this wire into the ring in his superhero gimmick, that was like openly cheesy and was supposed to be, and something went wrong, and so he fell from the wire or whatever. The thing released too quick, and so he fell like 60 feet into the ring, hit the ropes, and died on impact. So we all know that, right? I mean,
well, we do now.
What, you didn't know
Yeah,
that?
I knew it. I didn't really know that, I don't think.
I guess you were too young at the time, Zach. But they're talking about that. The next episode is going to be about Superfly Jimmy Snuka and how he got away with murder in 1983. His girlfriend at the time, Nancy Argentino. There's a big rumor going around that's been going around for decades that Vince McMahon kind of handled answered questions for Jimmy Snuka. And he had a briefcase with him when he came to talk to investigators on the behalf of Jimmy Snuka. So, it's very fishy. It's 80s. It's Vince McMahon. I mean, it's a big money, put it all together, I'm sure there will be some like really juicy, revelation to come out of this next episode. They usually are good at pulling out some juicy new revelation in these episodes, but it's good shit. On the other hand, we all like horror movies here, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Ben, you still like horror movies, right?
yeah.
Well, they're doing the same thing kind of with horror movies now, and it's about 3 episodes in, but it's called Cursed Films, and the first one they cover, of course, is The Exorcist, then Poltergeist and The Omen, and soon to be The Crow, for obvious reasons. So I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know why, but documentaries, you never would have thought in the 90s that documentaries would be so popular as they are today. But I mean, normal people can relate to them because, it's like they're breaking down the fourth wall on your behalf,
Yeah, they seem to have come quite a ways because I do like documentaries when I was a kid was like mostly like nature, science, history, things like that. But they do seem to be like expanding it beyond that. And like the documentaries that you used to have that were popular were like, I don't know, that thing Madonna did and like other musician ones. And in the sense that they weren't really like documentaries per se, they were just more like, I don't know, like tour documentations.
Road movies, I guess. I don't.
Yeah, where you just have like you follow like U2 or like Madonna or whatever on the road.
Yeah, like a behind the scenes commercial for the band, essentially.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Did they ever do anything like that for Guns N' Roses?
Probably. I imagine it'd be pretty entertaining given that Axl Rose is kind of a douchebag.
Yeah, he left his girlfriend tied up in a closet once, I think. Why would you hide her in a closet doing that? I mean, I'd show her off.
I mean, I think one of the band members from Aerosmith, I think, had like an underage girlfriend that he just left at home for months on end. It's pretty disturbing.
I'm surprised she didn't burn the place down.
Yeah, when you, I mean,
but Steven Tyler gets away with it though. Isn't that weird?
I don't know that it was Steven Tyler, though, was it?
I don't know if it was him or if it was the, I can't remember. But like, just in general, musicians are pretty horrible people. So,
yeah, those people on like the high, entertainer, platform, they have all these wildly, imaginative tales of things that if you or I did, we would probably get, life in prison or the death penalty, or at least, 3 felonies. I mean, geez, how did they get away with it?
Money,
yeah. Good representation. Of course, it doesn't always work, like Robert Blake and O.J. Simpson the second time.
Yeah, when they trash the hotel room, it's just like, oh, they're fucking awesome. But when I do it, I get fucking banned for life.
Who was the band that taped a couch that somehow managed to get a couch glued or taped to the ceiling or something? Is that possible? I thought I heard a Van Halen story where they did that, or somebody did that.
It would take a lot of time and patience. It's just like you put that much time and patience to being a fucking douchebag.
Yeah, that's not possible, is it?
You have to like cover it with tape. It looked like a dang cocoon.
You saying you glued it, right? I mean, they might be able to super glue it, right?
Yeah,
maybe I'm thinking of a movie where they exaggerated. Maybe it was like Spinal Tap.
Yeah, it does sound like something out of Spinal Tap or something.
I do remember a story in Born Into This with Bukowski. There's somebody told a story of him getting ready to push a couch out a window, and the cop drew his gun on him.
But
I don't know. I've never been so far gone with alcohol that I wasn't aware of my actions. I would kind of I might be sloppy with them and let things go, but I was still knew I was letting go. I wasn't unaware,
Yeah, I don't think I've been that far gone. I mean, I did get arrested for public intox once, but I had also been made the mistake of doing Klonopin after I'd been drinking all day.
How many?
How many what?
How many?
How many what?
Klonos.
I think I sniffed like 2 lines of it. Here's a pro tip: never ever do that.
I saw somebody take 5 just palmed 5 of them into their mouth, and they were still standing up. Later, I don't know how they did it, but
yeah, but like I said, I'd been drinking all day too, so it was a bad move to mix the two.
It's good shit, though.
I don't do anything stronger than weed now.
Well, let's see. Gregor, what have you been into this week since the last time we talked?
I finished Church Mouse. I finished a book called Eileen. And
you mean Elaine, right?
No, it's Eileen. I read Elaine earlier.
Now wait a minute. You said something about Church Mouse online that really pissed me off. So now you gotta let me explain to me. You got to justify this to me. If you meant
what did I say online that pissed you off?
You said you would give it 2.5 stars, and that is just wrong.
No, I said 2.76. I think.
How do you come up with 2.7? Whatever.
Oh, sorry, Zach. Book reviewers are talking. So,
okay, seriously, how do you come up with?
Well, partly because I knew that would tick you off. because somebody gave me I shared a review. Somebody gave me where they said that it was what 3.8 stars or something
That is
like
wrong.
that.
That is wrong.
Yeah. So I said, when he asked me what I thought of this Church Mouse, I said I think it was 2.76, something like that.
Well, first explain what it's about to these guys, because I know they haven't read it yet. They've heard me.
From what Gregor told me, I can tell you exactly what it's about. A normal freaking vampire story with normal.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Yeah, I mean, it really that's part of because you ruined the book essentially, Jeremy, by giving us the impression, or me the impression, that it was somehow elevated the vampire novel. Like there was something going on in it where they really truly deviated maybe from your typical vampire mythos, or
it did.
I don't see in what way really.
Because it treated the concept of a vampire who has lived for thousands of years the way they would truly be in real life. Their thinking would be alien to you because they've been through this over and over and over, and every different variant, and they
Interview with the Vampire already did that.
No, not like this. This was Surge is better than any of Anne Rice's vampires. He can fight too.
I mean, Surge was okay as a character. I liked him as a character, right? But I mean, you also have read the second book, so I don't know if you're getting mixed up, right? Between
oh my god, the second book is a masterpiece.
With what happened in the first book, maybe it's coloring your perception of the first book. But I mean, after reading the first book, I don't really want to read the second book because it's almost 700 pages long, right? And
not that you would notice.
Well, I mean, this one was what 370 or something, close, somewhere between 350 and 400 or something like that. And I noticed it, right? That was another problem I had with it. It was that the pacing was way off. It was just like some parts were really truly interesting and exciting, and other parts just meandered. Other parts were just like, all right, I get the picture. You're explaining something way too long. Just get back to the action. Get back to something happening.
Trust me, there's action in the second one. The R.H. Hale brings lycanthropes ever so subtly into the second book and introduces them into her world, but not in a contrived or cliche way. Okay. She also most of the book is about Rona becoming one of them. Okay. And she goes over this myriad of physical and psychological changes that Rona goes through. I mean, it's like, if you think puberty is bad in a human woman, then it's like infinite times worse in a vampire female in this series. Also, there's a vampire civil war that breaks out in the second one. So.
I mean, that sounds, like there's actually a conflict, really, like an interesting conflict. Whereas the first book, I mean, there were some interesting set pieces. There's interesting, that Surge character was an interesting guy. He was pretty decent. I mean, it wasn't terrible, right? It was like C minus.
What about the she fucking hates me scene, huh? That was perfect. That was made for movie screens.
Well, what scene's that now? Give me a little bit more to go on.
Where they lure those two drunk women.
Oh, yeah.
And Puddle of Mud's playing while he's chasing them down and ruthlessly murdering them.
Yeah, I mean, the Puddle of Mud, I don't even know. I mean, I don't know what that is, really. I mean, other than it's like a band or something, right? So I didn't have any...
2000s mall rock band.
Yeah, but who cares? It fit the scene. It fit the scene, and I liked mall bands from the late 90s, so I'm not ashamed of that.
I like mall bands, too.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd heard of it, but I didn't know it. I couldn't really. I mean, and I wasn't interested enough to look it up and listen to it, right, either. But I mean, that scene was pretty good. There are a fairly a good number of scenes in the book. Like there was they were pretty interesting. But man, there was a lot of just like she can, the author can write, but she also just would go on and on about stuff that just was not interesting. Like she just did not cut out the boring parts. You know what I mean?
It has to do with her being Scottish. They're all Highlanderish up there. I don't know,
But yeah, there's a lot of boring stuff. There wasn't really, in my opinion, anything that was really adding anything new to the vampire world, right? The mythos. And I also felt that it was like, all right, so if these guys have been living for a long time, right? I mean, Serge lived longer than the other two or whatever, but they all could speak multiple languages, right? They're all exceedingly knowledgeable about history, languages. They could play all these instruments. They had all this knowledge of the ages, but they chose to live in some tunnels under a church. Why? Why wouldn't they use all the skills that they'd acquired over millennia to, put an organization together where humans throughout the day could be getting food sources for them?
Okay, that's kind of answered in the second one a bit, because there's another vampire who always territorially captures up all these territories for them to hunt on, which is basically all of it's most of civilization is their hunting grounds, the way they see it. So this one vampire guy is constantly setting up franchises all over all these different regions and whatnot. So that's why for that. Now you don't know that until the second one, but also why they live in tunnels. One, because they've got the priest scared shitless, and they'll do whatever he says. He'll do whatever.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're living in tunnels is not something that I'm necessarily.
Well, also sunlight affects them.
Well, right, yeah, as your typical vampire novel, right, or mythos, right? So, I mean, the fact that they live in tunnels isn't necessarily the problem. My issue was, okay, these guys are obviously they got superpowers, they know all these languages, and they don't seem to be taking advantage of all of these skills and superpowers that they have. It just seems like they're just living in these tunnels in obscurity. It seems like they would be able to use these abilities to have an entire network of people, familiars or whatever, to get out there and get the food for them, right? Little Renfields like this chick is. Well, why not just have a whole network of Renfields and have all these entire organized crime networks and stuff? I mean, if they could do all the things that they were able to do, it seems like they would really have some machinery set up that had been set up for centuries, right, to be able to acquire food for them. They wouldn't even have to work for it.
How could they keep their cover and among a society where even if you work on a night shift or something, you sometimes have to go out during the day? How could they keep their cover, when emergencies come up among their cover lives or whatever? See what I'm saying? That's why Forever Night, the TV show Forever Night, didn't work for me, because
they could be the heads of a ongoing secret society, right? I mean, they could be like the rulers behind the Masons, and they wouldn't have to have any public persona. They could just be the inner heads of some secret society or something, right?
Oh yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool if they did that. But most of their time is spent, planning to get, getting blood or planning to get more.
Right, but I'm just saying that you could, I mean, why not? Why didn't they just own a blood bank and they just embezzled off the top, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it just seemed like, it seemed like they would be working for the Red Cross, right?
Well, again, they might have to go out in the daylight if they did that. But
I'm just saying, right? It just seemed like they weren't really taking advantage of their assets. That wasn't necessarily explained to me in this book why they weren't taking advantage of their assets.
I would give the first 100 pages of Volume 2 a try before you write it off.
Well, maybe I'll have to see. It'll be a while before I pick it up.
Yeah,
it's the first book. And really probably. I mean, there was some really good writing in the first book. That's for sure. There were some cool scenes, some interesting characterizations. Nothing particularly new was added to the vampire mythos, and then Jeremy Maddox ruined it, or at least had a large impact by giving the impression that it was anything more than just simply a good vampire novel.
It was more than a good vampire novel.
Wait a second. You say it's a good vampire novel, but you give it 2.5 stars?
Well, mainly because of the pacing issues. Yeah.
5 stars. As far as
Five stars.
It was on my list at the end of the year last year. Yeah.
Now, speaking of
Wow.
groundbreaking vampire books,
Mhm.
the next book I'm going to read after I finish Nathaniel Hawthorne's House of Seven Gables is a vampire book that breaks all the rules, and I already know it up front. Guess
What is it?
Guess which rule it breaks. Just take a guess.
Are you reading Twilight?
They can go out in the sunlight.
Nope. It's supposedly
Well,
a
that's
vampire
in.
book without a single vampire in it.
Oh, Curse of the Vampire. Is that what you're talking about?
The Orange Eats Creeps.
I've got that
Isn't
book. Is that a
$2
vampire book?
Radio's first book?
I mean, supposedly it's called a vampire book, but apparently, like, the vampires are more metaphorical than literal.
She's
Wow.
one of those authors that's more about the prose than the actual plot. I've found, even though she was good at it, but no, please tell me you're not going to read the Suki Stackhouse novels or something.
No, it's called Curse of the Vampire, right?
Yeah, Curse of the Vampire.
No,
by-
wait, is that the one that was based in Bluff City, Tennessee, or something?
It may have been. It's by
Yes.
Carl Alexander, and it's like a really old 80s book.
Okay, I'm thinking of Dawn of the Vampire. I think.
It takes place in Romania, right? And it's about this woman that goes to Romania and then she kind of gets possessed by a vampire. So there's really no vampire in it.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Vampire takes place in right here in our region.
I keep saying, like, oh, I've only read a few vampire. I just realized that no, The Keep is a vampire novel, and I've read that.
That was decent.
It was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah. I probably gave that 3.12 stars, something like that. I can't remember.
3.14. I don't remember the rest.
I might have actually reviewed that on Goodreads. Let me take a look, see what I gave it.
Wait, which book?
But
I was on
The
that.
Keep.
Oh, yeah. Wait, The Keep by F. Paul Wilson?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Nazis versus vampires.
I never knew he did a book like that.
I think that was
Yeah.
like one of his first books, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah. And that's part of a cycle, right? The adversary cycle or something like that.
Yeah, it's like the first part of a series, and I think
Didn't
it
he
crosses
pick
over
up-
with his.
Repairman Jack books, too.
Yeah, at some point it does.
Yeah, speaking of Repairman Jack, didn't he piss a lot of people off with those recently?
I don't really know what happened. I know that apparently he fell out of favor with Tor with his new Repairman Jack novel.
So Tor
He was-
actually completely dropped him?
I think they did, yeah. Or at least they dropped Repairman Jack.
That's crazy.
I'm not sure exactly why they did. He kind of implied because of, it didn't fit their political agenda, but he doesn't really state that
Exactly.
explicitly.
Social justice bullshit.
I gave The Keep 3 stars, just so everybody's
Man,
aware.
Tor used to be great, man. They published all those Wheel of Time books where there was all kinds of spankings and floggings and tying ropes around people's necks and all kinds of shit. And Sword of Truth, where there was like a rape in every book. And Game of
Careful.
Thrones.
I can hear your dick getting hard from here.
Yeah, I know. He's
And
loving it.
Tor also published Game of Thrones, I'm pretty sure. How did
No,
they
they didn't publish. They didn't publish Game of Thrones.
They didn't. Who was that?
No.
Harper?
I'm not sure. I just know they didn't.
Okay. Well, anyway, they published Wheel of Time and Sword of Truth, and so I don't know why they would have a problem.
Well,
with,
I mean, they started publishing those right well before this. It was in vogue to be a SJW, though, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of grandfathered in, you know.
Yeah, but this is about literature. This isn't about their feelings.
Well, I mean, they should stop publishing it immediately, though, right? I mean,
No.
they should give it to some other people, like they should give it to Bain or something to publish that stuff now, right?
Or what is it? Del Rey,
Just something like that, yeah.
Harper Collins, if they're still around.
Yeah, well, I don't know that anybody can publish anything like that now. I don't think they would. I don't think that anybody would publish the Sword of Truth at this point in time.
Have you read it?
No, but I've heard it's rapey. Yeah,
Pretty rapey.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Sword of Truth was that the guy? Am I thinking of a different one, or am I thinking of the guy who's like a big like Ayn Rand fanboy?
Yeah,
and
that's good kind. Yeah.
yeah, good kind. That's him.
I like the Sword of Truth books. They're more readable than the Wheel of Time. I just read the Wheel of Time for all the like spanking and bondage stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't even get past the prologue on the Wheel of Time.
It is very, very laborious. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to read that. It's too much. And it's also, what, 14 books now, I think is what it is ultimately?
Well, they finally brought Wheel of Time to a close. Sword of Truth is in the up to 21, I think. But the main
yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Wheel of Time is 14 books. I couldn't get past the prologue on that.
Yeah, Sword of Truth is up to 21, but the main plot is already ended. That these are just like supplementary sagas now, but
Okay.
like after the happy ending, you know. So I finished quite a few books this week, but the one probably I enjoyed the most was Wolf Hunt 3. The cast of characters continues to grow. We got the teenage werewolf chick. We've got Lou and George, one of whom is back from the dead and cracking all these zombie jokes like, should I be feeling pain right now? You know, if I'm technically dead. You know, it's real. Jeff Strand has a gift for dialogue. We all know this, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many has anybody here read any of the Wolf Hunt books? I know Greg,
I read the first one,
but not the second. And
No.
what about you, Ben, Zach?
I haven't read any of them.
Strand
I've
book.
only read Dweller.
Have you read any Strand, Zach?
Now I have Dweller and I think a couple others, but I haven't read them yet.
I've read
Dweller
about 5 of his
will-
books. Yeah,
Dweller will rip your heart out and stomp it flat. It's
yeah, that's a good book. Yeah, that's a really good book.
if you like Man's Best
We can
Friend,
agree on that, Jeremy.
Yes. Zach, if you can't get through a book because Man's Best Friend, the dog, is hurt, then you know Dweller would crush you. Even though it's not about a dog, but it's like a dog-like friend, I guess.
Like Jeremy.
Now I got through Man's Best Friend.
No, I'm not talking about the book. I'm talking about like that concept of the furry.
Oh no, I'm
animal.
thinking about Red. Sorry.
Right. I'm talking about Man's Best Friend as in like, you know, a dog, but like the guy in the thing in Dweller. What was his name? Malcolm? Was that it?
Yeah, I don't know. It was like a Bigfoot, essentially, though, right?
He's a Bigfoot, but for all intents and purposes, you know, it evokes that same feeling when something bad happens to him that would when something bad happens to a dog.
Right.
To me, anyway.
Yeah, because it's even though it's a vicious wild animal, it's still innocent, right? Because it doesn't know what it's doing, right? It doesn't know
Every
what
time he just uses the word friend in a gentle voice, it's like Toby can't be mad at him, even when he kills his girlfriend, for God's sake. I mean,
yeah, that book is really great. Yeah, I really like Jeff Strand's stuff. So you've read almost all of his stuff, right, Jeremy?
I'm getting closer. Yeah. I know he just put out a new one called Allison just the beginning of this month or March. But yeah, Wolf Hunt 3 is this isn't like suffering like sequel slag yet. But I have a feeling he'll do a fourth one. But if he's not careful, you know, he can get into a slump. But if he has maybe one or two more good ideas with that series, I don't see why he doesn't sequelize more of his shit, you know?
Yeah.
But, I mean,
so, what was I going to say? So you read Wolf Hunt 3. What else did you read this week?
The Long Red Trail, which Jared Martin, it's like I was batting like 2-0 on like, you know, really good books with him until I read this. I don't know if it was an earlier effort or what, but I just didn't flow with me. And it's like a family with bad luck, and it's like the bad luck never stops. There's never any hope. It's just this crushing, you know, revenge thriller because a guy leaves somebody for dead, and it's like the spirit takes vengeance, continuing vengeance on him and his family in all the worst ways. They get a visit from CPS. The dog goes nuts and attacks the son, rips the son's face off, but the son survives and, you know, comes home, you know, wanting to see the dog and forgive him, just to find that he's been killed and by the dad, you know, and I mean, it's just even the ending. It's just there's never any hope. Although there is a cool scene where they're in the spirit's dream world or whatever, and the family all merges into one composite being to, you know, fight the spirit, which was weird. I think this was an earlier effort from Jared Martin, but
What else has Jared Martin done? I'm not familiar with him.
okay, Mules, which is probably the best thing he has written. This may be my number one at the end of the year. This one was seriously good, and I've talked about it before. Totally amazing. Really, it would make a perfect movie.
Okay, I think I do recall you talking about Mules.
And You Fucked with the Wrong Motherfucker. It says I didn't read it, but I have, and I even rated it. So I don't know what that's about, but that was also pretty good, although it was a little more silly, you know, because, well...
Oh, it's called You Fucked with the Wrong Motherfucker.
Yeah, you kind of get that from the title, yeah.
Yeah.
But Mules is about...
Mules is
trafficking, human trafficking, or drug running, or something
exactly.
Like that.
Yeah, man. But I mean, the attention to detail and the character redemption arcs and how they interplay with each other. There's like little tributes to like classic cinema and everything, like Seven. I guess I would classify Seven as classic now, but it's just Mules is really fucking amazing. I'm trying to think. Even the dog gets a redemption arc in that book. Okay, just to give you an idea of how like godlike his abilities are in this book. I mean, So, but yeah, The Long Red Trail, not so much. And also, I finished another Jeff Strand book that let me down, and it was called Mandibles. Definitely not Strand's best. It's these giant killer ants, like ants.
Is it like a novella or something?
No, it was like 200 pages or something. But
was it?
It wasn't. It just didn't do it for me. Ants don't scare me.
Right.
Not even a bullet ant.
Was it supposed to be scary, or is it supposed to be kind of tongue in cheek?
It's played pretty serious to me. There are moments, but it's not like whimsical or slapstick like Wolf Hunt books are. And also Long Live Crazy by our guest coming up in a little bit, Christopher Lesko.
Okay.
Well, hey, I mean, Jeremy with the constant spoilers. How do you talk about a book without giving a few spoilers other than just, yeah, I really like this one. Oh, I hated it, but I can't tell you why. Shit's boring.
You gotta learn. I gotta agree with him. That spoilers.
You can't. No, you can't talk about books. You can't talk about books without spoiling it. They're just gonna have to suck it up.
You can't even talk about books, according to Zach.
Yeah. Chris,
Okay,
you can come in anytime.
What?
Chris can come. You can come in anytime, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm softer on book review than I'm spoilers. Spoilers. Why?
If you want to read it, you'll read it.
I mean, you kind of have to like bring it up, especially if you're going to talk about why you liked it or why you didn't like it. Is this why you think?
I usually do say spoilers, though, right? I mean, if I'm going to say something that's a spoiler, I usually do preface it with spoiler.
I've never had the experience ruined for me because of spoilers. It just never ruined anything for me. It made me want to read it even more or watch something even more when somebody gave me spoilers.
And that's actually like statistically, allegedly the norm, right? Most people don't care about spoilers. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but strange, dude. That is like in the middle of the book, not the end. I mean, it's like it's a bump in the road when he kills his girlfriend. It's not the end,
But then not to get attached to the girlfriend, and then when she dies.
Well, I mean, that's the consequence of doing a book podcast. I don't know what to tell you, brother. I mean, how can you talk about books without, getting into what you liked about it? I mean,
generalizations.
But if then you're talking all generalizations and you're no better than like an MSNBC talking head, we're about substance here, like barely, but still. Barely.
Yeah, clearly, we're sophisticated around here
when it comes to books. I would hope, but
Yeah, I
know,
would say so.
I'm talking about a book about killer ants. Yeah, we're classy. This is another one that I read, and I didn't really care for it too much. The Blue Rat by Michael Hartnett, about a guy whose like ego is so big that he even like patents the rats in his near his complex by painting a blue streak on them as if to mark them as his own. And then people start breeding the rats. It just seemed like one big fuck you to Trump. And I mean, that's not original or even warranted, in my opinion. So I didn't like the Blue Rat too much.
Huh? It was actually like Trump influenced or something.
Yeah, except that by the time you make that connection, Trump is already like mentioned as in the book as his own person. So it's like, wow, this guy's even worse than Trump. Fuck, you know, that's just,
Yeah, that sounds pretty lame, really.
this fucking guy on the screen, man. What?
Hey, Kevin. Rosebud was his sled.
Hey, the ship sinks, asshole.
Snape kills Dumbledore.
Bruce Willis is a ghost.
Chris, I'm just going to put the link in the chat. Kevin, don't screw this up for us. I mean, you know,
he will. But I guess while we're waiting for him to come in, I'm still reading, Woman's the Lucky Star. About halfway through that. Hopefully, gonna finish that this week. Hopefully, but I read a bunch of short books this week as well. I think the weirdest book I read was called "The Extermination Zone" by Dr. Randall Phillip.
Yeah, that has an awesome cover. I was curious about that.
Yeah, it's Randall Phillip. I heard about him because he was a contributor to Answer Me. And he had his own zine called Fuck. That's just the name, just Fuck. And it's a pretty fucking out there book. Like, there's this whole conceit throughout the entire thing that most of humankind are actually Martians. Because he says that anyone who's a Martian is religious, non-white people, women, and basically anyone who gets on his nerves. And he like advocates things like just committing mass murder, like abortion to call Martian numbers and things like that.
Is this fiction or nonfiction?
I'd say it's creative nonfiction. Like obviously, a lot of the stuff he's saying is intentionally to piss people off. Mm-hmm. Sort of like Jim Godin Answer Me. Like there are like fictional stories in there. There's like a couple really stupid ones that are about like torturing racial minorities to death, which are just like dumb to read. They're like trying too hard to be shocking, and they're just like really fucking silly. There's a bunch of like weird, disturbing art in there. Like there's one collage that's like two dead fetuses together, and one of them says "I'm with stupid" on it. One that made me laugh when it shouldn't have is like a picture of a guy who was like a victim in the Rwandan genocide, and his hand is like it's just like shredded into meat. And above it says "Slap me 5, homie." It's pretty messed up, but it is pretty entertaining. You can pretty easily find it online if you're curious about it.
Hey, Chris, mute the show, man. I think we're coming in in the echo, but yeah, we'll get to you here in a second.
Or put in headphones.
Yeah, I don't, but whatever. Go ahead.
But so Randall Phillip, pretty fucked up guy. As far as I can tell, he's no longer active in anything. Last thing I found was like an album that he put out like in 2004, which is like just a bunch of like noisy, offensive White House kind of thing.
Well, like industrial music. I don't what.
Yeah, like power electronics, except he has a lot of stuff where he does like skits where he talks talks in a retard voice and talks about, hey Jesus, can you send poopy from the sky and things like that. He's it's,
Wow.
yeah.
You know what that cover
he's-
reminds me of? It reminds me of that Big Girl book that you said was like one of the worst experiences of all time by the guy with the same name as some like KKK
Oh,
leader.
yeah.
Or something. What Big Girl
His name
spelled
is Thom Metzger, I think is his name.
GURL, Big Girl, right? So
Yeah, it's not a very good book. Extermination Zone, like some parts of it are just really stupid. Other parts are actually pretty funny. One of the weirder out of place articles in there was like it's called "We Need to Stop Welfare" or something like that. And you would think it would be like a rant against like poor and homeless people, but it's about it's about corporate welfare, and it lists out like how much like various corporations get in subsidies and such. I mean, it does like bring it around by ending by advocating sending mail bombs to these companies, but it was a surprisingly sincere article.
Yeah, Kevin Strange has a good point.
no,
No, he doesn't.
no. We'll deal with him later. What else? What else? Were you going to talk about some others, Ben?
Let's see. Well, I did start reading Elizabeth by Ken Greenhall, although the version that I got, Zach gave it to me. It's he wrote it under the name Jessica Hamilton. He's the same guy who wrote.
Screwed up book.
Yeah, it's really good. It's about this like 14-year-old girl who starts seeing the ghost of a witch, and the witch gives her powers, and she like immediately uses it to kill her parents.
Yeah, and just how super sexual and manipulative and evil she is at 14 is just freaky.
Yeah, and what I really like about how it's written is how she just like drops these like disturbing like passages just like really casually. Like one minute she's like describing like being out in a forest cabin with her parents, and the next she's like talking about how her dad molested one of her friends, and how like she sees no use for concepts like love.
Yeah, what is it?
It's called Elizabeth by Ken Greenhall.
Yeah, it's one of those books that, I mean, I can obviously separate fiction from the author, but it makes me kind of wonder if the author's didn't have a few screws loose in his head.
Yeah, because like I said, like one of the first paragraphs is something like, I recall once my uncle looked at our dog and looked at me without changing his expression. I soon made him look at me in a way he'd never looked at anything else. And it's a pretty like chilling passage. And
So the dog dies, Zach. You can't read it.
I've already read it.
Yeah, I don't
So
know
the
about
dog dies.
if it does, it happens later. But I know that like at the very
Spoilers.
well, this is
Jeremy, we need to have a good long discussion about why spoilers suck and how they're easily avoidable.
but
I have to
but this
talk
one-
about the books I like and
What
why
do
I
you
like
think about it, Chris? Do you like spoilers, and do you think they're completely avoidable, or do you side with Jeremy that they're necessary?
Well, I was reading. Can you hear me? Okay.
yeah.
I was reading Lucifer and just recently, and you guys were talking about that, and then I didn't get to that part yet, and I was like, oh man, so there's some
I
snakes
don't think
or
I
something
specified-
coming up.
See, Jeremy, there's a victim of your freaking.
So see, Jeremy, you just totally ruined the book for the man.
I have to talk about the books the way I talk about books. Otherwise, I'm just like, it was good, it was bad. It had characters in it. I mean, I can't do that. I have to. I like books for very specific reasons, and so I have to do it the way I do it. But I don't think I said outright that she developed snake arms. You know,
Oh, I think we did. We talked about
No,
snake
maybe
arms.
that was. I think I read it about it or something. And as I was like looking up reviews, and I was like, why this dude give it a 1 star? You know, and that kind of made me want to read it. But I totally what I think though is cool is like everybody that reads a book though gets a different, vision of what they see and what they appreciate. So yeah, if it's something didn't hit for somebody else, it worked for somebody else though. So even if you do kind of have a spoiler, I think it's okay. But yeah, I don't know if I'm leaving a review or so, I don't try to do spoilers. I do try to watch that I'm not giving out too much information. But
I use a spoiler tag in a review if I do the review. Or
Did you think that Luciferin fell apart at the end? Because I do.
It totally got, I got a bit weird with like, I wasn't too sure how much I really did like the snake arm stuff. It just seemed kind of to get a bit silly, but
Giraffe Carcass, I don't know if you read that, but that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know he wrote that one too. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was like the second book that I read by him then, and after that, Popsicle Heart, and overall, yeah, I liked them all. I thought I kind of appreciated the craziness at the end. I kind of can see where it almost comes from with being some of the humor that like maybe Anderson Prunty has or so with Grindhouse and stuff, and just kind of, so I don't know. I did kind of appreciate it. I thought it was a bit funny, but I liked his explanation, just like how ridiculously stupid can I make it or so. So I don't know. I dug that.
Sometimes you fuckers accuse me of uttering spoilers when I'm talking about something that's mentioned in the synopsis. I mean, what
That's just because at this point we don't trust you.
WTF. Anyway.
I mean, you did like give away the whole buy her cord thing when I was reading Bird Box, and I still was kind of caught off guard.
How can I not
happened.
talk about that scene? That is a genius scene. Buy her cord. Shakespearean, man.
Yeah, I think I said they don't do that in the movie. So
that is bullshit. You too.
Yeah, in the movie she just jumps out the window. So,
anybody read Long Live Crazy?
No. I've seen Chris's books like a lot, like on Goodreads, and I've marked all of them as to read, but I've not haven't gotten one yet.
I mean, I have a copy of Victim 666, but I haven't read that yet.
How many have you written, Chris?
I don't know. I kind of forgot. There's probably like
I'll pull up his Goodreads page.
seven novellas and like one like flash fiction thing, and then like one super flash fiction thing. But
were you happy with the result from writing this Long Live Crazy as an epistolary type thing, diary format?
Yeah, I mean, that was actually my second book, so in a way I was still learning the craft too, and that was pretty much like the best that's kind of pretty much how I knew how to write or so at the time.
You read that thing, Nihilism Revised.
Yeah, I did do that too, and then
I was in that too.
Yeah,
this one looks interesting.
Really? Yeah, that was the first one I wrote.
The synopsis on this one's really good, so I bought that one.
Yeah,
I like that cover a lot. Looks like one of those old VHS tape things.
Yeah,
that one, Roxy.
It's about a guy, and this is in the synopsis, assembling his girlfriend from parts or something.
Yeah, he gets his girl delivered to him in a heart-shaped box. Long Live Crazy. That one, it's neat when it's a paperback and you can open it up and you see the other side of the brain, and so like when you're reading it, it looks like you're pretty much looking inside the guy's brain. And it's then pretty much set up like a diary to kind of match that too.
You have an extensive knowledge of Christmas films during a certain month of the year. Spoilers in the book.
Oh yeah, actually, a lot of it was taken from a diary I was keeping at the time, and I was pretty much doing that stuff and documenting, writing that down. But it was funny while I was then going back and writing the book, I was like, a lot of this actually is crap. I'm gonna have to kind of expand my.
That's true, by the way. What strange? That is true, by the way.
He keeps talking about spoilers. Hey, Kevin. So the Pokemon all they all shoot Ash, and Ash turns into stone. But then like all the Pokemon cry, and he turns back to normal.
Rambo surrenders to the police. Sorry, man.
I'm trying to think of more movie spoilers.
They kill the head vampire in Santa Monica or whatever.
Dracula dies at the end of Dracula.
Well, he was technically already dead, technically. So, I mean,
well, he turns to dust.
Yeah, I mean that's old enough. You can't really call spoilers on that, right?
Count Orlok dies when the sun comes up.
Oh yeah. Oh, Tyler Durden. Well, he is.
Yeah. He and Jack are the same guy.
Yeah. He is Jack's id personality. How do you like that?
The girl in Invisible Monsters, I can't remember her name, but she blew her own jaw off.
True story.
It's not a true story.
Well, I actually saw like a mock-up movie poster for like Invisible Monsters, and it actually looked genuinely disturbing.
Yeah, I bet that would be really, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, because it showed what someone would look like with like their entire lower jaw missing.
Chris, do you really think Silent Night, Deadly Night is a shit movie?
Silent Night, Deadly Night. Yeah, I think I was joking about that one in there.
The second one is pretty hilariously bad. It has that infamous garbage day scene.
Yeah, you don't really see the killer or anything much going on. I don't know. It's hard. I'm kind of having a hard time remembering now.
Garbage day.
Well, that's part 2.
Yeah. Well, they mentioned part 2.
Well,
just now.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I promise. But I get it. Compared to Christmas Evil, it doesn't hold a candle. But I still think the first one stands out enough on its own to be Cinemax worthy. I don't know, but.
I'm actually having a hard time remembering which movie that is, actually.
I mean, that and Christmas Evil were both killer Santas, but they killed for different reasons, you know.
I love Christmas Evil. That's probably my favorite of them all.
Yeah, that is. I'm surprised you didn't mention Black Christmas, the original, not the remake.
Yeah.
But is there actually a movie called Negro Christmas or something? Did I imagine that?
There's no. I've learned how to spell
the politically correct term is Black Christmas.
See, I said it for you. No. Black Christmas is a different thing. This is Negro Christmas.
And I was worried I was going to say the N-word.
And then there's Christmas of Color and yellow Christmas and red Christmas and towel-headed Christmas.
What? Is there truly a Negro Christmas though? Because that seems like impossible.
Look, they're all on IMDb. Look up towel-headed Christmas on IMDb.
No, Jeremy. The word is Kwanzaa.
No, those are the guys that wear the paper hats that for dunces or whatever, right?
You really think those hats look like that? I can't remember what they're called, but they don't look like dunce caps.
You're talking about fezzes?
I don't even
Not
know.
fezzes, those like square hat kind of things.
Like a pillbox hat kind of thing?
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
They sort of look like that.
I'm glad I could entertain you, Kevin. Anyway, so is it a spoiler to say that he goes crazy in the second half? I don't know anymore. I mean,
in the second half of what?
Of Long Live Crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty much split up between like the first half of him drinking a lot and doing whatever, living like a carefree lifestyle, and then the second half is kind of him after he seeks treatment through the the 25 Days of Christmas or so marathon thing. That's all written on the back of the book. But yeah, so in a way, I think, I don't know. It's almost like when you start a new lifestyle, you almost feel like, that it's crazy doing something new, and a lot of new things open up for you that might seem a bit crazy compared to what you used to be doing. So in a way, I think they're both I don't know, both equal. But the second part, I believe, does get crazier because yeah.
So he tries watching Christmas movies to get away from the booze.
Well, instead of going to rehab, he watches 25. He watches one Christmas movie a day through the Christmas season.
How would that not make you want to drink?
Oh yeah, I know, and that's kind of the thing that he mentions as he's struggling with it, trying to get through these horrible movies. Even
like I said, it's hard to talk about a book with its author without getting into breaking it up into sections and talking about this happened in this section and that happened in that section. I mean, you withhold a few key things, but you actually have to. I mean, if you want to actually, go big league about this and not be an eggshell walking pussy, But anyway, I got the impression, and you never come out and say it, obviously, because it's from the perspective of an unreliable narrator. But I get the impression that he falls in with a cult and who are exploiting his schizophrenia with some of the language, in the second half, and talking about, the servants and they lay eggs in people while they sleep and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a cult, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It feels like it. And a lot of that was just based off of me trying to go check out this new church that I wanted to go see, and it just was it felt weird. It felt like I was like joining a cult or so, even though there was millions of people going there, not millions, but a whole bunch of a big town, and I really enjoyed going there. But I would just kind of make fun of it before I ever went, that it was a cult or so, and I just and that's almost like what I think a lot of people feel like with any church that they go to, or if they're haven't gone to church in a long time, or they just they just say like, oh, it's a cult or so, and so in a way, I just wanted to kind of let that go, even in its weird little world, and play off of that and just see how crazy of a cult I can make up. Yeah.
For some reason, YouTube is holding some of Strange's comments for review, which I immediately, okayed. I did not set that up to do that. That's YouTube doing that shit.
Kevin, cool it with the racial slurs already.
No, I'm not doing it, Strange. It's YouTube. I cleared him.
Was I able to join in through YouTube? I think I was kind of getting somewhere before and now I see like the StreamYard thing.
Yeah,
so I'm not really.
Yeah,
the comment.
They're linked. They're connected right now.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but on the right, you should see it like a thing that says private chat and live comments. And
there, live comments. Yeah, got it. All right, cool. Yeah, I see. I got my laptop hooked up this time too, so it's easier. Yeah. All right. Hey, Jared or Kevin Strange, nice to meet you. I've never really said hello, or all you guys too. Thanks for having me on, and it's kind of fun to get to know you this way.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. So, are all of your books in the horror genre?
They border on line on a lot of, I guess, some horror underlining stuff. Like everything kind of goes to a weird little dark spot. Maybe there's tinges of horror in there. But that was the thing. I didn't really know exactly what kind of books these were, and so when I kind of found out, like what Bizarro was and who those people were, that kind of got me interested in. I was like, oh, there's some cool people doing this kind of stuff, and look at this. The books are like the same size as mine, and they have these awesome covers on them, and so I really started to kind of explore what was going on there. And now I'm kind of seeing more of like the horror community and what the horror genre is doing or so too now from those Bizarro people, and getting involved with that. And this last time with Victim 666, I kind of was attempting to write like a straight horror story where I kind of was intended on trying to do a specific genre, I guess, rather than just winging it.
Victim 666, I'm guessing from the synopsis, is sort of a haunted house kind of story.
Yes. Like an apartment building that was possibly a what the hell are those things called? An insane asylum. Before it became an apartment building.
Tenants? No. Oh, okay. Before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, before.
Yeah,
Oh,
they all
okay.
committed suicide. All the patients there, whatnot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's all. Yeah. I kind of try to write that in the back to give you an idea.
And what was your first book called? Can you pull that up, Jeremy?
That's The Girls Like Vodka.
Yeah, what's that about? It that looks like something that like the ULA would have put out.
The
I swear I've seen that trailer before. I swear I have.
yeah, it's
So have I.
it's a real trailer. I took that picture actually as I was on my moped driving through that trailer park. I stopped, and this was even before I think I even wrote the book, or I was just fascinated driving through that trailer park. That's what pretty much inspired me to start writing little stories. So they're all like connected stories of what might go on in that trailer park. And the back has like another or a wider view of the shot. So
So is that like is it like a straight up horror, or is that more like a sort of dark literary kind of story?
Yeah, just dark literary fiction. Kind of funny. It's supposed to be funny, but like I guess dark humor. But it gets a little weird at some points too. Like the guy's job is going around picking up abortions from a clinic to take to a factory to turn into chicken nuggets, morning glory chicken nuggets. I mean, like there's that kind of stuff that sometimes happens in there, but but pretty much, I tried to just base it in somewhat of a reality too that people can relate to, you know.
Turns abortions into chicken nuggets. Did I understand that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How did he? Well,
So I had to think of a job for the guy, and that's
Yeah.
that I kind of wanted to.
Yeah.
Or is it
Think
just
of that next time you're scooping up the McNuggets for people.
Yeah.
I don't. We
He
don't.
doesn't scoop McNuggets.
We have chicken
Whatever.
I haven't
The
had McNuggets since like right in that
tendies.
here.
tendies. Yeah, we serve tendies.
spiders are laying eggs in the living room. Yeah, just that title makes me want to know about. I hate
Yeah,
spiders.
I like that title.
That's like some flash fiction. Just if I could give it away for free, I would. I mean, it's only like 44 pages, and I think I tried to make it like that aware of. But it's a lot of just kind of silly stuff too. Like really some horror weirdness in there. Pretty much whatever I was thinking. I was actually writing them as like Facebook posts and publishing them on there, and then like
Hellions. Actually, did you publish one of those the title story in Fucked Up Stories to Tell Them to Daylight?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the first thing of yours that I've read.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, like that was a short story I kind of wrote, and I wish I could pull these off of Goodreads because they're no longer available. I was putting them out as just little before I had really any books to write, or before I had written any books, I wanted some more stuff up there. So I was just putting up the short stories and making pictures for them. And but since then I've taken them down. And
what about this one? This one looks interesting.
That's my ghoul. Yeah, that's that
what is the
actually, the Niglatron. It's actually quite silly with which kind of, I guess, by the cover you probably might not be able to tell, but I mean, hopefully by the title of something like That's My Ghoul, you would
black. Yeah, I could see that.
You know, the Niglatron. That's like that was a lot of fun to write, because it's like almost like stepping into a blacklight world or something. Like the guy's like skin is like turns black and his shoelaces start glowing neon green, and like I think it's from like when you put your head to the microwave and the microwaves don't know where to go, produces the Niglatron.
That sounds like a very politically incorrect story.
Wait. Are you making an analogy to color again?
The Niglatron?
No, I knew that, but the thing with the shoelaces and the black light.
Black skin and stuff, black light. No, it possibly could be. I don't know. I didn't have that really in my mind.
Are you alluding to like the fact that it when he smiles, he or she smiles, it probably looks like a flash bulb going off, or what?
I don't know
what you're saying. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a hard time remembering exactly what I explained goes on in the Niglatron. The ghoul actually in the book though, he talks about it, explains it as like running through a field with it's almost like being on ecstasy or something. I don't know. So it's just my way of kind of stepping into a batshit crazy bizarre world for a little while without losing the reader, or but yeah, that name I don't know where I came up with that. I kind of looked to see if it would sound racist or something, or if it would be too offensive or what, but I was like, forget it, like, because I was looking up certain other things like Nigla related or so things, and what people come up with, but I don't know, I just left it. I was like, whatever.
Hey Jeremy, I heard your little snide about the eggshell comment.
What did I say? Oh, eggshell walking pussy. Yeah. It's all in good fun, but I do think that you have to really get your hands dirty to talk about books, in a compelling way. So
I disagree.
So you think that you have to be boring to talk about books? You can't talk about books.
I think
yeah, we all have to start talking in this soft NPR voice.
No, I said you have to get your hands dirty to talk about books in a compelling way. You said disagree. So we can only talk about books in a boring way.
No, I'm
we have to be motherfucking NPR.
You disagree.
I'm specifically referring to the whole
words in your mouth, boy.
I'm referring to the whole spoiler thing. There's a way to get around it and still be compelling.
I don't think so, no. At least not the way I read them. Oh, shucks.
Hashtag canceled.
Oh, Jeremy, you're canceled, buddy.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Jeremy's canceled.
Okay. I didn't think you would be range.
Yeah, pack your bags.
No, man. We need Jeremy here.
My show.
No, this is my show now.
Where were we? What were we talking about?
I think we were talking about the Niglatron.
That's my goal.
Yeah.
No, it looks like we moved on to the Electric Lunatic.
That one was kind of came from me trying to get a new job, getting tired with where I was working, where I still am working now. But and then just driving up and down. I was living in like a suburban area where it's just driving up and down the same route 224 every day to work, just one way there and back. And it just kind of started to bleed into with what I was writing. so in a way, actually, the boringness and everything I was kind of hating about just my life and going to work and doing the stupid thing was I wanted to turn it into something more fun and have fun with it. So I kind of just started to go into this weird new world with the Electric Lunatic and trying to appreciate where I'm at now and by writing something that I would have fun doing, and I actually do enjoy where I'm working right now as well.
I don't know why, but that cover really appeals to me. The one on the Electric Lunatic.
Yeah, that one I did with I found that picture on Flickr that I was able to use, and then for some reason that when I saw that I was like, yeah, that's it. Those other covers you see were there was like a couple others that I did, and then when I came back from that first BizarroCon 3 years ago, I was like, holy shit, yeah, I got to step my game up a little bit, and just more creativity just started flowing into me, and I wound up redoing like the covers for the first 4 books I think I had at the time, which I think Lunatic was the most recent up at that point. But yeah, thanks, man.
So you work at a tanning place, spray tan?
No, I work at a Holiday Inn, and but I think I was like, what's another ridiculous place somebody can work at? And a spray tan place happened to be a good one, and I was able. And actually, it's so weird because as I was like looking at what these stores were in this plaza that I was driving past every day, there actually is like a spray tan or a tanning bed place, and I was like, whoa, that's too weird. That's just like this book here, and and I find a lot of shit always happening to me.
How long have you been writing for?
I think 2000. Let's see. Well, the 2000, I think 11 was the first full book I put out. I was putting out just like weird. I was putting out like a little mini volumes of The Girls Like Vodka before I combined them all together into one book. So 2011 or 2012, 2011 was when I finally like had it all together and was like, all right, let's make this Girls Like Vodka one book. And so I pretty much started with that one.
What was the reception of it like, or did you really like get much attention for it?
I mean, it was the first one, and it was like it was the coolest experience. Like I wound up finding a bookstore where I was living, and they had me they let me go in and like do a book launch for it. So I had some friends and some other people come out and do it. Watch. I had a cool stage set up and just chairs set up and nice collection of books behind me, and I was able to read some stories and sell some books. And they actually videotaped it and put it on their YouTube channel too. And the girl was like, I was doing stuff that I'd seen like Chuck Palahniuk do at his readings, where he was just like getting the audience involved by like throwing stuff out into the crowd. And I had a CD to give away of like songs from the book that I made look like the jukebox at a Waffle House as like the cover. So I don't know. I had like fun things to do, and but that one's a lot of people like that one. And anytime I'm trying to sell them like in bookstores or just even at conventions or so, like a lot of times a lot of people check that one out first. Usually like a lot of moms and stuff like to look at that one. And they like to see what wild behavior they can compare their lives to, I guess.
Are you a pretty big partier?
I used to be, and actually after I stopped everything in 2008. and that's when like all this writing started happening, and that's actually why I started writing The Girls Like Vodka. I was just kind of like making fun of some of the stuff I'd done before, and so I quit drinking and then started writing about a book about people drinking.
So you probably got some wild stories, huh?
Well, yeah, but also, I didn't want it to turn it into like like Jerry Springer show or some bullshit stuff that you've seen already before. So in a way, I kind of was keeping it clean a little bit, even maybe, but I also was still just having fun with it and trying to be real with it too. And that's the thing I do get a lot of people saying was like, wow, yeah, it was just like the trailer park I lived in or something, or stuff like that. Or yeah, I could relate to those stories. So
don't throw away, please. I saw that Frank had just recently read that. Can you tell us a little about that one?
Yeah, that's a good one for him there. I'm glad he picked that one up. Because that one basically wasn't. I don't know. I didn't really know what to write at the time, and I was kind of joking that I was. After I went into work and I saw somebody had a box on the top of a set of lockers, and they wrote "Don't throw away, please," just like that on it. And I was like, "Who the fuck is this moron that wrote that doesn't even know how to spell throw right?" And then I think, "Don't throw away, please," something, I don't know. It was weird, and it just caught my eye. So I took a picture of it, and I found I do know who wrote that now, and of course, he's a good friend at work, and so I wanted to just to see, yeah, what can I write about this stupid box, and then even on the back of the book are those lockers that it's leaning up against, and then I was like, all right, imagine what goes on in everybody's locker, or who are those people that have these lockers, and so I started I started to write one story, and then it breaks into like a bunch of little short stories, and then it ties back into the original story. And in a way, I was able to use some of those short stories that I just had laying around in something. So that's pretty much what that is. But
so the other image, right, the skinny dude, was that on the box when you found it too, or did you add that later?
No, I added that in because I was like, that box is kind of boring looking. But it does go with like what happens in the story a bit too. So
yeah,
where the guy would almost have to be living in that box.
Yeah, that's my picture of Victor 666. I'm guessing like all of your work is self-published, besides like stories you had in anthologies.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been thinking about the Nihilism Revised. I was almost going to do the last book with them, but I might be able to, I mean, I can kind of jump in anytime with them if I want, but at the same time, I don't know. Or I even had submitted the Victim 666 to Addle when they were kind of opening it up, and I thought maybe that they were going a new route with what they wanted to publish or so. But it didn't go there, and I'm kind of happy it didn't, because it gave me more ideas to do more stuff with it. And I don't know. I just I've looked at how what other people do, and I've had even like Anderson Prunty tell me after he's read a couple of books, like we thought like the way that your books looked were awesome. They look great on the formatting part, and the covers. He's like, even if we need somebody, we're always interested in people designing stuff for Grindhouse books or so, or I know Carrie does a lot of that too, or she's pretty much the one in charge of it now. But so that kind of made me happy to be like, all right, yeah, these I got confidence or so with what I'm doing. So I was like, what, and he was also too, just keep doing what you're doing, man. So that's pretty much the way I've been looking at it. And also what I realized too is I could keep the prices like reasonable if I'm putting it out on my own too, where I'm not having to, pay somebody else, or somebody's not having to take a cut of, for themselves or so too, by then having to jack up the price to like a, $13 book or so that I think should only be like, $8 or something, $10 anyways. Yeah, I want it to be quality. But I'm also trying to factor in too then shipping mostly just with Amazon right now. That's the way to go. I mean, I kind of realize now too, though, with media mail that it might be a lot cheaper to be able to even ship from my own house versus people on Amazon. So I'm going to kind of look into that next. But then, yeah, I got to go to the stupid post office and mail stuff,
Right.
So in a way, that's what I like about it. And I was seeing at Ben that somebody was asking you about the shipping with your book. What is that? That book buy or the new
bookshop.org.
Yeah.
I don't know if you use Ingram or what to publish your books, but yeah, they ship it from there or from Amazon or for whenever it's published through. So it's just an alternative to Amazon. And they also donate a cut of their they're donating a cut of their sales to independent bookstores who've had to close down during the during COVID-19.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely looking into that next too, just to have another platform available. I appreciate you putting that out there for everybody to see.
And I do think it's important because Amazon's been kind of fucking over their workers lately, so I'm trying to minimize my use of it.
I would too if they didn't have everything that I was looking for. Another used bookstore just closed down around here. At Amazon is the only way that I can get immediately what I want. And besides that, I don't have room for physical books anymore, so I kind of have to rely on their Kindle.
Yeah, that's the big problem. That's the big problem with them. They pretty much have like a almost complete monopoly on ebooks.
But I got a big Kindle dick to show for it, so.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Big.
Show it off almost every show too.
Big
fucking
elephant trunk Kindle dick.
That's right.
Yeah, I wanted to be able to have stuff on Kindle too, or if something that I thought might need changed or something, that was kind of another reason to stick with self-publishing. Yeah, I can just go in there and fix it myself,
right.
and put it back out right away, so not have to worry about it. So basically, I realized too that everybody's pretty much using the Kindle Direct Publishing as well, or
check out my Kindle dick.
Other shit too. Yeah, they're doing the same thing, and the same books kind of coming out, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just stick to what I'm doing. And I'm kind of trying to get a good grip on it to where I feel comfortable enough to maybe open something up to start helping other people next.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Trying to get a good grip on it. I got a good grip on it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, good grip on that Kindle dick. Yeah, exactly. I have to use my phone for my Kindle, so it's kind of small.
I think the next thing I'm going to get is a Paperwhite because they're amazing.
What is that?
It's the one that's like the screen's not like a regular screen. It's kind of like
it's got like front lighting to it.
Yeah, and they're super light because I don't know about you all, but my freaking Fire's heavy as heck. Like it's heavier than a regular book, and it's annoying.
That's
I use a Kindle DX.
Yeah, I use a Kindle Fire. You only think the Kindle Fire is heavy because you are a weak-like baby.
Yeah, I don't. Kindle Fire is okay, but I like the e-ink.
Yeah, but e-ink isn't endorsed by Gary Busey, so.
Is Kindle Fire endorsed by Gary Busey?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Okay, what did he do other than Ginger Dead Man? Because I don't know.
That is not a real question.
He played Buddy Holly in the Buddy Holly story.
You cannot not know who Gary Busey is.
I know he's the dude.
You can. That's right, Frank. You certainly can. I don't know why it's not showing, but
actually, I can't think of anything Gary Busey was in either. All I know is that he's like the crazy guy.
Yeah, I know. I'm actually having a hard time.
He's the crazy guy who looks like a seriously drugged up Willem Dafoe.
That's accurate. Yeah, pretty accurate.
Wasn't he in Predator or something?
How do you guys not know who Gary Busey is?
Well, I know who he is. I just don't know what he's been in.
This is the Buddy Holly story, man.
Buddy Holly.
Besides that,
He was in Predator 2, yeah.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, okay. Predator 2. I thought it was like
What character was he?
the crazy guy.
Yeah, probably.
I'm trying to picture this. I cannot.
Yeah, I don't remember him being in Predator 2, but that wasn't a very good movie anyways.
No.
I don't remember much about it.
There's one thing about Predator 2 I liked, and it's this kind of like, it's almost like that whole idea that they were going to do with that one Jason movie, like Jason versus a bunch of street gangs in LA. For some reason, taking the Predator and putting him in that environment.
Manhattan.
Yeah, it's Manhattan.
No, they were going to do like a movie called Jason Takes LA.
Oh, just have him
They
fighting.
made one called Jason Takes Manhattan.
And that was the
It would have been.
I think it was like when they were brainstorming ideas for Jason X, and they said he's already been to all these places. So then they came up with the idea to put him in LA.
I mean, I can't. I imagine that would be like pretty awful. You'd have like out of touch white people trying to write for fucking LA street gangs.
I mean, it'd probably be pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, it'd probably be on the level of what was that, Leprechaun in the Hood?
I like Leprechaun in the Hood.
I've seen probably all the relevant parts to it but I've not seen the whole thing.
Which one is it?
Here he is getting AIDS, starting AIDS. That's who Gary Busey is. He's the guy who fucked a monkey and started AIDS.
Is that Michael Jackson's monkey?
I think it is.
Probably don't remember this or know this, but it's like
what
straight out of
other
a
monkey
Josh
knows how to
episode.
kiss like that? I mean, come on. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's not used to kissing that way.
Poor Bubbles. He gets all the crazy dudes.
Yeah, Gary Busey, he's pretty good.
Anyway, I don't know how we got on that. That was probably I'm sure it was my fault.
Yeah, I'm sure it was too.
I'm sure it was my fault, But anyway, let's see. The last relevant thing we discussed was the Paperlight or Paperwhite or whatever, and Kindle
Paperwhite,
Fire.
yes.
Okay, and that's where we got off.
And then there's also a deluxe version called the Oasis, which I'm not 100% sure what's so special about it, but it costs like $300, $400 or something like that. It's waterproof. That's part of it.
You remember what happened with the Nook? All the Nook readers were really fucked over when Nook went under.
So is Nook totally done now?
I don't think it still has an app that you can still download for it, but like the actual physical nuke, I don't think is still a thing.
You call it a nuke?
Or Nook? What the fuck? I don't know.
My
My head is full of fuck. Okay.
Can you imagine the mushroom cloud just billowing from my head if Kindle ever was finished? I mean, can you imagine how miserable? I don't know if I could carry on.
That's what I don't fucking like.
Upset too.
That's what I don't fucking like about Kindle is that you don't really own the books. It's just like, they can just like, there's a licensing issue. Boink, it's not yours anymore.
You own mine because they're DRM free.
Wait, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why Yeah, go ahead.
I know my old books from Burning Bulb. I had them like taken down and everything, but they're still on my Kindle.
Well, yeah, they even if they technically go out of print, you still keep them. But if Amazon decides to remove it, they can. There was an issue with I think ironically it was something like either Brave New World or 1984 or
Fahrenheit. It was 1984.
Yeah, 1984. There was a licensing issue with it, so they just removed it from people's Kindles.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
that's-
if you choose to publish it on Kindle DRM free, the person who buys it can just download it and convert it to EPUB or whatever they want to do, right? So that's what I do.
Yeah, and that's also why I prefer to like do like PDFs and stuff because you don't
PDFs are
have any control
shitty.
over that.
Wait, is an
PDFs are
EPUB
shitty.
They
like
work
a
just
Mobi?
fine, but
No,
and you
they're
have complete
horrible.
control over them.
They're horrible.
So an EPUB's not like a Mobi?
An EPUB is like a Mobi, but you can't read an EPUB on a Kindle device.
Well, what the heck's the point?
Well, somebody might you can read an EPUB book on like a Kobo or a Nook, you know.
Kobo.
Yeah,
I don't even know
Kobo.
what that is.
Well,
Yeah,
just because you're just not very worldly, that's why.
Are Kobo
Kobo
still
is
around?
big in Canada and also in Asia.
Oh,
Yeah,
So is
Yeah,
there
if
like a
you-
Kobo store, or do you go on Amazon?
yeah. There's a Kobo store. Yeah,
yeah.
I need to figure out next how to make those Mobi files so that I can just give books away if I need to or so.
you can just they're pretty easy to do. You can get well, yeah. I don't know how you're doing your ebook. How do you build your ebooks?
I mean, it was before I was just kind of loading crap, and then I started using the Kindle Create though recently to kind of have more control to center things and
Okay, I mean, I think you can actually download a Mobi copy of the book from KDP, right? That's not a ZW file or whatever. I think it's truly a Mobi file, and I think you can just use that.
I was kind of looking to see if I could, output it as that file or save as, Mobi thing, but it saves the original thing you load up into it and then puts out this other thing that you have to load into the Kindle when you're making the Kindle. But
Okay, I go a totally different route making my ebooks, so I'm not 100% sure how you would grab it from. I thought you used to be able to grab actually the Mobi file, like because if you download the previewer, like instead of like doing the online previewer when you're testing the books for quality control, I think you could download a desktop previewer, right? And then in that instance, I think you have to download a Mobi file of it to open it in, right? So I think you can get the Mobi.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I'll check that out. Yeah, Kevin knows.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
why. Yeah, this second party's saying that's why when I go to download stuff from archive.org, that sometimes like letters are missing from words and stuff is like it looks almost like a coded language trying to intercept the prose or something. That's why, because it's not formatted specifically for Kindle, so it's a sloppy mobile file or something.
that's why I do use just PDFs when I download from Archive because they always
Stop
come out
talking
right.
about PDFs. They're horrible.
You just don't like PDFs because you're a boomer. How do I open PDF?
You can't even bookmark PDF, can you? I've never been able to.
I mean, I don't. Why do you even need a bookmark? You just turn off the Kindle when you're done with where you're at.
Wait a minute. You use PDFs on a Kindle?
Yeah, I mean that's how I read Extermination Zone.
I didn't even know
a Kindle Fire or something.
Yeah,
I didn't even know you could do that, but I don't know.
Well,
why.
yeah, you need to have a Kindle Fire, but it's I find that they tend to be formatted correctly across everything more than like Mobis tend to be. I can't even open Mobis on my phone.
Yeah, it's because you're a boomer.
You're the one who doesn't know how to open a PDF.
I know how to open a PDF. I just don't like the way they look. I like the reflowable text.
And if you scroll down, if you scroll down too fast, you can skip right over a page. That fucking annoys me.
Yeah, it's
and
annoying.
don't scroll down too fast.
It's annoying. I like the text, being able to the reflowable text, man. I like all that stuff.
What about Joe Biden?
There's this meme where it's Bernie Sanders saying you took everything from me and being all super mad at him, and then it's Joe Biden say, "Listen here, Jack. How do I open PDF?"
It's like,
what do you call him? A dog-faced pony soldier?
Pony soldier, yeah.
Yeah, get in, loser. We're going to do the thing.
One man under the thing. and I've got hair on my legs, and it turns blonde in the sun underwater, and that's how I learned. I love little kids in my lap, and
I
that's
love roaches.
Oh no, Lesko's trying to sniff us. Corn Pop was a bad dude.
That corn pop story is good.
He can't remember fucking Obama's name, but he remembers Corn Pop.
You can't remember Obama's name?
Yeah, there was like a time when he struggled to remember Obama's name. That's how you can tell he has fucking dementia, because everything he recently knows goes first, and now he's just regressing back to the fucking 1950s with people with pomade in their hair named Corn Pop.
Yeah, I like him.
He's gonna fucking lose, and it's gonna be fucking hilarious.
I think he's gonna win.
Now, see, I think the world's going to end before anyone wins.
No, I think he's gonna win.
Yeah, let's fucking hope.
Like I said, no, let's not fucking hope. But
no, let's hope the world ends before the election.
Okay.
No.
I'm looking forward to 4 more years.
There's a lot of books I like to read. I don't want the world to end.
Yeah, exactly. I am looking forward to 4 more years, but if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to get so triggered that for the next.
Wait a second. You just said the only reason you don't want the world to end is because there are books you haven't read.
Yeah.
That's depressing.
What else? What other reason is there to fucking live?
Well, that wasn't the only reason. I don't think anybody said that's the only reason.
Okay, I've eliminated the big thing that you're probably thinking is worth living for. So that's not a hindrance. Yeah, mainly.
I mean, there's also all kinds of butt and face videos you probably want to see too, right, Jeremy?
True. Yeah, there's a few that haven't happened yet. So
yeah,
I keep hoping for Paige. So
yeah, it'll happen. She'll be hurting for money.
Yeah. Anyway, but.
So, Biden's going to win. That's my prediction.
I am not going to be triggered like for the next 4 years if Biden should pull it off like through some fluke. I promise you that. I'm not going to be screaming in the street saying, "How could this have happened? Oh, they cheated and all this."
Well,
yeah, you just be doing it on the quiet place. I won't
believe in reality anymore, and we'll go crazy because it's so absurd. Just how obviously senile he is, and how they're still,
But their perspective on the other side is that Trump is like that already, which is a foolish position.
No, he doesn't have dementia. He's just a dumb asshole.
Well,
I mean that's the perspective of the individuals you're talking about. That's for sure. Yeah.
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 But I don't think he's stupid by any means. He may be kind of layman-ish. And
I mean, we found out this week on The Quiet Place that he's got a freaking temporal lens that he's using to predict the future.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. Jim Wilhelmsen on the last one. Yeah. And also the Antichrist is going to be a Star Trek fan or something.
He's actually going to be, he's actually not a Star Trek fan. He's going to be like a Star Trek like
Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to be like the Cosmic Christ, which is a bad guy.
But he's also going to have a partner in crime that called the Antichrist, and they're going to come down in a.
No, you're misremembering.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's the Cosmic Christ, and then there's like the, like he's going to have a twin brother that's like mean, right? And
don't forget the older brother spaceship.
Cosmic Christ is my rapper name, by the way.
Wait, no, it's not a spaceship. It's like a cube, he said, and it's
it's going to be like a Borg ship. Yeah,
and they're going to land in Israel, I think he said.
Well, and they will assimilate.
I mean, where else would they land? I mean, come on.
Well, you definitely have to land a spaceship in Israel.
Yeah, I have to admit that was fun.
Well, yeah, that was a good interview with that guy.
Sounds like I missed a good time.
Yeah, you should go back and listen to that while you're on your treadmill in the morning.
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe doing another one, not really a debate, but like let's say we get someone who's a more traditional, but very well researched, like a person who knows their stuff, but just kind of.
Are you saying that Jim does not know his stuff?
No, he does, but I'm saying let's get a more traditional biblical scholar to talk with him and just see if it gets heated.
Okay, there's only
let's get that Graham guy. What's his name? the guy. It's like
Billy
Billy Graham's son. His
Franklin
son.
Graham.
Yeah, let's get Franklin Graham on here.
I
The
doubt
only
he'd do
person
that.
who would debate another religious, researcher or whatever, it would be Jay Dyer. I'm sorry, but that's the only one who would come on here and do that.
That would actually be a cool show, but I don't know. I'm not really sure if pushing it, like getting religious people to fight's actually an ethical thing.
Yeah, that's what I was
I'm
just
kind
going
of
to say.
backtracking on that idea.
Well,
I'm not
We should-
worried about ethics.
We should get them to.
Ethics. What are you?
We should get them to just.
Well,
Yeah, what are you,
sort of-
gay?
Well, no, it is sort of supposed to be a sin, but
It's a
That
sin
is
to
not
get
a
religious people to
sin.
fight.
no, it is. You're not
Discussion is
supposed
not
to.
a sin.
You're not supposed to
Discussion is
create
not.
dissension.
Where is that
among brothers.
documented?
We should get them to literally fight, just have an MMA match.
I mean, that would be good.
Getting
Is that a
people
sin?
to talk is not a
No.
sin.
No, but it would
Yeah.
be good to. Jay Dyer, what's his deal?
He has a lot of deals. He's like super
He was
orthodox.
He's
and-
a co-host for a minute after J.F. Garepi's departure. That guy who grooms retard
The retard fucker.
allegedly. I don't know, but
Not allegedly. He's been to court over it.
allegedly grooms retards. I don't know that for sure. She doesn't
You
strike.
mean developmentally disabled people?
I don't care. Whatever. She doesn't strike me as
We're already canceled.
she strikes me
Yeah.
as having a speech problem, which could be like from her being partially deaf. For all I know, I don't consider her developmentally challenged. She talks like a normal person. It's just in a weird way, like deaf people sound when they try to talk. Like Pee Wee Herman when he gets excited. You know.
It's not just her. He had a previous girlfriend that he was taking a court over because he, because she was legally
Oh, the one.
developmentally disabled.
Okay, well, that is a pattern, I guess. Yeah.
That is a very odd pattern. So this the Jay Dyer guys the
No,
guys.
Jay Dyer was Andy Worski's co-host after that guy left. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So Jay Dyer, what's his shtick?
Is he a Nazi too?
No, he kind of instigate. If you ask me, he instigates argument.
He's a debate me, bro.
He is a debate me, bro. But he's good at it. And he debates with both atheists and other religious, people over various.
Do you think that he thinks that Trump has a temporal lens that he can see the future with?
I don't know. I don't watch a lot of his streams, at least not lately.
On some things, he's out there. But on other things, he's not out there. I've got a feeling he would be way more grounded.
Yeah.
But then again, he does say space is fake and that like every picture of space is an animation.
I'm
so
sorry,
he's big on space is fake.
We started
Okay.
talking about other guests while we got one on. I forgot. I'm sorry. Sorry, Chris. Anyway,
Do you want to come on and debate a guy who thinks the Antichrist will be Star Trek?
no, I don't know much about Star Trek or.
how about a guy who thinks the Earth is flat?
I was kind of listening to some of that at the end of last time, and it was quite interesting what he was saying about possibly how it just goes on forever or so, because you were like, where's the horizon? How come nobody's reached the horizon? Or
Yeah, we're the edge. Yeah.
that was cool. That was a cool point. But and I've always wondered, what it looks like on the bottom side of flat Earth.
Yeah.
But I really don't give. I don't really care.
I think it looks exactly like the front. I mean, the top.
Let's say
Yeah.
Is
I
it
wanna go
like
live on-
Everybody
I
has
wanna
their
go
own
live on the
duplicate on the
bottom.
bottom, right?
So it's basically like us.
let's say the Earth was
Yeah.
flat. How would that affect our everyday things? If it were flat, which it's not, we all know. But I mean, if it were, then it's always been flat. So how would that change anything?
I mean, it would affect things
It wouldn't
like
affect me at all. No,
it would
I
affect
never
things
leave the
like
house.
it would affect things like planes and nobody leaves the house now.
Right.
But it would affect things like planes and ship navigation and so forth. But Nathan apparently thinks that all that's fake. So
No, wait, but if the Earth were flat and it's always been flat, then they wouldn't have to change anything about how they operate, right? See?
I mean,
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I mean, if it's all just a giant conspiracy and these, pilots are all in on it, essentially, then yeah, they wouldn't
They
change
wouldn't have to
anything.
change anything about how they
Right.
operate if it was flat. It would just be, right? I mean,
and you couldn't really come up with a reason why they would keep that a secret. Just, oh, well, knowledge is power.
yeah,
Okay.
I was expecting a bigger, a heavier, impact there. But anyway,
Because I mean, always thought that the reason that they kept it a secret is because there's these huge continents that are unknown to the folks that believe that the world is just a globe, right? So there are these entire continents that are secret continents that are just the playlands of the super mega rich, right?
Oh,
I
you're
thought
going
that's
to
what.
say the giant real life Jurassic Park.
No. I mean, that's what my understanding of
Yeah.
it was, right? We're basically
Yeah, but-
enslaved colonies, right? And there are these free continents that the huge open, continents that the mega rich can do whatever they want, right?
wait, you want to
So
see
basically gigantic versions of Epstein's Island.
Yeah,
wait, you want
exactly.
to see something
exactly.
crazy that's spreading on the internet like a plague the last few years, and it's even more autistic than flat Earth? Look at this.
What is it? Trees.
Look at the title.
There are
Trees
no
is fake,
forests
bro.
on Earth.
Trees are forests. Wait, no, there are no forests.
Oh my God.
I've been in force. What the fuck?
That's probably true, man.
See, their point is that what we see as trees are just stumps, is from what I understand.
Jesus.
What?
It's like Trees is fake, bro.
See, that's proof right there.
There are no forests because they secretly replaced all trees with fake trees that look like trees but aren't really trees and give more shade.
This is what some section of the internet believes.
Where the fuck do these people live?
In Youngstown, Ohio.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if I lived in Youngstown too, I mean, I lived in fucking
You got
Fort Dodge,
nothing else
Iowa.
going for you?
I lived in fucking Fort Dodge, Iowa, and I saw forests there.
No, you saw stumps.
I live in
apparently-
Ohio too, Chris.
Look, mother-
so don't take offense.
Look, motherfucker, the only stumps I see is when I look between my legs.
That's fake too.
Everything's a simulation. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we in the Matrix, bro.
I mean, that's what Jim was saying the other night.
Mhm.
Is that we're in a holographic universe?
Yep.
Oh, Jim.
Yeah.
What's your craziest drug story, Chris? I gotta hear this.
Can't remember them too much.
That must have been some good shit.
Like, I don't know. The last times was kind of like where I just started to feel like I was never going to come out of it. I'm starting to hear a little feedback on myself. Okay, now it's better.
Okay.
Yeah, where I was like, all right, I'm gonna stop doing that because I'm not having fun anymore. Pretty much thinking that, yeah, you're gonna be stuck like that forever, and oh shit, I made a mistake, and oh man, my parents are gonna find out. Everyone's gonna know, I did this drug, and but
Where were you on?
Freon.
yeah, whippets. No, I'm just kidding. What the hell was it? It must have been it was either like microdots or some kind of acid or LSD kind of thing.
Strange. I don't believe that. You said you'd never done any shit. I thought.
But yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird because I was, I'm just glad I didn't get involved any further than like some psychedelic stuff. I never really tried. I didn't do heroin or anything like that, or
See demons. did you?
yeah, no demons. I didn't see any animals popping out of the ground either, like playing hide and seek or whatever.
Sorry, Strange.
So no, I was listening in on the Justin Walker one, and I remember hearing you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I
talking
did.
about.
It's like
Yeah, what you were doing.
There were like animals in holes, and like the holes were alive too, or something.
I remember one time too, looking at like a children's book in Barnes and Noble, and it looked like the people were actually like talking and stuff, and
that's a cool trip. Yeah.
Like that kind of shit was happening. But that's what's kind of driving me nuts is I don't really remember too much, or I can't even remember who the hell I got this stuff from or what. And I've kind of been exploring a little bit of what happens with psychedelic drugs or so as I'm writing this new book that has that explores like a new kind of drug that I've thought of that I don't really want to give away too much about until the book comes out. But it's looking at, so I've been kind of just exploring like how people use drugs to even as like for medical reasons. With like the popularity of mushrooms are okay, we're legalizing mushrooms now, and for the health benefits, and so I don't know. I kind of started just to revisit all that, and I did learn that one of the common occurrences of taking LSD was like, or acid or whatever, LSD, acid, all whatever that any of that shit is. You do sometimes start to think like you will be stuck or you're going insane or something like that. That is kind of a common occurrence. So that was kind of helped me be happy with that. But actually, that was kind of a thing in the Strange Behaviors anthology, where I start out with a story and then it just kind of keeps repeating itself. Like for a little while, I kind of wanted to make it feel like you were stuck in a bad trip or something by doing that. Where even maybe when you're flipping through the book and you're seeing like the same thing, it kind of freaks you out for a minute because you think like, whoa, did the publisher screw up and just start publishing like the same story like 6 times in a row or something? But then actually right at the very end of it, it adds it's kind of like the moment of clarity where you come out of it and you see the reason why it was done that, because like the amount of times that girls just want to have fun that I wrote in there turns out to be 666 times. So I don't know. It was just some strange thing that I wanted to write and put out there in a bit of an experimental way that I thought was really awesome that SC Burke got in right away and had me join that Strange Behaviors anthology. So a lot of I don't know some of that shit, but it was a lot of. I was just having a lot of. I was started drinking a lot though, mostly kind of right at the end. I would kind of always just wouldn't be able to stop or so, and I was like, all right, it's time to ask for help really, and I had gotten like my second DWI and was like, all right, I got to make a change, and I had to go to like 8 days of rehab to mitigate my charges. And I didn't really realize it was like rehab at the time. You were saying treatment center. And then I was like, all right. And shit, I was one of those days.
You had to blow a hose to start your car?
Yeah, afterwards, because I was living in North Carolina. And actually I had that in my car for a year. And I had to drive a moped around. That's why I was driving a moped through a trailer park and took that picture.
You had a hose on the moped to blow into?
Yeah, no, I did it. In that you had to get the timing right, and it was quite annoying. But hell, I saved. I didn't have to drive a car for a year, so I kind of saved my mileage on that. And I was driving a cool little scooter around right when gas prices started going insanely high.
But you don't look that cool if you're blowing a hose, though.
But no, when that thing started, I didn't really have anybody riding around with me.
Of course not.
I don't really have any friends anyway. So yeah. But yeah, no. So it's been 12 years. In January, one of those days that I was in that rehab was on my birthday, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. If I'm never gonna have another beer with my dad or my brothers or my friends ever again, or I gotta change new friends, fuck it all. I'm gonna do this for myself and just go out and make that change. And I'm really happy I did, but I'm also really happy I got to for all the other weird shit or bad shit, whatever, all the good and the bad that's happened.
God, I don't think that I don't think I could stand rehab. Oh God, it sounds so horrible. Oh,
Yeah. I don't know how some of those people were in there for more than 8 days, honestly. Like on that first day though, like I realized I'd like, all right, it's time to fucking do it. I don't, and like everything kind of just flushed out of my system right at that point. And I felt like, as far as like, any desire to want to do it again or do anything else. So it was pretty like a little, miracle for me that happened. But yeah, being able to have to stay there any longer was like, I don't know how they do it. It's
how bad were the withdrawals?
the what?
The withdrawals?
I mean, I went in there like drunk, and then it was like kind of sobered up. It wasn't too bad. I mean,
So you didn't have like delirium tremens or whatever?
No, nothing that bad.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. I see how bad like fucking alcohol can ruin people. With just some of the other shit that it happens to them. I mean, it's nuts that that's legal. And whatever, marijuana and stuff now, they're saying, oh yeah, that's better than alcohol or whatever. But I don't know how I feel about that too, because people can like mix the shit together a lot easier now, like with it being legalized. And
so you're not like a big hardcore stoner or anything?
No. I mean, I even kind of stopped with that a while ago too, because it was just like I was kind of getting too paranoid with it. I don't know. I didn't. But no, yeah, I haven't like stopped drinking to start smoking marijuana or like traded another vice for a vice. Or I think I probably drink coffee too much now, but
That's amazing. Most people in this, I don't know, sphere or whatever, at least smoke, a few times a month.
Wait, people in this what?
In this sphere.
The sphere is what he's saying.
People with art.
He's saying it weirdly.
Right.
Well, because I don't want to call myself a writer, but I inhabit that area anyway, even though I'm not a writer anymore. But I still consider myself like on the fringe of that sphere anyway. The point is almost all of them smoke, and almost to a point that it's like, chronic. And here you are saying, I can take it or leave it almost. That's impressive. I mean,
yeah, I mean, shit. I felt like my whole creativity process just opened up more when I stopped. That's how I was able then to start writing the writing shit. And then I started taking pictures of, since I was living in a beach town, and I started taking sunset pictures and pictures of the beach. And so I kind of started to develop a new hobby, because I was saying too, while I was in the rehab, they're like, yeah, you got to have hobbies to keep you busy. And I was like, fuck, I don't have any hobbies. My hobby is getting drunk. Yeah. But yeah, I was started smoking a little bit, smoking cigarettes more often. And I was sitting on the couch one day too, where I was like having a hard time breathing. I can be like, what the hell? It's time to stop smoking now too, so I quit smoking too then, and it was like, all right, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, I think in the long run too, like, I mean, everybody is different, but also I say, hey, just if you can do everything in moderation, that's the way to do it, So I'm not going to say drugs are bad or alcohol is bad or whatever, but hey, just use your head. And, I wish I probably could be, but I know I would have a difficult time trying to keep it in check. But yeah, moderation is key.
Moderation is difficult.
Yep.
And yeah, I think something too where, yeah, if you're drinking and you're like, I don't want to get a hangover kind of thing. I was actually in, hell, I wish I would have thought about that more too. Like, hey, maybe if I'm thinking about not wanting to get a hangover, like it might curb me from having that other beer or something. I was just picking up from that in your book, Ben, and Elaine. I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool cool way to look at drinking, or kind of handling being a professional drinker, I guess, or having a grip on it.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't know how much of a grip I have on it, because when shit goes wrong, I'm always just like, oh, time to get shit faced.
Yeah, I've only been drunk a couple times in my life, and I think all of them I have freaking drunk texted Ben.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, they were.
I remember once it was
pretty bad.
Yeah, one time it was after we had the guy was talking about the smiley face killers, and you were paranoid about that.
The smiley face killers target white college age males.
Yep, and I was on college, and I was like, yeah.
And you had been drinking.
Water. If you're near a body of water, that's also.
I was also near a body of water.
Oh yeah, you got lucky.
Yeah. So you knew about them.
You're working on something right now, Chris?
Yeah,
has to do with drugs.
The locals are watching you. I saw you did pull up the one copy from like the Goodreads thing. That's what I'm kind of wondering though, if I put it out with that title, if there's going to be any conflict. I think if I just put a new, it might somehow still be linked to that maybe, but if with like a new cover or something.
It doesn't matter. Stephen King originally was writing The Stand to be some kind of thing based off of the Patty Hearst abduction, but it turned into a post-apocalyptic thing. So he ditched that draft, so I mean, it doesn't matter. It's in your hands. You can do what you do.
Cool. Because what's that?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure if it would just make it a new edition if you put it under the same name and author name.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But I'm having a lot of fun writing this one. It kind of started at the end of last summer when I kind of started catching the ideas for it, and I've just been taking my time with it. I kind of have first time I really outlined something and have been able to really tell like a long story from start to finish kind of thing without really breaking it up into like just like little, I don't know, instead of like just stopping and starting in little weird places. It's hard to explain, but no, it's the first time I feel like I've been able to really write like a book that's how it's supposed to be written. The Victim 666 was kind of my first step into being able to tell a longer story. So even though all the others kind of have been longer story or eventually are like the same stories, but I'm just kind of slowing down with this one and really having some fun writing it.
Is the locals are watching you? Is that like a expansion of the short story, or is it like a collection?
It's a whole new thing on its own, really. I actually wound up turning what I had into, I think it was the short and something different. I don't know. Or actually, no, there were some ideas I've used already and some that I just dropped off or have changed. I don't know. In a way, that title's always been with me, and I was like, fuck, I really like that title. I got to do something with it. And I have tried to start it before, and things weren't there, but now they're finally here, and I'm loving it. So I can't wait to get it done. But also, I thought I was kind of coming to an end, and then I was like, oh no, there's more to go, and I'm really happy that there is more to go because I'm having fun writing it.
So do you write every day, or do you just write in spurts on the weekends? What's your process?
Yeah, I think me and Zach were kind of just talking about this recently too, with just like, I guess kind of with quarantine, like I've kind of been like used to going to work from 2 to 10 p.m. and just kind of giving me something to stay focused on, like some kind of routine thing. I've decided just to start writing from during those hours. And kind of when I would before used to just kind of get up in the morning and write something before work, or just kind of when it would hit me, and be like, "Ooh, that was enough," for maybe I don't really feel like doing this, or it's kind of forced me to keep going a little bit more by having the like a set schedule now with plenty of time, where I would sometimes do that on my days off as well, but also sometimes, yeah, I don't exactly feel like writing though, so it's or if I don't really, I'll kind of be thinking about what a scene needs to be next, and then once that stuff really hits me, then I start writing. But in the meantime, maybe I'm like watching something on TV that's kind of can get my wheels turning, as far as like what little world I'm creating, or this next scene that I need to write. So I'll kind of just be putting my feelers out for that stuff.
So now you're writing from 2 to 10. I mean, are you really writing that whole time, or
really not?
It's a long shift to be writing.
No, not the whole time. I mean, I'm kind of stopping and starting early. I'm just focusing that time on writing though. Like even if I got to like research something, I'm using that as some of the time too. But if I can get, like a chapter knocked out within that time, that's great. Or if I'm just like going back and touching up other chapters, if I feel like doing it, at that time, that's kind of what I feel like doing more. I'll just kind of, I guess feel it out. So.
Okay, so you're working on writing and writing related stuff during the 2 to 10 time frame. Okay.
Yeah. So how did you learn to do a lot of the cover things? Are you like artistically inclined in that way, or did you kind of just like mess around with software and your photos and it all kind of just worked out?
My cousin gave me a free copy of or a burned copy of the very first Photoshop, and that's all I've ever used. And just kind of learned the basics of that and played around with that. And just, I don't know. I've just always enjoyed art. And I kind of, I don't know, I enjoy being able to have the control of it myself too, or I kind of get to a point where I'm like, okay, I feel like that's right versus, I've done some shitty stuff and I'm like, that's just not right. It's kind of when I stop thinking about it, like, is this right or is it not right? When I feel like if I have those feelings, I know it's probably not good. That's, I guess, even with writing too. Then I know I need to keep working on it. But yeah, I've just kind of been trial and error and just practicing and just playing around with stuff for quite a while, where I guess that's what's got me to where I'm at now.
Can you draw on stuff too, or are you better with like the graphic design stuff?
I guess just mostly just other images that are already done. I do have some weird drawings like in the Electric Lunatic that are in there, and but it's nothing like wow, like God, I see some of these book covers that like what's his name, Justin T. Coons does for like Jeff O'Brien, and
Justin Coons has some
like that. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. I wish I knew how to draw like that, but yeah, and I can't really draw I can't draw like the 3-dimensional looking stuff. That's
Matthew Revere is also highly in demand. You ever seen his?
Yeah. I mean, shoot, that's kind of where when I was like, all right, who's this guy putting out these awesome covers? Like I started really to look at what he was doing, or just look at like that style. Of course, I wanted to try to do something on my own and not copy anything like that. But I've kind of have some ideas for what I want to do with this next cover already. And I've kind of thought maybe, it would be neat to have him do a book cover. Because a lot of times people then too, they're like, oh, look, Matthew Rivera did this cover, and that might be a reason somebody would want to buy it, but
well, what's the last really good book that you read? What do you like?
Shoot. I don't know. Opioid Indiana was really cool. Brian Allen Carr.
Oh, really? He's still writing?
I've read that and like I think Vampire Weekend or something. I haven't read this shark book. That sounds kind of dumb. But I don't know. The This Town Needs a Monster I really like that one. That was an Grindhouse book, Anderson Prunty. I've actually like met him and Carrie and William Paul III and Zach Owen, Burned Down Your House and Everyone in It or so. He lives not too far away from me in Pennsylvania, so I'll hang out with him occasionally. But we all kind of went together down to Dayton once to hang out for a weekend, and it was really neat meeting them. I was really connecting with them, and because I really enjoy their work. But I guess I would like to try to read more like of the just popular fiction. Like, I just read Brave New World for the first time, and I thought
That's a good book.
I thought it was gonna be difficult to get into that because
it's actually really kind of a quick read. It's really cool.
Really. I kind of started to catch my groove, and I was like, all right, damn.
It's a lot more accessible than say something like 1984, right? I mean, it's a lot more easy to get through and pulls you along. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess that would be typically the last really great book I have read. I don't know. I'm a slow reader though, so it's. And I'm kind of wondering why it's slow. I kind of sometimes just stop and just look at the structure of the sentence, even to be like to try to teach myself something, or that kind of slows me down. But a lot of times too, though, I guess I just if I can jump right into the story, I can fly right through it. And I guess those are the books I really like. Which I mean, Elaine, just recently I was able to do that. I thought that was pretty awesome.
It was pretty good.
I mean, good with like being able to. It kept me hanging on the whole time, and I didn't have to think too much about stuff, or I didn't have to.
Jeremy didn't like it.
Fight for the word, fight through it with like the denseness of a book can be or so.
I didn't like what?
Elaine.
Oh.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm just trying to start fight.
I've expressed my opinion on it.
I liked it. I enjoyed it.
And I think, Jeremy, I really appreciate those, opinions that you do give. I think that's awesome that you have that, that sense of like, hey, this is what I thought, and I'm not afraid to,
I appreciate that as well.
When I give a person a majorly like gushing review, I want to make sure that they feel like they earned it, that I'm not just kissing their ass. You know what I mean? Because there are a few authors that I will never give another shot, just because I didn't like, something they wrote. Very few. Very few.
That's cool.
So,
yeah, that's cool to have that.
It's an ongoing thing, right? You got to gain momentum and everything. So, I'll never like write an author off before their time. But I don't know, man.
So you live in Pennsylvania now, Chris?
No, it's like right on the border. Youngstown is.
Okay.
So like 40 minutes, and I'm like, actually, it's only like about 20-minute drive or 20 miles or 15 miles away from the border.
Okay, I got you.
So I'm like,
when you came down to Dayton, that was quite a trek then.
Yeah, it was a good. It was a good trip. I had to make sure I had some time off to do that. But I'm pretty much between Pittsburgh and Cleveland. So like an hour from Pittsburgh, hour from Cleveland.
Okay.
And then like 3 hours to Columbus, 4 hours to Dayton.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm between Cincinnati and Dayton.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my cousins just moved to that area, and I was down around there over Christmas. I can't remember the town she's in. I'll have to look to see how close you are to her.
Probably pretty close if it's around that area. Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you like to write that you don't feel like you have the ability to pull off yet? Like what would be the most epic thing you'd like to write? Thought about it? Like,
and I'm kind of, I'm thinking, how do people get these 5 stars? You know, what makes a 4-star versus a 5-star?
From me or from
Star.
anybody in general?
For, I guess, I don't know. I've just
let's hear Zach's opinion on it.
I'd like to hear, you know.
Let's hear Zach's opinion on it.
It's absolutely arbitrary.
No.
Yep.
That's what I figured he'd come up with.
No, Goodreads is for the reader and writer to have an exchange.
An
My book.
exchange.
Here's my
How
book.
many Goodreads authors do you know that, like, okay, I'm sure there are probably some, but it's just most writers don't really care that much about reviews. Like me, I barely ever look at my reviews.
Okay, well, it's not for you. It's for the reader to express their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with the book. Then some people like feedback.
As a reader, I don't care about giving feedback. I just add the book to say that I read it. It's like a virtual bookshelf
That's
document.
fine too, but I mean, it's not arbitrary. Okay, you don't get anything out of it. That's cool, but you know, I like the catharsis of having, you know, entered my you know, rendered my own personal judgment on a book, you know. So and also, you know, because that information may be helpful to how someone, you know, makes a decision on whether they're going to read it or not. You know, it's something I very strongly.
Actually, okay, I'm okay with putting your opinions down because I've done that too.
Thank you. I'm so glad. Thank you, Zach. Thank you for giving me that. Thank you for giving me that permission. I'm joking.
No, I've done that too, and it's fun doing that, especially if you have a really strong emotion one way or the other. Like, sure, you can say there's a book that just sucks or a book that's super awesome, but when you start getting into 2, 2.5, 3, or 4, that's just
2, 2.5, 3, 4, what?
2.75.
Yeah, how do you do that? It's impossible. But then the other point I was going to make is, like, I don't like the idea of people going through and reading reviews and thinking that, like, that's a good thing or a good basis of their decision to check out the book. You should check out the book if it catches your interest.
Not everybody writes a synopsis. Wait a minute. Not everybody.
Frank Edler says.
Well, hang on.
Frank Edler's crazy.
You're cutting in and out anyway, so hang on. Some people, not everybody writes a kick-ass synopsis, so sometimes you have to form your judgment based on what the reviews say to get a better idea. There's nothing arbitrary or wrong about that.
I barely ever read the synopsis either.
Yeah, well, that Janie C lady.
Synopsis, then it's just blindly, like, feeling around in the dark. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Janie C, you're talking about the reviewer on Goodreads?
Yeah, she does a great job sometimes of, like, telling what your book is about better than, or I've
yeah, she does a good job.
Like,
yeah,
better than I thought I could. You know, by doing, like, telling what you were saying, Jeremy, about being able to dig in a little deeper about what's really going on or so. So if you kind of catch.
So back to the question though, is there like a type of genre or book that you feel like you would like to tackle that you just have not tackled yet?
I mean, I guess I'm just trying to look to see for something that that would touch somebody, I guess, or if somebody could really connect with it, or they some kind of theme of something. But
for instance, like a revenge fantasy, something like The Crow or I Spit on Your Grave, something like that would be a revenge fantasy, or like a creature feature, giant. Yeah. Animals or giant insects or whatever. I mean, there's all kinds of things that writers like almost objectify as like a goal to attain,
Okay. Yeah.
It sounds like you want to write something that's maybe like a literary piece that actually has an emotional resonance with the reader, right? Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's what I guess I was kind of thinking that, what you might be saying. But as far as like, shoot, even with this next thing, I'm not even sure like what it's going to be, if it's a horror or if it's or what. I don't know. I kind of really don't think about that too much. I'm just kind of like, this is the cool story, a little story I want to tell, so just get it out there. And whatever happens.
And as far as getting a 5-star review or 5-star rating, I mean, I think the only thing that you can do is just write the best book you can and just get on to the next one. I mean, you can't really control really what kind of reaction the general audience is going to have to the book, right? I mean, you might write a book that you felt, you did the best you could, but then 3 years later, it just takes off because somehow it just connects with the right audience at that time. So I think all you can do is really put out the best book you can and go on.
I'm wondering.
Control over it.
I wonder too if like popularity of like stuff reflects anybody's decision as far as like what's a good book or not too. So, but yeah, I'm trying. I don't really like to look at reviews but it's also neat when somebody does read something. It kind of it helps build my confidence a bit. Where I'm like, wow, I saw somebody who's read a lot of books. Read my book and thought it was. They liked it. That makes me feel good, and that makes me happy that I feel like I'm doing something right.
Right. I mean, I read reviews. I usually don't. I read reviews of my books, and I don't really read reviews too much of books that I'm looking to read, but I will read them sometimes after I've read a book.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been finding myself doing too.
Yeah. Like I'll look at reviews after I've read a book just to see what other humans thought about it. Yeah,
or if there was something that they saw that you missed or something even. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I can't really talk about I mean, in my normal life, right, not the Quiet Place life, I mean, pretty much nobody I know actually reads books, or the types of books that I'd like to read. So, I mean, to kind of get some idea of, what other people think of a book that I've read, I have to look at the reviews sometimes. And, I can't talk to Ben about him because he only reads one, you've been reading the same book for about 6 weeks?
I read other books.
Oh, that's right.
I just talked about the other books I read.
That's right. But I'm just giving you shit about the fact you've been
reading for those.
Well, it's not my fault that Volman is they can't get to the fucking point.
Well, you should just give up that book.
No,
give up on it.
Volman was also a suspect during the whole Unabomber thing.
Yeah, I actually read about that. He was suspected of being the Unabomber, and the FBI had a whole file on him
because he doesn't use modern conveniences like hardly at all. Doesn't have a cell phone, doesn't have TV or any of this other modern stuff, and he didn't at the time. And
that explains why like the internet in the Lucky Star is like from like the 1980s.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
One of the characters is a retired policeman, and he has access to the police software, but the way it's described, it's like something from like 1992.
But it takes place in modern times.
Nominally, I can't really tell when it takes place.
Okay.
There's like some suggestions it takes place before Stonewall, but
so what's good about this? Like every time we talk about this book, it sounds horrible, but what's good about it?
I mean, when he actually like gets into like the characters' everyday lives, those parts are good.
Okay, and it's like 800 pages.
Yeah, it's like 600, I think.
Okay, that's long. It's not quite as long as the follow up to Church Mouse, though. Which sounds like horrible.
It might be a little. It might feel. I mean, the Lucky Star might feel a little bit longer because the text is actually relatively small.
If you can't wring any enjoyment out of Church Mouse to the Change, then I question your abilities as a reader.
That's actually one thing that I've noticed about that got me hating reviews. Is that it's like some people, they'll write these giant reviews and they don't get any enjoyment out of books that are awesome. And it's like the freaking reviewing process just killed their love for literature, apparently.
There is no reviewing process. People just do it however they want.
Yes, but you're going to fall into a rut and it becomes a process.
No.
I mean, yeah, that's why I take breaks. That's why I take breaks and read books that I don't review.
Sometimes my reviews are like 2 words. I don't owe the author even that little bit, and I choose to for my own reward or whatever. You know, it's like kind of leaving my mark on that story. That's what it is. I mean,
You drop your chicken nuggets on the ground or something?
No, I had a window open and the wind blew something off the windsill.
strong wind.
The windowsill.
It's foreshadowing.
It's the
Yeah.
apocalypse wind.
I got my window open. Quite calm here.
The outside, it's just like you can see the coronavirus just hovering in the air.
It's
Yeah, you guys been outside at all?
like falling.
Do what?
Have you guys been outside at all?
Yeah, I've been going outside every day. I've not been listening.
I'm an
Yeah.
essential worker, so I'm an essential worker. So yeah, I've been outside.
I haven't
Yeah.
been
I
out
went.
in a couple days, but I have been. Like earlier this week, I was taking walks and stuff in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, I went out to go to the store. I had to bring my knife with me.
I am literally 0% afraid of this virus.
Yeah.
And,
I think that makes me kind of afraid of the reproductive thing. It's just freaky.
What do you mean?
You worried you're not going to have kids if you get the virus?
No,
Really?
it sounds painful.
I mean, how does that? What is painful? Like, what are we talking about? What does it do?
It makes your balls shrivel and drop off.
No, it does not.
It does
Shrinks
something
your it shrinks your Kindle.
Yeah, it shrinks
Oh
your
my
Kindle.
God, no! Not my Kindle.
Now he's afraid of it.
Yeah, it shrinks your Kindle like you jumped in a cold pool.
Take my reproductive organs, but not my Kindle.
But you go out, you work. I mean, you just lead your normal life, though, right, Jeremy?
Yeah,
It hasn't really impacted you much.
am not doing any much different from what I was doing before because I was already a shut in, and so now I feel like everybody is just finally getting on my level. You know?
Yeah. I feel the same way.
It's like you used to be like a fucking hermit, worthless, blah blah blah, and now they're like, oh, you are a fine, upstanding citizen.
Not only that, a lot of people, I think, other than the paranoia about whether it's ever going to end, I think are secretly starting to enjoy being able to just kind of curl up and just binge on whatever their chosen entertainment is. I really think that people are secretly enjoying it partly. Other
Not
than
the people I've talked to.
I don't
it's-
think people are secretly enjoying it. I think they're openly enjoying it. It seems like.
yeah, no, you're not allowed to go to work. It's it's almost a felony. I mean,
I was having a great day today because I didn't have to, work. I work at a hotel with, food and beverage stuff, and we have a giant buffet where there's like 800 people that go through, and I never get to, I always have to work, and today I was off, so I got to see the family a little bit, and I was happy, and I'm kind of sad I don't make as much money, but
are you an essential worker too now?
No. I've been laid off since the what was it, March 18th, and which was, I was kind of happy because I was like, yeah, I don't want people trying to get me sick or whatever. I'm not like freaking out about it, but I'd rather be able to stay home and be safe than have to worry about because somebody coming in to pick up food and cough all over me, because that kind of did happen. Where I was like, back up, dude.
Intentionally?
I was honestly mad. I was at Sam's Club the other day, and there's a woman, and I honestly think she straight up had it because she was walking around all sickly and coughing like crazy, and people were just giving her looks, and I was right next to her. I'm like, oh, heck.
Zach's got it now.
You should have tased her.
Yeah, just pull out your gun and shoot her. I mean, you live in Tennessee; it's legal there.
Do you have a taser?
Yeah, it's illegal to shoot people in Tennessee.
No, I don't have a taser. I need to invest in one.
Jeremy, what are they doing? Like, do you have to wear like masks or anything, or gloves all the time and stuff?
I hope I don't have to wear that cunty little mask.
Yeah.
You go to like Vapor 95 and get like a designer one.
Gucci's got them. Yeah.
Yeah, designer Gucci face mask.
Well, like
That's
cool,
one thing. Luckily, this woman had a mask on.
like cool designs on them or something.
Yeah,
That's just driving me nuts. Ooh, let's get a picture of ourselves too.
Yeah, I bought one with a Great Waves pattern on it.
Wonderful.
Oh man.
So, what any other projects that you have besides that the book you're working on?
No, just if I need a break though, I'll go for a walk and get out and sometimes get a picture and use that side of my brain or that hobby side.
So going
Just
outside,
kinda-
side project, okay? Hey,
yeah, going
you're,
outside side project. Yeah.
That is a project now.
you're
Uh,
you are a bit of a filmmaker, though, right? Like short films or something. Is that right?
Oh yes. Well, I mess around with like just video stuff sometimes. I made a little trailer for the Victim 666. I don't know. I've been doing some of the live. I've been messing around with live Facebook Live. I'm doing.
Oh yeah, you do those readings and stuff.
Yeah, I tried some of the. I did a couple readings. I did one where I set it up as like an event, to make it kind of get people to be able to see it easier and give them a heads up. But I kind of did it real too fast. I didn't give too much of a heads up. And then I just put together a little reading from the children's book I wrote in the 4th grade and edited that a little bit up and put it on YouTube. But I did go to school for like video production and like stuff, but I really haven't done anything with it, and it's kind of sad. I really wish I would have been able to do more. But so yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a another little side project kind of thing. Nothing very serious. So I wouldn't say like I'm a filmmaker or anything like that. Other than that, though, sometimes I'll hang out my window here and have coffee with my neighbor who has like a window kind of catty corner to me, and we'll film some stuff and make videos called Coffee Time with Chris and Mike. And so I'm like hanging out my bedroom window and he's out his kitchen window, and we're just pouring coffee and talking about books or music and the Cleveland Browns and whatever else, But
so you know a person in real life that talks about books?
Right. No, I mean I'm the one that has to tell people about it because he don't read.
Okay.
Well, he sort of does, but actually I haven't started to. But posting those videos and featuring some of these books have actually found some people for me, or so that were a bit more interested in what books I was featuring. Only a few, but like you said earlier too, none of my friends really read, or I don't really know anybody else that really writes in my close community here. So this is what's awesome, is being able to talk with you guys like this, other writers and stuff too. I would have a bunch of questions I'd like to ask you guys too, but I realize there's like five of us here.
Start asking Jeremy now.
Ask away.
Ask Jeremy.
I guess what got you interested in starting to write something of your own then?
Oh, that wouldn't be a question for me. Ben, Gregory?
Zach, I saw you have a couple books then.
Zach's got like a dozen books out.
Oh shoot! All right.
Yeah, I've got quite a few out. One's coming out from Nihilism Revised this year in the summer.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I first started it because I always loved movies and stuff as a kid. Then I got really into music, and it's like I always wanted to do those as a kid. But then I read a horror novel because I'd watched like a behind the scenes thing for Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 because I was just super big into horror movies, and they talked about like how the screenwriter from that was a horror novelist before he did the screenplay. And so I tracked down one of his books, and it just became my favorite thing in the world. And so I dropped music and movies entirely and just went into that.
And how
And
did
Ben,
you like?
I mean, Zach, you had a book published while you were in high school, right?
Yeah, I had 3 published while I was in high school, and then one or two short stories also.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, once it took off, I was like going pretty fast because like I think I don't want to be like freaking cheesy and say I was meant to do it, but it's like I was always kind of had like a storytelling mindset. Like when I wanted to do music, like I wanted to tell stories and stuff, and like when I would take guitar lessons, I'd freaking just blab off about all kinds of crazy stuff instead of actually playing guitar. It's just like my mindset was always geared to it.
Nice.
So who published your story? Who your books while you were in high school? What publishing houses?
The first thing I sold was with Permuted Press. It was this. They were this. They're still around, but they're not as big now. They were real
Right.
big. The whole like zombie thing was big, and I sold a zombie story to an anthology they were doing, and then I started selling stuff to Burning Bulb. They were kind of like they're basically the people who published John Russo. That's about the only thing you can say.
Right, but you were. I mean, you sold what? Is it novellas or novels while you were in high school?
2 novels and 1 novella.
That's pretty impressive. You don't really run across humans that actually sell novels while they're in high school. I mean, even if it is to small independent. Well, well, they're small presses, right? Those are all small presses.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's still pretty damn good.
Did you have to do like a letter to them or anything, or were they just submit so much of your first chapter or something to them? How did they go about picking you up then?
You had to do it was like a form, and I think the website was called Submittable. It might still be around. They'll have those accounts.
Yeah, it still exists.
Yeah, you'll have to put your
that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
like your synopsis and stuff. And I think I sent them the whole book, but yeah, I went through trying to get published a lot back then before Burning Bulb picked me up. But even now, though, I still don't think those books should have been published. Like looking back at them, I was obviously just learning then, and that's why I had to get them taken out because like it was just so freaking like teenager-ish.
So those books that you had published while in high school, they're no longer in print. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, they're not in print. Now the short stories are, but not the full-length books.
So what were the full-length books called?
The first one was Sea of Medium to High-Pitched Noises. It was like a really weird.
That's a good title. All
It was
right.
like a really weird, kind of a zombie story, but it wasn't a zombie story. It was about the end of the zombie apocalypse, and it was basically like a Revelations type thing, where all these like little spirit energies are flowing into people and turning them into like giant fish.
Giant fish.
Yeah, giant fish monsters.
Okay, all right.
The whole premise of the book that like it was the very end of the zombie apocalypse, and like this big thing happens and it like kills all the zombies, but then all these people who are still alive start turning into these fish monsters, like right before the world ends.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, that does sound pretty good. So what were the? That does sound really good. So what are the other ones called?
The other one was called Park Masters, and it was like a. I know Jeremy's been to Gatlinburg a lot. It was basically my Gatlinburg novel about this dude who's like super depressed because either his girlfriend or his wife left him, and so he gets the harebrained like idea to like purchase this water park with his brother. It was like an abandoned water park, and they're trying to like turn it around. It's all kinds of crazy stuff happens. So I was actually proud of that one, but I got kind of mad because they made me change the ending because the ending was originally too depressing, and like it forever put a stain on that book for me because I gave in and like changed like a crucial part of the story.
That was Permuted Press.
No, that was Burning Bulb.
Now, yeah, Burning Bulb wasn't. That may have been. Who ran that again?
Gary Lee Vincent ran it. Like I don't have bad blood or anything with it.
I have no idea. I've never heard that name. That's rare that
that still exists, right?
Yeah, they published Rich Bottles Jr., Wolverine.
Yeah, they publish Wolverine. Yeah.
cool.
Then the third book was called A Rock Band Named Steve.
Mhm.
And it was
Okay.
like it was originally a novel, and they accepted it as a novel, but then like I cut it down. Like I went through and did like a 30,000 word cut and made it into a 30,000 word novella because it was 60,000. And that was pretty much like a straight up horror comedy about it's kind of inspired by like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it was like a hipster serial killer family, like kind of like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but what if they're modern hipsters? That's what the family is.
Okay. How
Like
can
the
we
new
cut
Texas
it in half?
Chainsaw.
Well, honestly, it's kind of funny because like I went to this thing called the Borderlands Press Writers Boot Camp,
Uh-huh.
and that was like the only freaking writing class. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, it was a thing for writers. It wasn't like a class in school or anything like that. But like they really hammered down. Like it was F. Paul Wilson was one of the teachers, and Tom Monteleone and a couple other ones were like I guess bigger horror names. But they really hammered in about like how you can write something and then like zero in on it and make it concise and read better. And so I was just really into doing that. So like I just took the book and put it through that process where you just go through and like you'll read a sentence and just take out what doesn't need to be there and stuff.
Right. So where was that held, that workshop?
Baltimore, Maryland. I met some pretty cool people there. I'm still in contact with today. It was honestly, it was a freaking awesome experience. And I was like the youngest one there. I was 16 when I was there. And like I was in a freaking hotel full of like all these like middle-aged writers and stuff. But it was pretty cool.
Were they inappropriate with you?
No, they didn't let me go to the parties.
Well, they didn't let you go to the parties.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing I've found with just even going to some of these other little conventions or so. It's like, yeah, it's a bunch of moms trying to sell the romance novels, and it's like, oh, what the heck, and not nobody like our middle aged kind of got guys or anybody that I would hang out with friends or so were doing stuff. So when I started to finally meet other people, I was like, wow, there really are other people to do stuff with, and that's kind of kept me going myself too. And as far as even then, just trying to go out and actually meet people in person or so too.
Yeah. The people at this one, they were all freaking awesome. They were
you're lucky. Yeah,
a lot like us, and most of them actually were guys too. There were a couple women, and they were awesome too. But I think just because it was like a horror genre specific type of thing, it attracted cooler people. So it wasn't just like a general like writer thing, like it's specifically for horror.
Do you think like having your books with some of these publishers, like then that like that's helped you sell some of the books then too? People have like found you through that publisher or anything like that?
To be honest, no, because Burning Bulbs, A, not really known, and B, I mean, I won't say who, but I do know that a lot of the people in like, especially the Bizarro world, kind of looked down at Burning Bulb because Burning Bulb was kind of like, I don't really know how to put it. It's like the Bizarro scene was happening, and then Burning Bulb was kind of like the outlier, and they were trying to come in, and they put out this anthology called The Big Book of Bizarro, but then all like the people who were involved in Bizarro was like, A, who are these guys, and B, who are the writers in this anthology of Bizarro? Like they're not part of the scene. Was kind of in my way, I kind of see their view, but then another way, I kind of think it was kind of like you can't own a genre type of thing.
Yeah.
Starting out, they only wanted their brand of Bizarro to be, spoken about and everything. But then when all these other presses started cropping up, well, like for instance, Strange House, Rooster Republic, Bizarro Pulp Press, they realized that people weren't going to be loyal to just Eraserhead. They wanted to read a little bit of everything, and that's when they started having to be inclusive with inviting other press representatives from the other Bizarro presses to Bizarro Con. You know, that's
what
what
makes me the maddest about that is how so many of those publishers are freaking Eraserhead press. Like people who've been in Eraserhead press go out and start some other freaking press with a stupid name.
those are called imprints. They're imprints, though. That
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
kind of what I was.
Strange House and Rooster Republic and Bizarro Pulp Press were their own entities, so they were not imprints like Deadite and Lazy Fascist were.
Yeah, when Bizarro Pulp Press took Swamp Beast, I don't even think I had included in my submission that I had been published by Burning Bulb. I may have, I can't remember, but yeah, I don't think that really helped me too much. Not that
familiar with that one, yeah.
Burning Bulb, but
Rooster Republic was pretty decent when Seamus, whatever his name is, was running it.
yeah, he was a cool dude.
Yeah.
Funny story about that. Strange sold that to them just for them to think it and sell it to Don Noble, just so he could continue his petty feud with Strange. And Strange will talk about that openly anytime if you ask him. So Don Noble hasn't done shit with Strange House since then.
And he owns Rooster Republic too, doesn't he? Doesn't he run that as well?
Yeah, and he does shit with it.
Press.
Huh?
And Bizarro Pulp Press too. I mean, he doesn't own it, but they edit for it. And like the freaking, and I probably don't need to be talking about it because I don't like stirring up stuff. But it's like,
Who cares? Stir up.
it's like, okay, I had freaking Swamp Beast out from them, and it's not. I mean, it's not really selling good, but it's not like super bad. I mean, I don't know the standards. Maybe it is, but like I freaking sent a message to the dang new editors about like a new book, and it's just I never freaking got word back. And I think it's all because I was on doing podcasts and stuff with Kevin Strange, and then these new editors have beef with him, and it's just like
That's kind of the thing.
That Arthur Graham guy who ran Bizarre Rooster Republic with Seamus.
Mhm.
I guess he was the head editor or something. He made an ass of himself at BizarroCon.
Yeah, I heard about it.
He's the guy who runs a horse
Trash, yeah.
See?
Okay,
So what do you do at BizarroCon? You got to tell us to give us some
laughing
detail.
like a little girl at everybody and everything in a way that just everybody was getting rubbed the wrong way. You know how that really annoying frat guy, there's like an annoying fraternity guy is like, or somebody out in public is laughing like endlessly at a joke until it sucks all the energy out of the room. Just all like imagine that like for 20 minutes straight. He did that all weekend, and
Maybe he was on something.
Yeah, I guess he was
he was
drunk and just going into other people's reading times too, like cutting into theirs, and then like
that's another thing.
they couldn't read. I think that's what I saw. I was like,
Strange, Strange will tell you about this. He actually extended his own time. It was like they were all in a reading block together or something where they each had a certain amount of time, like 5 minutes. He went over his time and cut into Danger Slater and Strange's time. So they had to improvise. And so to just, show him up, they both started reading at the same time to kind of prove a point about him being selfish. They started reading at the same time during their, reading. So
well, honestly, that's kind of like you were just saying that everybody's having these beefs with each other, or there's something screws something else up. Like that's been another reason why I'm just going to stick to what I'm doing myself. I don't want to get on somebody. And that's kind of one reason that brought me out to that BizarroCon that first year that I went 3 years ago, was to go look and see who these people are and what all these different imprints are, and who's running this, what kind of person they're like, and all that. And
So have you been there more than once?
yeah, I went 3 years in a row. And I think like I'm done now. Like I just had to.
Did you go to the one where Chandler Morrison defiles a baby? I mean,
I got
a baby doll, rather.
You got pictures?
Yeah, I was taking a whole bunch of pictures there, but I'm not going to put them out or ever share them with anybody.
Lame.
Yeah, I was there. I was right up front. You know,
Lame.
Have the freaking picture.
yeah, that is. I know. I'm gonna.
So were you
that's-
crying and were you offended and were you?
I
Yeah,
mean,
throwing
it
stuff.
was weird because it was like I was like, well, yeah, well, not. I mean, yeah, but I mean, there was. Here's what I'm saying. Like there was. It was like he was doing some weird shit, and then he would be like, make it be like, and I don't know why I'm doing this, and and then so you'd kind of give it some breath again, and be like, okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and then, but I mean, it was weird. It was like whatever. It was pretty, I guess, out there. But then just the way that everybody else saw something took it way the fuck out there and made it worse than what it really was. And I mean, I guess you can kind of expect that to happen when everybody's drunk and high together, or and sitting far away and not really knowing what's going on, and or not really paying attention, maybe, or so. So I mean, everybody can see something from a different way, but I don't know. It was a performance.
So you go there the year that Jeremy was there?
No, I don't think so.
No. And I mean, I had just kind of found out really what everybody was doing and really what Bizarro was when I first went. 2000, I don't forget that, 3 years ago or 4 years ago now.
So you went 3 years in a row. And how long ago did you go, Jeremy?
2014.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So 15,
I
16, but
wrong.
yeah, so
It was
let
fun.
me think here.
It was fun, but I was homesick, to be honest. The whole time I was there, I was missing home. It's just I'm not the traveling guy, and I'm not really the party guy. Any mischief that I get up to, as far as substances, I do, and I can do more comfortably in a room by myself. So.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I had to take breaks, just kind of get away from being in my own little world for some time too, and then jump back in and hang out too. I mean, yeah, I hear you on that. And I think a lot of people are like that too. And it was kind of weird because like it seemed like everybody, already had their friends and stuff too, and it was kind of hard to maybe jump in and be like, hey, hello, or so, or I don't really try to do that, but. In a way too, I was just then kind of hanging out with people that seemed cool to talk to anyways, and then still just kind of being open to be part of this stuff, the events that were going on too, to be around. And then I was taking pictures too, and then wanting to try to share those with other people, just to try to meet people too. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people didn't know who I was because I had just kind of been starting out with learning who everybody was myself. So I was kind of researching and trying to learn more about them to take that there with them and strike up conversations that way. But but yeah, no, I totally had to kind of get away and be in my own little world.
Now, Ben, have you ever been to the Bizarro Con?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
If they I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford to take time off work to travel there.
Yeah, that's quite understandable.
But at this point, like, I probably wouldn't go unless I could guarantee I could get a lot of sales from it, and its future is kind of in doubt at this point.
Are there any other like convention kind of things, like a Scares That Care or something that you'd be interested in
Scared
going to? Or
Karen?
Yeah.
What
would
was
you say?
He called it Scares That Karen.
That's like such an inside baseball joke that it almost doesn't exist. But Karen is a like slang for like a busybody woman, that's like always gossiping and telling on people. And Scares That Care, it's mainly managed by Brian Keene's people. I don't know how involved he is with it, but so basically I equate it to Scares That Karen, because they're all such a big knitting circle. They're way worse.
Wait, who are y'all talking about? I was gone for a second.
Scares That Care.
What about them? The Craig Spector thing?
No, Scares That Karen. Never mind. It's too late, Zach.
Yes, it wasn't that exciting, really.
I worked for that.
In Ohio,
Well-
there used to be a writing conference in Columbus called Context. Have you ever heard of that, Chris?
No.
Yeah, I went to that once or twice. It was pretty good, and it was mainly horror
Were you the guy in
writers.
the freaking fedora telling everyone to show, don't tell?
Was I the guy in the fedora?
Yeah.
No, but there's a guy in a
Or-
fedora there for sure. Yeah. There's definitely guys with fedoras at any writing conference you go to. And usually a leather duster and a fedora is usually the costume that you'll see at least one person walking about.
You're not exactly selling me on them.
No, it was all right.
It
was all right.
But I was supposed to have a table at the Iowa Book Festival, but that got canceled due to Kung Flu.
Yeah. Have you done anything before that or anything anywhere else?
I mean, I've done like open mics.
Yeah.
I've read my poetry and such at open mics, and that's kind of how I met a bunch of people here in town.
So you did go to Scares That Care.
Yeah, last year I got to because I was like, there's some other people that I haven't met that won't ever be at BizarroCon that I want to try to get out to meet, and Frank was one. I almost wasn't gonna go, and then I was like, holy crap, no, I gotta go.
Hey, Strange, I'm sorry, Chris, I gotta Strange. I am not withholding your comments. For some reason, YouTube is, and I'm clicking show. It keeps trying to hide them. That is not me. I am not the high censor. Okay, I just want to let you know that. Okay, go ahead.
Stop with the racial slurs, Kevin.
He's not.
They probably have him flagged. They probably have a Kevin Strange algorithm that blocks his stuff automatically.
Yeah,
So what were you saying, Chris?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I got to meet Frank at Scares That Care after being on his podcast a couple times, and so that was really nice. And who else was there that I thought? Oh, Justin Walker. I was like, I've known him for a while, and it was like, wow, I finally got to see him in person. It was weird. It was cool because it was like having my a twin brother hanging around. We were just hanging out the whole day. Actually, I only went one day. I went there, got there, met up with him, hung out with him and like John Wayne and Carrie and Andy, and then met some other people, saw the one Bizarro reading, and then went to my hotel room by like 3 a.m. And then I was like, saw all the traffic on the road going there when I was going there. And I was like, I want to beat all this traffic. So like I was up by 7, 8 a.m. and back on the road and back home in Youngstown by like 2 p.m. and went to an Italian fest later that day. So it was kind of just like a weird dream.
Italian sausage fest?
Yeah, there was a big Italian sausage fest downtown Youngstown that
Wow.
I had to get back for. But so yeah, it was just I just kind of blew right in and was just kind of feeling it out for a little bit and just to say hello to everybody, meet them in person too. And
where is that at? North Carolina? Is that where it's at?
Close, Williamsburg, Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. Okay.
So, I want to possibly go back this year and do a table with Justin, but I don't know if I will or if I'll have the money for it now either.
Yeah, it probably won't exist by that time.
Yeah, probably cancel it.
Probably.
But shit, just trying to do stuff like that. I think is.
So did Frank Edler actually talk to you, or is he kind of snobby?
No, he was cool. He was like, "Where's Lesko? I've been looking for."
He's one of those freaking posh reviewers.
Yeah, Edler's one of those posh reviewers. Yeah, yeah. So he didn't blow you off.
Oh no,
he did. You're like, oh, you plebeian.
Yeah, I can kind of imagine he acts kind of like
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been on a show and I talked to him, but I definitely know that when he's not on Bazong, he talks like this.
He did sound different in person, actually. It was weird. Yeah.
Did he sound different in person?
I'd say that he growls and kill people out there.
What was he wearing?
A t-shirt, a green t-shirt, maybe. I don't remember.
Was he looking pretty good?
What?
Nah.
No, not really.
I guess it'd be. No, it was weird because everybody, like at the end, toward the end of the night, yeah, everybody was just hanging out, getting drunk, like down in the meeting room areas and stuff, and just kind of just running around the whole hotel. That Sid Haig guy was there. I was like, he was just kind of walking through wearing his makeup and stuff and everything, and I was like, wow, that's that guy. And now I guess he's dead, so never see him again. But that was pretty cool. But other than that, see, I saw that Brian Smith guy there too.
Oh yeah, did you meet him?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I got to say hello to him.
You didn't get a chance to talk to him though.
Not too much. I mean, yeah. It was, what's
Jeremy? That dude's a Tennessean too, and Johnson City actually pops up in his novel, The Killing Kind.
What's that now?
Brian Smith is one of those guys that's he's a Tennessean, and he puts like all kinds of these locales that me and Jeremy would be familiar with in books.
Oh, okay.
Including really obscure ones, like this one real tiny town next to where I grew up called Dandridge, and he just had it randomly in there. It's like a town no one knows of.
Huh. Yeah, I like Brian Smith stuff.
Yeah, I read that like Kill for Satan.
Yeah, I've read that one. That's good.
And then after watching 68 Kill too, and kind of being a little similar, I was like, I wonder if like all the books are kind of like that though.
No, I mean, maybe not. Well, I don't know. I've not seen 68 Kill, but I get the impression that's more crime noir than just off the wall horror stuff. So
hot chicks just met, and dudes that are kind of like, I'll do anything for you kind of books.
Yeah, I mean, there is some of that in his books. Yeah. I mean, they're pretty extreme in general. Yeah.
Yeah. I liked it though.
Yeah.
Kevin Strange has joined the party.
Oh no.
Yeah, with 999 experience points. So let's get him, guys.
Why
he's the final boss.
Why do you act like I'm gonna wreck the show?
Turn-based combat. Come on.
Like I'm a terrible guest.
No, you're not a terrible guest.
It's a roll for initiative.
He's not a terrible guest. We're just a terrible show.
True.
Well, you got my attention on Easter.
YouTube is trying to censor you. I swear.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
No,
well, I had to pause the show a while ago and take a phone call, and when I came back, I just hit fast forward to live, and I thought maybe that's why it was being weird with the comments. But I refreshed the page, and it's being weird. So I don't know. It was letting you display my comments earlier.
It's displaying some of your comments, others it's not. And even when I okay them, they're not coming through on the live video on YouTube. I don't know what that's about, but
I don't know.
It is not me. But what was that you said a while back? Who was the biggest douchebag at BizarroCon, and why
was it Garrett Cook?
Trick question, yeah. But
Garrett Cook once threw up on me at BizarroCon.
He did, and you helped clean him up.
It.
And Strange was getting paper towels and was, trying to help him, direct him to a chair and get him. I think you got him some water, maybe. I mean, you were actually being like, sensitive because he was like going all emo.
Which is just how I am as a human being. But these people have, made me into a supervillain. Like
I know.
It wasn't like I was showing off. That's just how I'm going to treat somebody that's like clearly in emotional distress and throwing up on themselves and drunk. We're going to get them to a place where they can, where they're safe. That's just the human nature. It's just the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you didn't take advantage of him.
I did not fuck him. Have you ever seen Garrett Cook? Like, Gregor, have you ever met any of these people in person?
Yeah, no, I've not seen him in person, but I've seen photographs.
That dude is a mess.
I've sent some photographs to.
I hate to say it, but
Jeremy.
Garrett has a lot in common with the New Year's Eve in downtown New York. His ball hasn't dropped yet.
I'm kind of.
I don't know what that means.
I think he's trying to say he's got like a high pitched
I think
voice,
you're
like a eunuch voice.
Guys, you cannot ruin my actual good joke that I spent all day thinking up. It is self-explanatory. Just think about it for a second. We can still save it. New Year's Eve, downtown New York. What does Garrett Cook have in common with it? His ball hasn't dropped yet. Come on, think.
He's more upset about this than me saying that he spoils shit.
I will continue to spoil shit. I will go mega spoiler if you guys push me to it.
Jeremy, answer me this: How did Roger Ebert become the most famous critic in the world without ever spoiling a single movie?
I think he did have a couple spoilers. I mean, just off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure he spoiled the Milk Money movie, but that movie sucks, so who cares?
In his review?
Yeah. I mean, it's like the whole review is like written in it's like a sarcastic thing where two executives are talking to each other about the whole plot of the movie.
Wait, one thing I've got to say, someone talking about the qualities of a movie or book is cool, but when someone's describing the plot,
purposefully ruining gigantic plot points of the movie and justifying it as the only way to make a review interesting.
First of all, you guys are misinterpreting, because when I review a book, I'm reviewing it based on what the things that I liked about it, and I'm trying to give an accurate
subtlety and tact and still be entertaining without giving away giant plot.
You can't relate to the plot.
Subtlety and tact.
Haven't read the
I'll
book.
go all
Jeremy. If the only way you can review a piece of art is by directly referencing the exact details of a plot, then maybe, sir, you are not very good at your job.
It's not a job. That's exactly the point. That's
the job, the focus of the presentation. It's a fucking book review. You get an F plus on your book review. An F plus on your book review if you have to spoil the plot points and then say that's the only reason it could be interesting. Okay, well, I got to make it interesting. If that's the only plot device, if that's the only literary device you can use to make something interesting, then, sir, maybe you should go back to school. Maybe you should go back to review school.
Suck my fucking dick. You don't like my review.
Hey, Kevin.
You don't like my review, don't watch my show. What, man?
Hey, Kevin.
Yes.
Patrick Bateman didn't actually kill anyone.
Oh, shit. That isn't that up for interpretation?
No, I'm going to disagree on that.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to disagree on that one.
I don't know if
I
that's
actually
true.
like the way. I actually like the way
you talk about the plot, because someone who hasn't read it or whatever, they can't get the same enjoyment out of it that you do, sparking off about the plot that we don't know anything
That's
about.
what I. That's
I'm
what I
the
always
one
say.
spurging. You
That's
guys
what
are the one
Jeremy-
spurging. You guys are the one spurging. I talk about what I like, and
When Jeremy reads spoilers for comic books and then wants to spoil those spoilers, it's like, dude, you didn't even read the comic book.
hang on,
You're
hang
literally
on,
just ruining comic
no,
books for
Hang
no
on.
reason.
We're going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to explain exactly what he's talking about and put it in context. Okay, I'm not spurging. You're the one spurging about spoilers. I don't care about spoilers. I want to talk.
I know
about
you
the thing.
don't. I know you don't.
I know. I want to talk about
That's
the thing.
clear.
I don't want to
That's
walk
clear
on
as day.
eggshells. I don't want to walk on eggshells. I want to talk about the shit. I want to.
Why is that eggshells?
I
Why
want
is
to
that
convey what it was that spoke to me about it. That's all.
By ruining direct plot points.
Better and without spoilers.
That's only the
Well, that's
one
your
thing
problem,
you're being asked not to do. The one thing you're being asked not to do is be rude. You're being asked to be considerate that other people haven't read the material yet. And maybe they're reading-
SJW, Strange
maybe
Justice Warrior.
Can I change my name while we're live on the show here?
Yeah,
Sure.
No, you can't. I tried to earlier, and you can't.
Change my name to Strange Justice Warrior.
If you exit and come back in, you can.
Here, I'll do that.
Oh, God.
So
I'm
you
not
don't
gonna
ever
say
put
much.
spoiler warnings in your reviews, Jeremy. You don't ever do that.
Huh?
You never put spoiler warnings or use spoiler tags in your reviews on Goodreads.
Fuck no.
Okay.
He
I
puts
live on
us-
the edge. I live on the edge.
You live on the annoying.
Spoiler tag here. If you can't handle it, then don't read it.
I don't read them because reviews suck.
Okay, then why do you have an opinion on it? You're on a podcast where we talk about books, Zach. So
But you're
what's the opinion
spoiling
about?
stuff on the show.
Yeah.
or
Now you're criticizing how I do that. You really just want me to go off. You want to hear me go off on shit. That's all this is.
No,
it's
Yes, it is. I'm not.
I don't think Kevin
change.
Strange is coming back.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
He will.
He wants to be a strange justice warrior.
Fighting for the equality of all book reviews.
There you go.
I speak to the manager.
This is faggotry of the highest caliber. I'm not going to change how I talk about books. Okay,
To be considerate of other readers.
but the things that I say about the books are the things that I would want to hear about it before I
No,
bought.
you are just ruining plot points. The other things that you talk like
that's
no one is
another
telling
thing.
you no one is telling you to hold back
okay,
on
wait.
how you feel about a particular piece of art. They're just asking you to be considerate that other people may not have experienced those plot points, and it might be important to them to read them in the context the way the artist was originally intended for you to experience them. It would be like playing the hook of a song and be like, isn't this a great song? Like, well, maybe I could hear the whole thing. No, fuck that. This is the best part. I said so. Like, I don't care what you say so. I don't care what you think the best part of the song is. I care whether you liked it or not.
We were talking about Brian Smith. Okay, so he wrote a book called The Killing Kind. Now, I can not tell you what happens at the end of that book. I can say it's got very Devil's Rejects feel.
Hang on, Zach. I gotta make this point. This is what he's talking about when he says that I look up spoilers just to hear the spoilers or some shit with comics.
And then wants to tell you about it. And then he ruins
the
the shit for
about
you.
his love of comics.
He's not even reading the comics. You
because I
Jeremy,
don't
you're not even
mind.
reading the comics.
I don't know. I'm not going to spend money on comics at 37, but that's why I like to keep. That's how I keep up.
You can't spend money on comics now.
This is how I keep up with
not at
it.
his age.
I'm distant from it, but this is how I keep up because there's a synopsis of the whole thing. So what?
There's a Wikipedia synopsis for every book you've read too. You could save your time, save all the time you spend reading books and just go read what other people tell you is good about it. Now we're talking about how the experience of, I guess we're back to Zach's argument, right?
I mean, there's no way that you guys can read
of actually reading the book.
My argument is so out of control. I don't know what my argument is.
There's no way that you guys can change me on this one. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I wouldn't ask that you do
respectful.
change, right? I mean, I think that you're free to be a jerk. I mean, that's what the it's all about, right? I mean, like the First Amendment's like you could be a jerk,
To the relief of
free
everyone
country.
in this stream, yeah.
right?
To the relief
Yeah,
of
everybody's
everyone
going to
in
think
this
that they're right no matter what.
To the relief of everyone in this stream right now, you can be a jerk. Yeah.
Right.
Well, welcome to the quiet place where our motto is "fuck books."
No, not fuck books.
Quiet place.
Fireplace where we spoil every fucking book Jeremy's ever read.
Don't be a spoiler spiraling faggot about it.
Jeremy, you should exit and go back in. Go back.
Jeremy needs to kick himself out for a few minutes.
Why?
No, you come back in with that as your name.
What?
Fuck books.
No.
A book spoiling faggot? Is that what you need to change?
Spoiler spiral faggot.
I mean, I think it's fine if you want to spoil books in your book reviews.
I'm telling you that the way I describe them enhances the potential for the reader.
I mean, I personally say there's spoilers or you spoil it back.
That's not for you to say. You're projecting your own. I mean, how like
yes, I am projecting because I'm saying it.
narcissistic is it to say the words that come out of my mouth will create a better experience for you because I say so? Isn't that up to the person? Isn't that up to the person?
Talking about him, we're complaining about talking about books. What are we talking about here? You just want to get me riled up. I know how this is played.
You got me riled up. You got me riled up.
I know how this game is played. People like to see me go off.
I've been on you for 3.5 hours. I started needling on you when this show started.
This is some big league faggotry right here, man. Reviews are arbitrary, but if you're going to write them, don't.
If you're going to write them, don't be a faggot. That's
don't
what we
give any
learned.
descriptions of what's in between the covers. Jesus Christ!
Don't review books, but if you do, don't be a faggot about it. That's what we've learned on The Quiet Place.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm the only one who's not. Me and Ben.
Me and Ben. He's dragging you into this, Ben. Are you a spoiler faggot too?
You spoil books in your book reviews?
I don't even do reviews. I just describe the plot.
He's on Zach's side.
That's horrible.
Don't exist.
You've done
Book reviews aren't real.
You wrote for cultures.
I mean, I'm saying my reviews aren't actually reviews. I just describe the plot and spoil the shit out of everything.
Do you
really? Yeah, I do.
So you just write like a Wikipedia synopsis of the book.
Yep.
This happened, and this happened, and this happened, and fuck you.
I don't see the problem with this. Every time that somebody has told me things about a movie, that kind of spoil it.
I don't care about your experience. I don't care about your experience. I care about my experience.
Don't read my reviews. But
I'm not reading your reviews. I'm trying to listen to your show.
Okay,
you're spoiling books on your show.
I talk about books. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you can talk about a book without spoiling a book.
No, you're not going to read what I read anyway.
Jeremy can't.
Nobody's going to read what I read anyway. I want to read this Elizabeth book that you guys were talking about earlier. That Elizabeth book is really fucking expensive. Why is a 200-page book $17?
It's been if they haven't yet, Valancourt's going to reprint it, but for a while all of Ken Greenhall's books were impossible to find and really expensive.
Man, I'm sorry, but there's 100% not going to change my mind on this, guys.
I'm telling you that as a viewer of your show, as a fan of The Quiet Place, you guys.
You're not a fan, though.
You guys sold me on a book this week, and I am telling you.
You said you weren't a fan, though. You just listened to get my goat and to out of some obligation that you feel or something.
I feel you're right. Right.
Well, here's one thing I'm not sure how much I really like on it with the reviews. It's before a book comes out and people are sending the books to be reviewed or and they're kind of just hyping it up, and it's is it really a true review, or because they're
it's shilling. That's called a shill.
Write this review and try to make it so that the people want to buy the book is what I've kind of experienced couple times before too, and I'm
that type of thing.
I'm that's bullshit. So you see somebody with all these reviews, but it's a lot of them are probably just done. Somebody telling them to
run freaking websites. And
all of my 5-star reviews are from Jeremy Maddox, and all of my 1-star reviews are from Don Noble.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever I've gotten books like that, I try to give books a fair shot, but I'm honest about what I like about them, what I don't like about them, and there's very few books that that I actually actively dislike. I only had one. It was a comic that was sent to me to review, and I really didn't like it. It was a humor comic that wasn't funny at all. And then when I gave it a bad review, the author took some passive aggressive pot shots at me on Twitter.
Noah Cicero.
No, that I gave him a positive review, and
he said you repeated life. Yeah, that
was really fucking bitchy. I haven't read anything of him.
Wait, what happened now? What
we talked about it before? Yeah, Noah Cicero. He positively reviewed a Noah Cicero book on Twitter, and Noah Cicero said this person needs a life after he was.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know what the fuck was up with that.
Okay, I think I remember that.
That guy is a grade A hipster in the Cameron Pierce and J. David Osborne camp. I guarantee.
Faggots, the pair of them.
He is one of them. I know it.
It was especially confusing because. It was especially confusing because I talked to Noah before, and he was, perfectly fine. He was perfectly normal.
So no one here has read his Bipolar Cowboy.
I haven't yet, and I'm probably not going to buy any more of his books because if he's going to be a bitch.
I read The Human War, and that was pretty cool.
The Human War is good. I read his collected works from Lazy Fascist, and that was good. And I do have a couple of other of his books, which I probably will read at some point. Not going to review them, though.
Human Nature, I think, is one from that House of Vlad put out. or is that what it's Human Nature or something with
Yeah.
like the?
Well,
It's
he's like one called like Grand Canyon or something like that, and another is like Buddhist or something like that.
Fox take on it, and I don't know.
I gotta say, he is really freaking whiny though, especially in his poetry. Like, oh god, he whines.
Yeah, but that was what I found kind of charming about it for a while.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess I see what you're saying too. If you leaving a review and then kind of saying the author could have done a little more of this, or I would have, is cool too. Because as long as you're kind of giving some kind of input like that, if it's not, or not just necessarily like glamming it all up for somebody. So yeah.
But my thing is though, it's like, how can a reviewer say a writer should have done this certain thing? Like, it's just like the old meme.
It's part of the experience.
No.
How do you have to have explain to you?
That meme that used to go around like freaking Charles Dickens in an editor's office, and the editor has a fedora on, and he's going on, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. I think you should make this more clear and concise.
No, wait a minute. Memes are the worst example to use for your argument, and here's why.
Real.
Well,
hang on.
I mean, yeah. Hang on. I mean, I could counter with another meme I've shown, which shows like a what was it? Guy who wrote Moby Dick, Herman Melville, him in an editor's office, and the editor saying, "I'm adding in this thread about the whale being a metaphor for the futility of revenge," and Herman Melville is saying, "What? Just for that, I'm taking out all the fart jokes in the Space Gorilla," and the underneath it says, "Contrary to popular belief, editors don't ruin books."
Okay, I'm going to say something.
No.
I'm going to say something, and I want to get it out clearly. So give me a second before you jump in. Meme is the worst example to use for your argument because a meme relies almost exclusively on reduction to absurdity. Like no matter what you say, it's punctuated by "cool story, bro," or this guy does this really simple thing, but it's actually more complex than that. That meme is the worst example to use for what you're arguing.
Okay, I'll do it without a meme. Imagine someone taking a
No, you won't.
Say Moby Dick, that some reviewer is taking Moby Dick, which is one of the best novels in the English language, and they're going to give it 1 star, and they'll say something like, "It didn't flow well," or "The author has a lot of good points, but he's freaking beating around the bush with all these meditations on life and metaphors about life."
No, you know what the criticism is?
That's totally fine.
Well, the criticism with Moby Dick is that they spent too much time talking about fishing. That's the criticism with Moby Dick.
No.
Not meditations on life. It's all this technical shit about fishing that nobody cares about. They want the whale. They're reading having the whale.
It doesn't seem like there's that much freaking stuff about fishing going on.
There are entire chapters about it.
Yeah, but it's a novel about whaling. Like, yeah, it's going to happen.
It's a novel about whaling.
It drags down the whole thing like a morass the way he goes about it. It doesn't flow well until we get to the central rivalry.
There is the central rivalry.
A reader has the authority to draw these conclusions. That's part of the exchange of reader and writer.
I agree.
If you don't like
reader could express whatever dumb opinion they have, right?
The reader has every right to be wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
He has every right to be
Strange.
wrong.
That was a bad call. Strange. That was a bad call, killing off all the other Guardians, just like that in Beetle Brain. It was just a bad call.
What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't even know your own work? In Beetle Brain, when you killed off 3 of the other 5 or 6 Guardians with like off to the sideline, that was just like that. That was a bad call, I think.
Did the surfer dude kill them all? I don't remember. I wrote that book like 6 years ago.
It has not been 6 years.
It's freaking Beetle Brain.
That was the last one you released before you took a hiatus from fiction, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's not a spoiler because they didn't even matter to him. He just killed them off the page, like off to the sidelines. Like
off stage or something. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, like in this context, I don't even know what you're talking about. It's like I have Beetle Brain, but I haven't read it.
Oh, you do?
That's the other thing about spoilers. You can't talk about the plot points.
Yes, I
because
can, and I will, son. I
no one
fucking
can put it in
will.
context, just like
I
being
do what I want.
never
Yes.
read Beetle Brain. So you spoiling something for me.
You're asking me to abide by a rule that is not even like
A community
It's not a
standard.
rule, it's a
it's
common
a community standard. Fuck community.
community
You said yourself
standard of
communities are gay. You're asking me
politeness
to
and
abide by a
consideration.
community standard, not a legal precedent or whatever.
Nobody's suing you.
Yeah, exactly.
Now this is call out culture.
You know what? If I spent money on that book, I can say or do whatever I want with it.
Did you
I've
buy it or did I
proven.
give it to you?
I've demonstrated in the past that I will do or say whatever I want with the book.
Yo, pee on it.
Did you buy it or did I? Yeah, he'll pee on it. Did you buy it or did I give it to you? I don't remember. This was 6 years ago.
I bought Beetle Brain for sure.
Maybe 4 years ago.
You gave me a copy, but I bought it anyway. See, I do.
Well,
I'm
that's
good
nice.
like that. I do
That's
that
nice.
with. I do with that with some books.
And then you fucking hated it. You hated my book.
I didn't hate it. No,
you
I like
fucking hate it. You just said you did.
No, I said that was a bad call that you killed them off.
I didn't want the book to be 500 pages long. It was long enough. Those characters didn't matter.
Okay, then don't make 5 other Guardians or whatever.
It sounded cool. I thought it was funny. I subverted the expectations.
That's what they said about The Last Jedi.
I know.
Yeah, he's the Ryan Johnson of Bizarro.
Listen, subverting expectations is a literary device. Whether you do it good or or you do it poorly, that's up to you.
I gave Beetle Brain 4 stars. I gave Beetle Brain 4 stars.
Well, that's probably 3 too many, sir, because I don't even remember the shit that happens in that book.
How do you not remember your own work?
Because I've written so much shit since then. I've probably written 1 million words since I published that book.
Well, I know how that feels. I wanted to make a playlist of all the songs that were in Elaine, and I forgot like a bunch of them until like John Myers pointed that out to me.
Yeah, that was amazing what he did.
At least I can add
Yeah,
this
that's pretty
show
awesome.
at least I can add this show to the arguments on YouTube playlist now. That's all I care about, really.
I just wrote a 140-page graphic novel, and you want me to remember the thing, like small details of the thing I wrote 4 years ago.
Never forget the Guardian.
Never forget the Guardians. They're really butthurt about that.
Yeah.
Well, you see, now I'm going to go read Beetle Brain, and I'm going, no, not to care about the Guardians.
Oh, it's degenerate.
You
It's
won't
degenerate
even
trash.
notice. You won't.
Zach, you'll
even
hate
notice.
it. It's degenerate trash. You'll
You
hate it
won't
from
even
page
notice.
1.
You won't even
Page
notice.
1. Page 1. A stripper is taking it in the ass and in the back of a strip club, graphically.
And she's wearing and the.
Oh, good. So I'll know to lube up before I start reading it.
Oh yeah, it's a sex. It's
Okay,
a
spoiler.
strange sex adventure novel, is what it is.
Spoiler: there's rape and necrophilia.
Well, of course.
See, that's not a spoiler. You can
Yes,
talk
it
about
is. Because it happened in the book.
You weren't
Stop,
saying
my
it
dick.
didn't happen to you.
Rupert, right?
Stop
Jeremy, you're not
this.
saying
You're
what
understanding
happens
what
to
we're,
or
you're
what scene
understanding
happens.
what we don't want you to spoil.
I mean, stop describing all the sexy stuff. My dick can only get so hard.
There's a scene where a character wears the dead face of another character while she rapes another guy. It's really.
Oh, you did spoil me.
God damn it, stop it. My dick can only get so
there's a-
fucking hard.
There's a way you can talk about context without ruining the plot details. Like, you don't know who or when or where. It's just something that happens. Something that happens in the book is this chick wears the dead face of another character from the book. And I literally tried to make that scene the most disgusting thing I had ever written. And I'm not the most, anything I can do that's disgusting doesn't hold a candle to like Edward Lee disgusting. So I don't.
Okay, I
consider
want to make
myself.
one point, and it's going to make my position crystal clear.
No, it isn't.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
there's
then what
a
if
big
you
difference-
let him make it?
Okay, there's a big difference.
I've
between
already got a
you-
rebuttal on standby. So.
Okay, there's a big difference between you saying you let the Guardians die or something, because I have no clue what that means. But then when Kevin is describing it and he's talking about these certain scenes and certain qualities of the book, such as the face and the rape and all that crap,
That's what I do.
but you don't. You talk
Yes,
about
I
it
do.
in the context like we already know what the plot is when we don't.
Jeremy, what you could have said is those other characters that were important to the plot, killing them off screen was a disappointment. Then nobody knows what you're talking about.
You guys don't see that
You
you're
get your point
you're
across,
trying
but
to
you're not
police my
spoiling.
language, just like the faggots over in Oregon.
That's why I'm Strange Justice Warrior. I want to speak to your manager.
No, you're not going to believe my language. This is what's really fucked up. This is my show, and I'm being told I'm doing
What's
something
really
wrong.
fucked up is this is my show.
I'm the manager of the show. What's the fucking problem?
Yeah.
This guy will quit spoiling books, man.
Okay, well, I have a response to that. Lick my
Go fuck
pee-pee.
yourself.
I'd like to eventually be able to give a rebuttal to his really weak point. But go ahead, Ben.
Wait a second.
I mean, my entire point is lick my pee-pee. That's it.
You're upsetting my cat.
You're upsetting my cat.
Oh, poor pussy.
Oh man.
Okay, give a rebuttal to my very strong point, and I will explain to you how your point is very weak.
No, you don't know what's coming yet.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
I have an idea.
There is a community. If we're talking about community standards, the standard is only that if a book or a movie or a TV show or whatever it is new, that you don't spoil until they've had a chance.
That's weak. Everything
been
that
out
we
for
haven't
so
gotten
long.
into is new to us because
Motherfucker, once it's been out for so long, you no longer have to abide by
Imagine
that.
living in that world. Imagine living in the world where you consume everything. You sit with fucking popcorn on one side of you and soda on the other, and all you do is consume everything that happens. And so you're like, look, it came out 2 weeks ago. If you didn't watch it, that's not my fault. I watch everything on 2 times speed. I watch 84 shows a day.
Yeah, because I have a big fucking galaxy brain.
No,
I have a big brain.
But the things I do care about, it's like I want to talk about them. I don't want to generalize and give like an outline. I want to fucking talk about them. I want to get to the meat.
As you've so eloquently pointed out, this is your show and you can do anything you want to, but we've tried to explain to you that we believe it's inconsiderate. Now you can continue to be an inconsiderate asshole because it's your show and you can do whatever you want.
Own
we can
own policing.
We've tried to explain to you. We've tried to explain to you how you can still talk about a subject without spoiling it, and you don't give a fuck, and that's fine. You can continue to not give a fuck.
If it weren't for me, half these authors wouldn't be talked about at all.
You're damn right. You're damn right.
That's true.
Well, yeah, that's true, especially
I'm not even
in my
talking about
case.
Wait, no, also, if it wasn't for you,
hang
on.
on.
Be spoiled.
Hang on.
Let's just consider this.
Would be ruined for everyone.
Hang on.
I mean, let's just consider this
I'm not even talking about the people here. I'm talking about the obscure ones that I review that no one's ever heard of from like the late 80s that may have won a Philip K. Dick Award, but no one knows about it for some reason. But it's the most awesome thing that you could ever imagine, and nobody knows about it until I bring it up, and suddenly it's like trending on Goodreads or whatever. Like the Troika by Stepan Chapman won the Philip K. Dick Award in the 80s. Nobody knows.
I spoiled the whole thing.
No, I didn't know. I didn't. But it's about a tank. It's about a tank, a brontosaurus, and an old Mexican woman walking for hundreds of years through a desert. That is not spoiling anything, but it's also about also their bodies. Like they change bodies every so often.
But then there's this thing that happens at the end where the main character dies, and then that's a spoiler. And it seems like
you don't like it when dogs die. You don't want to read this book. Oh, thanks.
Well, you're guilty of that. You're guilty of that, then. You said the dog died in finally some good news, so you spoiled a death.
Oh, heck, you're right. I repent.
All right, raise my hand. Raise my hand. It's over.
Wait, no. I'm acknowledging the wrongness of what I
mean, let's just consider.
I want
admitting that is wrong.
I've got him down. I want to count one. Say it.
No.
No. You're down.
You're saying
I'm
it's not
the leg.
Look at the leg. I've got you by the shorts.
But no, you're still denying that it's
That's a 3 count
thing to do.
No, that's a 3 count. What are you doing, Zach? I just beat you.
Is what you're doing, Jeremy? Is the way
you
you talk about books inconsiderate, or do you believe that it's not inconsiderate?
Because if you say that you beat me, you're agreeing that it's inconsiderate because I did it. So therefore,
then we're all in agreement. We're all in agreement. He's ringing bells and shit. We're all in
What the hell
agreement.
that
If you say you know, you understand, you acknowledge that you're being inconsiderate, then that's all that. I mean, we're not telling you to stop.
Wait, I am.
We're asking for you to acknowledge that you're being inconsiderate. He's got the bells. Don't you have to ring it 3 times?
I'm getting there.
Just change the name of this episode to "Spoiler Warnings Now and Forever."
Now and forever.
That wasn't a
We
fair.
Yeah,
ruined
for
it
all
all.
future episodes, there's going to be spoilers because we aren't going to change Jeremy's mind.
Gregor, you and I have to talk about Philip K. Dick also for this show.
Okay.
That is not a battle. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I'm about 3/4 of the way through 3 Stigmatas of Palmer Eldritch,
Are you digging it?
and I'm not
Really?
I'm not digging it
What's the problem with it?
because I feel like it's a really long-winded way of describing 2 competing corporations that want to sell people hallucinogens. It's just not interesting.
Huh.
It's very, and so my question to you is, why do you find that stuff interesting? Why do you find his novels that are really about advertising and corporate power struggles? What about that is appealing to you? I understand that it's set in a weird sci-fi world with paranoia and questioning reality, and I like those themes in his stuff. But the novels that are mostly about the more of the corporate side and like corporate struggles and marketing decisions, like why is that exciting or appealing to you?
I mean, it's hard to answer that question, right? I mean, part of what I like about Philip K. Dick is idiosyncratic writing style, right?
Yeah.
But as far as why that particular subject matter, I found that interesting at the time when I read it. I have no idea, really. I mean, I would never even say that the corporate intrigue stuff is something that I would even call out as something that I found particularly. I wouldn't even cite it as something that I would enjoy about Philip K. Dick, right? It just happened to be the subject matter of the novel that you're talking about.
Right.
It's not something I would necessarily think about, even associating with Philip K. Dick. But yeah, it is something that does crop up here and there in some of his books. Yeah. But you're finding that particular stuff a drag, the corporate intrigue stuff.
Well, I guess in this particular novel, yeah, and it's got some cool ideas. And again, it's got is this reality? How do I figure out if I'm in reality or not? Those kinds of things are. I do find that very interesting.
Yeah.
I just think that there's better plots to construct that around. I'm looking here for this. I've got another book loaded up that I'm going to give him another shot after this, but I can't find my. Oh, here it is. So I've heard good things about Dr. Blood Money.
Yeah, I mean that's a good one. Yeah, yeah.
Because that's a post-apocalyptic novel, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do they just sit around and talk about corporations?
No. I think that's more of like I think there's some freaks running around in that one, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But it's been forever since I've read his books, right? I mean, I consumed all of them in maybe like a 4-year period in my mid-20s, you know? So it's been quite a while since I've chomped them all up. Yeah.
If you had to recommend the 3 best, what would those 3 be?
Oh man.
Okay, well let's say 3 best that aren't the typical ones that you would.
I mean, I'd like Cracked and well, I shouldn't say that one because that's probably just being I'm a weirdo. But I'll say it anyways. Crack in Space, We Can Build You, and Penultimate Truth.
Okay. I'm gonna give these a shot. I've got how where do you rate Zap Gun? Got that?
I mean, that's like a very low rated one.
Really? Why is that?
I don't know. It was kind of one of his earlier books. It just seems like it was kind of I don't know. It just didn't really seem like he had matured into Philip K. Dick quite yet with that one.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I've read it. I enjoyed it. Right. It was his worst one is Lies Incorporated. I would never read that one. That's terrible.
How do you rate Ubik?
Oh, I like that one quite a bit. Yeah, that's a good book. But that's also one of those things that everybody talks about. That's why I didn't mention it, right?
I've got that. Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say between that one, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and I don't know, maybe what is the other one? Scanner
Man in the High Castle,
or Man in the High Castle. Those are like, of the half dozen that people are gonna. And he's written so many. I kind of wanted to avoid that like top of the peak and get to more.
Yeah, We Can Build You is probably a novella, a very short novel, right? It's real short.
I started reading one myself, Maze of Death.
That's not bad.
Yeah, only about 5 pages in, but
I mean, I wouldn't run around recommending that one necessarily either. But I mean, the thing is that like Philip K. Dick's a kind of an acquired taste, right? A lot of people have a trouble getting into him, and some people really seem to, hit it off right out the gate, right? But a lot of his novels are very different from his other novels. Like Man in the High Castle is a wildly different novel than Penultimate Truth or what you're reading now, The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. I mean, and Scanner Darkly is wildly different from Zapgun. I mean, a lot of his books are very different from each other.
And what is the plot of Ubik? I've got that one queued up on audiobook too. But for anybody that likes audiobooks, almost all these are audiobooks for free on YouTube.
I'm guessing it's based on the synopsis I recall reading. It's about drugs.
They're all about fucking drugs and weird realities. But what is the central plot of this?
I couldn't even explain it. You just have to read a synopsis of it.
These
because those are one of his more. It's one of his more hallucinatory books, right? I mean, I can't really. I mean, it's even kind of hard to explain what the plot of Palmer Eldritch is, right?
That's what I mean. It's just like a struggle between these two, between Choosy and what is the other one?
Candy or something like that.
Yeah, it's like this plot between these two corporations. Well, one is the corporation, one is a street drug. The street drug is the popular one, and the corporation is trying to move in on the street drugs territory, and apparently using the consciousness or personality of a guy that may or may not already be dead.
Yeah,
it's really weird. A
lot of his books are really weird, and it's hard to even describe what the plot is. Yeah,
they're pretty meandering as far as plotting.
Yeah, the only thing I've read of Philip K. Dick so far is the story he had in Dangerous Visions, and I honestly don't remember anything about it.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
a good place to start with him is his short fiction. His short fiction collections are fantastic.
Yeah, they really are.
Got some really good short stories. I mean, fucking killer short stories.
Yeah, that is
they
true.
Get to the point really quick. It's like, am I a robot or am I a person? Oh, I'm a bomb.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hey,
his short stories are great. I've actually thought about maybe rereading all of his stuff because it's been so long since I've read it that I might be able to actually kind of enjoy it again. You know what I mean? So.
Do you remember Screamers? Isn't that I know that's the title of the movie.
Yeah, I can't remember what that. Yeah, that's a good.
Oh, that's the one where they're in the World War III bunker and the different models of robots are attacking. Oh man, that's a cool one.
Yeah, it's a cool movie, and it's a pretty good short story too. Yeah, I don't remember what the short story is called, but
this one sounds good. Clans of the Alphane Moon.
Yeah, that's a good book.
CIA and Chuck Rittersdorf and his psychiatrist wife file for divorce. They have no idea that in a few weeks they'll be shooting it out on Alpha 3. Distant moon ruled by various psychotics, liberated from a mental ward. That sounds pretty badass.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's a good book.
I wonder if that one's an audio book on YouTube. I'm gonna look that up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. My guess is that most of his sci-fi novels are audiobooks.
What was that called again?
Clans of the Alphane Moon.
So do people compare him to Ballard a lot?
I think that Dick's more readable than Ballard.
I don't.
I read Ballard's Crash.
Strange. It's here.
I couldn't get. Crash.
I really like Crash. To me, it was like it really did feel like a psychosexual hallucinatory trip, but it's definitely not as like lucid as like Super Canes or Cocaine Nights, which are more like crime novels than they are like science fiction. And I think they actually Super Canes and Cocaine Nights are like more relevant than ever. Millennium People too. I think he was very he had great foresight in where society was going.
You could say he didn't crash too, but it's just so boring.
Yeah,
I mean, Crash is
overwritten.
sort of. I mean, to me, it's written like an erotica book, so it's if you don't like reading that kind of thing,
I don't think it's written like an erotica book, really.
Well, yeah, it is, except that it's people who like to get off on getting injured in car crashes.
I don't think any erotica book reads like Crash.
I mean, they don't
With
have
that
scenes where
overwritten,
where
pretentious literary style, right? Where it's just real
think it
dense
was
and annoying.
I didn't think it was overwritten.
Yeah, I didn't really think it was overwritten.
Yeah, I kind of.
I thought it was dry.
it
Like when
was.
you say pretentious, it had that kind of dryness that goes along with a lot of like highly regarded academic types. Who like every sentence is freaking aloof. Like what's his name, Dennis Johnson? Maybe not Dennis Johnson. I get him confused with another Dennis.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Dennis Johnson that. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, if you didn't like Crash, I still think Super Canes is definitely worth a read.
Yeah, I could get through it.
Yeah, I actually think Ballard's his story. I think it's called The Recognitions. I think that was my favorite story, and Dangerous Visions. Even if it's actually kind of funny, he actually almost got into a fight with Harlan Ellison because the original story he submitted for Dangerous Visions was I can't remember the exact title, but it's something like the assassination of JFK as considered as a downhill motor race. It's like a take on an Alfred Jerry story, which it's kind of like what the title describes. It's like a surreal description of the JFK assassination if it were a race. I guess one of the editors working with Harlan Ellison was so disgusted by it, he just threw it away before Harlan Ellison ever saw it. And so Ballard, was kind of like, yeah, Harlan was kind of a pussy for rejecting that. And, it resulted in a confrontation between the two.
But Ellison didn't actually reject it?
No,
I never even read the goddamn story.
Right,
but it
exactly.
sucked anyway.
Well, he put the recognitions in, so apparently he didn't think that. But yeah, I think if you didn't like Crash, you definitely won't like the Atrocity Exhibition, which is like his most surreal work, and it's also his like most like over the top in terms of like sex and violence work.
Yeah,
I mean that never bothers me as far as the content goes. So.
Well, I mean, like the Atrocity Exhibition, a lot of sections are written like as if they were like psychology papers.
I mean, that sounds kind of annoying, yeah. But you seem to be like a person that likes to read stuff that's dry.
I mean, it depends on your definition of dry.
It seems like you're like a literary masochist. Like you just like to read stuff that's,
Zach, I
hard to get
actually
through.
wonder if you're getting radicalized. I hope you're not.
I think you might be getting radicalized there.
He's reading all this
About
like
what?
he's reading like all this subversive, like openly. Well, not openly and subversive. Those don't. That's an oxymoron. But like these subversive, like almost like socialist, almost bordering on communist texts. And I mean, he's a grown man; he could do that. But I would just caution, be careful that you're not taken in by some like enemy propaganda and become like an SJW yourself. I hope.
The reading police.
What communist text
I
is
just
Zach
said
read
he's a
lately?
grown man. I just said he's a grown man. Well, Guy Debord, I know that he was mentioned a lot.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a situationist.
I didn't even like the guy. I don't think it's possible to radicalize me like how my mindset is.
Thomas
something I wonder openly a lot is why you pursue academia so hardcore when you're so like your personality is so opposite of the entire paradigm of Western liberal academia. Like why?
I don't really pursue
Zach,
academia.
yeah. Zach's all I'm gonna get an MBA now. Why? Why are you bothering to indoctrinate yourself in all of this like nonsense?
I mean,
academic.
MBA doesn't really have that. MBA is that's a
Yeah,
business
and
major. That's
yeah,
not
that's a business thing. It's easier.
that's like far removed from the humanities in terms of that
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Now MBAs are what like freaking like people who are going to school for sports and stuff like get so they can just like be in and like get through it. Like it's not like not really intensive. But no, I don't really get into a lot of super academic things. The
I don't know.
Well, you read a lot of theology, which I guess could be considered academic.
Yeah, I read a lot of theology and philosophy, but not like.
Yeah,
not
you're
really
reading Immanuel Kant.
Well, I don't do it in like an academic fashion. Like I'm just a dude. Like I'm not. I have no like, I guess, higher ed aspirations or anything like that.
And you brought up David Foster Wallace. That was you last week, right?
Yeah. No, these are people I've been interested in since high school.
I tried to read Infinite Jest. It had some great ideas, but I mean, the footnotes are what are maddening to me. There's so many footnotes, and they take up pages themselves. I mean,
yeah, that sounds annoying to me.
I mean, yeah, I guess I see where Gregor's coming from when I said that I actually managed to finish Finnegan's Wake, even though I didn't understand a goddamn word of it.
Yeah. I mean, what are you doing?
Same thing with Ulysses. I tried that book, and it's like it gets to a point where like every sentence you cannot understand anything going on.
I mean, it's like might as well just read a book in a different language, right? Just you know, like
there are a couple chapters like that, but the brothel chapter in Ulysses is fucking awesome.
You know what? I had a similar problem with this novel written in Haiti around based on the revolution there. And I could not the Ebonics or no, not even Ebonics. Like the dialect was so thick that I could not sift through it, and it made Ebonics look like genius level. You know, oh god, I had to put it down as Cathedral of the August Heat.
So it's all written in dialect.
That thick like Haitian like semi-French.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
It's not Creole, but what is it? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to read that. And I don't like to read like fantasy novels where like every person's name and every place, and you know, it has like a made up name that you can't even ever remember. You know what I mean? It's just impossible to read. You know,
I'm guessing you're not a fan of Irvine Welsh. He writes in a heavy Scottish dialect.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to read that.
I'm actually trying to read some Edgar Allan Poe stuff, and I'm hard time with that.
Really?
I have that big. Yeah, I have like well, I mean, not like the Cask of Montalado and all that stuff. It's like some of the other stories. Like I have this, big collection. I think Barnes and Noble put out with all of his poems and then all of his short stories. Like I don't know, some of that is kind of I have to really, really slow down to try to read it. Or some of them, I'm just like I don't know. It's
I remember.
It seems like there's maybe I'm just not smart enough with like some of the words. I have to stop every minute and look up the word on Google what the hell the word is. But
I remember Patton Oswalt has this like routine where he talks about how he tried to read like the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe, and he came to the conclusion that Edgar Allan Poe was an idiot who occasionally stumbled on a genius idea.
I don't know, man. Some of those.
I don't know about what.
I said some of those stories are cool as fuck.
Cask of Montalado.
Yeah, I mean I guess it's just like Edgar Allan Poe like wrote a ton of stuff, so I guess a lot of it was just been forgotten, and trying to read it now it just doesn't hold up. I don't know if that's the case or not.
I don't know why some authors have to be so flowery with their language to the point that it distracts from the plot. It really does.
Man, okay, go read Hawthorne, and you won't think in that way, because it's like he's almost like who I try to emulate in a way. Not that I write like him. It's like every freaking sentence, even though it's not about the plot, brings you so much further into that world and into that mindset that it's like it's hard to describe, because it's almost like a vocal thing too. It's like you're reading it in that writing voice, and it just puts you that much more into the story.
I mean, I'd have to try to give some Hawthorne a different look, right? I don't think I ever gave it a fair shake because I was forced to read it in high school, so I'd have to come at it with a different, fresh look to see what you're talking about. But I'm naturally like get my hackles up whenever I hear about Hawthorne, right? So
I mean, I remember the Scarlet. I don't remember much about the Scarlet Letter, but I remember enjoying it while I read it.
yeah, but we already established that you're a literary masochist.
Man, I'm telling you,
I mean,
the worst, like as far as that goes, like horrible literary stuff I've read. Surprisingly, the worst one was Stephen Graham Jones's first novel, The Fast Red Road. I mean, I can't believe I finished that book. It was so bad in that regard, like where you can't understand anything going on, and he's just freaking adding it on, and I hated that book. And he was apparently like he started off in kind of like this kind of literary way, like because he was like fresh out of like PhD school or something, so he was like that. But it was only after that first novel that he started writing like a normal person. It's almost like he
I've always been
learned.
wondering about him.
I read a story that he basically like bullshitted his way into the into writing this. He had basically like came up with an elaborate lie about a book he was writing to an agent or something.
Yeah,
and went home
too.
and wrote this.
From the description, it sounds pretty awesome.
Oh no, the description stuff is amazing, and like
But
when you
it's
first
not-
start reading it, the setup is amazing.
But
It just freaking
He doesn't come through. Huh?
no, not at all. It becomes negative value. He makes the freaking ideas and stuff worse.
Says here, the half-blood protagonist inhabits a world of illusion of aliens, ghosts, telekinesis, and water pistol violence, where television offers redemption and the Indian always gets it up the ass. Sounds pretty awesome.
No, it does. Trust me. That's why I bought the book.
Yeah, but
Maybe you should have read some of the reviews.
I actually don't
You saw my review.
You're the
What did I
one-star
write?
reviews.
I want to go see what I wrote.
you didn't write it. Oh, okay.
but reviews are fake and gay.
Yeah, the book describes itself like not making sense. I've read some of Jones's stuff before and liked it, but his first novel, simply did nothing for me. That's clear and concise. Yeah.
I mean, Stephen Graham Jones is someone who I've been meaning to read for a while, but I don't even have like any of his like horror speculative books. I've got a copy of Leadfeather, which is one of his more literary books.
That one.
I
does-
read one of it. It was pretty good.
I'll have to try to read that sooner than later. I really want to read When the People Lights Have Gone Out. I've heard that's really good, and I really like the title.
Mongrels is supposed to be good.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about that too. I guess it's a spin on the werewolf story.
Right. Yeah, I've got it, but I've got to read it.
What about Bentley Little?
I really like Bentley Little.
I own a bunch of his books, but I haven't read any of them.
I've read a
Yeah, I
couple.
haven't checked it out.
I enjoy them.
Yeah, I actually like his book, the collection. It has some duds in there, but he actually is really good at writing like these just like absurdist stories, like it's these humorous, kind of horrific horror stories. There's one about a guy who goes to his old neighborhood, only to discover that everyone there have taken on these like feral children on as their lovers.
Yeah,
And it's actually, and it ends in a really disturbing way where he talks about how it like disgusts him while he's there, but when he gets back to his home, he starts having fantasies about the feral children.
yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind reading that.
I read one story from him that's like a short story that I really liked, so I was always kind of curious about more. And that sounds pretty much what
Yeah.
Yeah, his
That would
novels
be-
are really, they're weird. They're not like typical horror novels. They all have a weird
Yeah.
surrealist kind of element to it, where reality kind of falls apart, kind of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the first book of his I read was The Association, which is about a family that moves into a new home, and then they discover that the homeowners association is run by like these violent racist psychopaths, and there are like all kinds of ridiculous rules, like that every man has to have hair, and that you can't have an office in your home. and that you can't sleep with other with anyone else's wives, even though like at the homeowners association's meetings, there's a bunch of the women are sucking off the guys who run the association.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all very weird. Like they're not like your typical horror novel setup, right? Where
Yeah, and there's like it's sort of there's a bit of an aspect that's sort of like Edward Lee, where he has all this sex stuff in there that kind of makes you feel like you need a shower afterwards.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're certainly entertaining, and they generally have like thriller pacing to them too. They're pretty quick paced books.
Yeah. And actually, like I remember, like I read, I think his is just called The Mailman, alongside Edward Lee's like mail themed story. I can't remember what that one was called, but they both take very different approaches. And like the biggest one is that the Mailman and Bentley Little story like almost practically looks like a clown. And there's like a weird sex moment where like they discover him like dancing naked and reciting the postal motto, like neither rain nor sleet nor snow.
Yeah, The Mailman's like one of his most famous books, I believe.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's one of his most popular books.
Hey, Strange.
Yeah, Strange.
You still here? Okay.
Yo, yeah. Drawing pictures. What's up?
Yeah.
What?
We were talking earlier. Somebody brought up Seamus, and I don't know if we've talked about it with you on this show anyway, but you have on yours. But tell Chris about how Seamus kind of screwed you over a little bit.
I mean, I don't really want to go back over the whole. There's a whole show that we talked about all that, but.
Well, yeah, but Chris,
in essence, I trusted him to take over Strange House Books and give those authors and books a good home. And I think within 3 months, he gave it all to my ex-business partner, who has done nothing with it except hang on to it like a petty trophy. And when I confronted Seamus and said, "Why the fuck didn't you just tell me you wanted to get out of the business and give me back the rights to the publishing house?" And his only response, the only thing he's ever said to me, he's never said anything to me since, was, "I figured you'd react that way." Why the fuck wouldn't I react that? What am I supposed to say? Thanks. Thanks for doing that.
Back up. What did you ask him?
I asked him why he didn't just if he was going to get out of the business, get out of publishing, why not revert the rights to Strange House Books back to me so I could find it another home?
He acted like he was ready to dig in and get his hands dirty too.
Oh yeah, no, they were all in 100%. They were ready to go. They had a logo. They had a whole
King Dollar.
Yeah, and we were like, between me and him and Erica, we were having, just the whole like handoff, just the logistics of giving a publishing house that's got like 25 books under its, label, like just handing all that off and handing off all of the like the back end like royalty stuff from the authors, all of that payment information, the different everybody had different contracts. Like one of our contracted authors also did the covers for a lot of books. So he had a different contract than say an author that would just have just published books through us. So we went through, it was like days and days and days of phone calls and chats and video chats trying to like complete the transition. And then within like 3 or 4 months, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but if I remember right, it was like 3 or 4 months later, boom, it was gone. Right out from under me, like they had planned it the whole time. And I don't know if they had planned it that way the whole time, or it was this big emotional. Well, me and Erica broke up, so fuck it, I'm just handing everything off as fast as I can. But it would have been just as easy to hand that stuff right back to me. In fact, it would have been easier to hand that stuff right back to me because I still had all that information. I don't think they published. Did they publish a single book?
King Dollar, I think.
Yeah, and we had already done the editing on that.
Okay. Wow.
We handed them that book unpublished, and all they had to do was publish it.
Oh, King Dollar was a Strange House?
Yeah.
I think they've published a couple other books since then.
No, they've published a couple under Don Noble and Nick Day, but I'm saying as Erica and Seamus, I believe they only put out that one book, and we had already completed the formatting and editing on the book. All they had, and the cover, I believe the cover was finished because we had that same. I can't remember what that dude's name was. The cover artist that we had work on that had worked on a couple of bookstores.
Jesse something.
No. This was a different guy. This was a different dude. He did the
weird,
cover.
I always thought Seamus was supposed to be a real cool dude.
I met them at BizarroCon, and the whole thing was, I was like, I feel comfortable with these guys taking this over and staying true to this, like honoring the spirit of what I built. And they just gave it to my spiteful douchebag ex-business partner who has no business being in publishing in the first place because he doesn't know fuck all about publishing or fiction or anything else. So that's that. Is that what you wanted me to say, Jeremy?
Well, only because Chris brought it up earlier and was asking, I think.
What were you asking about, Chris?
I don't know. We were talking about Zachary being published through the one group, and that kind of led into
Seamus.
Seamus, yeah. And I was just always curious when I was first learning about everybody by going out and actually trying to meet everybody and just seeing like who all these other imprints are and how they're all related and stuff like that, and actually just realizing that I really want to be I wasn't sure if I wanted to be a part of anything just yet, or I was like, you know what, I'm already doing that same shit on my own, so why not just keep going with it myself, you know?
The big realization that every small press author comes to at some point in their career is that they can do exactly what any small press publisher can do for them, and they can keep creative control and 100% of the profit when they do it. So you came to the conclusion that everybody eventually has to come to at some point, that these guys are at worst, charlatans that are just, they live for the clout that being a small press publisher gives them in the writing community. Like it gives them like something to hold over authors. Authors treat them with respect because they own a small press publishing house. There's a prestige related to it. But once the curtain is drawn back and you realize, for instance, that somebody like Don Noble to this day still uses the same formatting template that I used with Strange House Books 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. Never changed a fucking thing. Just copy and pastes what I did myself, which you can do yourself. You can create beautifully formatted books just by spending about 45 minutes learning a tutorial online.
Yeah.
There's nothing to it.
Is there any like specific tutorial you'd recommend? Because to be honest, like when I've tried to format books, I'm halfway near to pulling my fucking hair out. But I use OpenOffice.
I haven't looked in years and years and years, so I'm sure there are newer ones out there. I would go to YouTube and I would type in book formatting software or book formatting tutorial, and I literally every book that ever came out through Strange House and then my own stuff, self-published work. So we're talking upwards of 35, maybe almost 40 books. I formatted all of them in OpenOffice, which is a free software that emulates Microsoft Office. I never paid a dime for editing software.
Oh, I use OpenOffice.
Yeah, so with OpenOffice, it's very simple. Is that what you use too, Chris?
I use whatever Microsoft Word actually.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Word
I've been copying almost like I made one and then kind of just been putting all the others in there or changing the size if it needs to be changed or title pages and stuff like that. But what I was gonna say too is just that. Yeah, I wanted to do all this stuff without having to pay any money,
Well, I made a joke early on in the show. I don't know if anybody got it, but one of the only things that Rooster Republic does now is it's just a spot for Don Noble to try to sell people book covers for $100. It's exactly what you do with your book covers. You're going out and taking an interesting picture and slapping your name and the title of the book on it. and your book covers look cool as fuck, but that dude would charge you $100. All he's doing is dropping a picture into fucking Photoshop and typing the title and the fucking author name on it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, all the pictures that I have, I never paid any money for any of the pictures that I have. You know,
and here's another insider secret. If you were to buy pictures, you go to royalty-free photography websites or picture websites, and you can buy them in bundles that make them about $5 a piece. You can have beautiful, crazy, surrealistic art for your book covers, like the cover for Strange Sex 2. That's that like weird, multicolored, like watercolor naked woman. I bought that on a royalty-free photography website for $5. That shit doesn't cost fucking dollars. It's 5 minutes of work at best. Nobody needs to be charging fucking $100 for that shit.
There's one dude that freaking makes these covers that you can buy, and he charges like $300 for them. I think his name's I can't say his name. Calling Patrick Burke. He's like big in horror now. You might know who I'm talking about.
Keelan illustrating the cover. Is he illustrating the covers, or is he illustrating the covers, or is he buying them on royalty-free websites for $5?
I mean, he's doing the latter.
What do you say, Gregor?
He's probably doing the latter, right? I mean, he's probably getting, stock images, right? He tweaks them, makes a cover based on, getting stock images somewhere.
10 minutes of work and then $5 invested, and then charging people $100.
Yeah, Keelan Patrick Burke.
$300.
Yeah.
Oh, he's charging $300. Well, fuck him.
Yeah, he's an Ohio dude too, but he's from Ireland, but he lives in Ohio.
And the only reason I bring any of that up is just to say that every single one of you guys, every single one of us can do this ourselves on the cheap.
I can't, but I get you.
Why do you say you can't?
I just suck at it.
I mean, my The Sky is Black and Blue, like a battered child chapbook. That was basically just me. I've had people say, "Oh, I like the cover," and it's just a picture of a dead bird that I took.
Yeah. I mean, I've kind of, the very first edition of the Girls Like Vodka looks different than it is now. And, so over the years, I've kind of touched things up as far as to make it as best as I can and happy with it. So it's taken time to kind of get to, how everything looks now. But
yeah, I mean, I won't say it's like the best cover in the world, but it definitely communicates that it's that sort of like a grimy, like literary kind of work that's probably what you were going for.
Some of the best covers are really simple and easy, and surprisingly, some of the best covers I have were the cheapest, and some of the covers that get overlooked the most were the most expensive.
William Scarr, he's done a bunch of your work, and he's pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's also fairly cheap and very fast. The most I ever paid for a book cover was $650. Believe it or not.
Which one was that?
That was for the cover of Strange Sex, and then we also paid $600 for the cover of Kyle Noble's what was the Baby Fever. We paid $600 and $650, so almost $1,300 between those two books.
I don't remember.
And Strange, those were two of the first books we ever put out. And even though we paid $1,300 for those book covers, Strange House was financially successful that year. We sold a fuckload of books those first 2 years we were in business. Thousands. Yeah. Between our sales at cons, our sales through Amazon, and our Kindle giveaway stuff. That first year, or maybe the second year, maybe it was 2013, we moved 48,000 units of books in 2013
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
How about that? It was a smooth motherfucking operation for a while. Yeah, that right there is a $600 cover, and it shows. That guy's name is also Seamus, the guy that did that cover art, but not related in any way, obviously, to the other Seamus. And he went on to do a graphic novel for John Leguizamo. John Leguizamo did I believe it's like some kind of memoir of his life. And this Seamus fella, Seamus Bale, he illustrated the is it Ghetto Clown? Is that it?
I think so.
Nice.
Is that the?
I like that.
You don't think that's the one?
I don't know. I think it. Look at Ghetto Clown.
But I was. Oh.
No.
uh,
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it says Seamus Bale illustrations. Yeah, that's it right there. This is it.
Lin-Manuel Miranda did the introduction.
That's a picture of John.
It is, but it
think-
says it's a graphic novel adaptation of his award-winning Broadway play. So it is a graphic novel, and Seamus did the illustrations.
John
does look-
Leguizamo on Broadway.
Yeah, he had a one-man
Yeah,
play.
that sounds awful.
John Leguizamo.
I mean, yeah, it's just. I remember he was in Romeo plus Juliet, and he had that really really awful movie. What was called The Pest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was the Violator in Spawn.
But
Yeah, that's us.
he was also Luigi in the Super Mario
He
Brothers
was,
movie.
He was
That
Luigi
a
Mario.
terrible- That was a terrible adaptation.
Well, to this day, I still don't know what the fuck they were thinking with the Super Mario Brothers movie.
You know, they say
But back to great artwork. Your avatar, Jeremy, I love that image. That's like one of my favorite pieces of artwork.
have you seen it?
Yeah,
before?
yeah. I've seen it before. Yeah.
I can't quantify it. I don't know what it means, but it is fascinating. Yeah, it's an actual art installation.
Yeah, it's really great.
Chris, does it
Who's
make you
the
uncomfortable
artist?
that we run all these people down? This
Does it
isn't
make
done.
what?
Like you don't. I asked if this makes you uncomfortable that we run all these people down. Like people walk on complete eggshells around each other in the literary world, and everybody has to act like everybody's best friend, or they get thrown out of the Mean Girls Club, and they're not allowed to sit at the same table. So nobody talks like this. Like this is the only show on the internet that talks about books and openly talks about shithead personalities in these communities. Does that
Yeah,
make
and
you
even
uncomfortable?
Jeremy has to walk on eggshells with us because we get on to him.
Apparently, yeah.
I'm
No,
only not.
I only talk about a certain way. Jesus.
I'm only not getting on anyone because I haven't been drinking tonight.
I'm glad
No, I mean,
you gave me blood sports that night at one night. I loved it.
I don't know anybody, so I don't really talk about anybody.
That was beautiful when you lit into Nathan Thompson. Even though I'm glad that he came back and we had a good conversation, I was still glad that you lit into him and gave me blood sports. I didn't even have to participate. It was beautiful.
I
You
mean,
introduced him to me as
he was a normal freaking dude. Like with the first one, he was kind of off. The second one, he he was actually cool.
he was still a weirdo, but he definitely just didn't seem like he seemed like he actually wanted to talk about shit. And the first time, it's like I did lean into him because he's yelling at fucking kids on the playground. What the fuck am I supposed to say to him?
Flat smacking is what he called it.
Flat smacking.
filthy brat.
It's like, hey, kid, come here for your dick flattening.
Yeah,
you
I like
answer that question, Chris.
Well, see, the thing is, I can take two sides of every story, or I try to, that's what I enjoy about listening in on what everybody kind of has to say. And then I also realized too that everybody thinks they're right no matter what, through opinions or so.
Yeah, but I know I
It's
am.
wild to think
Right.
it, but yeah, so I mean, people, and then shady shit that happens is gonna come out, and people are gonna kind of see that in the long run. I mean, it sucks when it has to kind of go, slip through cracks or not, happen for a little while. But I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. I mean, it's I don't know. It's like
that artwork is fantastic.
It is.
What the heck that's freaky.
Oh, that's pretty
It's
cool.
like some performance art thing.
Is that just like a mannequin, or is that?
Yeah, no, it's a real alien thing.
No, I was thinking like maybe I was thinking like maybe it was someone in like a suit or something.
No, it's
But
like
like
a sculpture or something. Essentially,
Giant action figure.
yeah. Looking at it now, it's too emaciated to fit an actual person.
It was an installation or a series of performance art things called Understanding Joshua. So, and this made it around the internet as like a mysterious meme. Like it worked. It
10
was
years ago plus, right?
without context. It worked even better without context, just as a lone image in the dark internet world. You know?
Yeah, it was like 20 years ago or something. This was around. Yeah.
Yeah, but it still has its visual power to me.
Oh yeah, I agree.
But
it looks like something someone would write like creepy pastas about.
Yeah, this one is still my favorite right here, though.
Yeah, I mean that character is great. I like the one with the shower where they're pouring the milk on him or whatever.
The top one, yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite thumbnail pic that you've had for the show was the one with the "You Got Robot."
Is that Frank Edler on the right there with holding the milk?
I don't think Frank Edler has that much hair.
Well, was this about 20 years ago?
20 years ago, yeah.
Zach, what about robots? What?
There was one Old Quiet Place episode that we did, and it was a painting that you had as like the thumbnail, and it was like the robot fighting the snake, and he's holding the donut.
Oh yeah.
Those freaking rule. Like I went to that artist website, and it just
that guy. That's all he does is robots and donuts. That's his theme. That's
Is that his fetish?
Oh, those look good.
This right here is what you're talking about. Right?
That's just freaking amazing.
Yeah, this guy's pretty awesome. Eric Joyner. Look at that. It's raining donuts, and we got like robot guardians here in Las Vegas.
It's all donuts and robots.
Look at that.
Kind of reminds me of that one guy who did a bunch of paintings of like celebrities and rabbits all with pancakes on their heads.
Really? Look at that. That is awesome. A robot playing poker. How awesome is that? That must be new. No, I guess not. And he's got a book out named Out in the Real World. That's probably an art book, but yeah, this guy's pretty awesome. Look at that.
I wish I could paint like that.
Imagine how long that took to do.
I know.
So
it gets the imagination flowing.
Yeah, for sure. What's everybody binging on besides books? I know everybody's like turned to movies or TV or something to soothe their boredom or whatever, right? So
I'm going back and watching Bates Motel and then finishing up old Friday the 13th series, and maybe finishing up Ash versus Evil Dead. But there's some quality about that show
it was
not
good.
like.
What you didn't like it?
Yeah, and I can't put my dang finger on it. I don't know what it is about Ash versus Evil Dead, but I hate it.
It's very mean-spirited.
Why you want to finish?
Extremely mean-spirited.
That might be what it is. It is very mean-spirited.
Well, what do you mean mean-spirited? What it's
just
Ash isn't supposed to care that much, right?
Yeah,
well,
it's not.
First of all, you're not living through Ash's point of view most of the time. It's the people around him that are like, this guy's a fucking idiot. He's going to get us killed. And then they get killed and you're supposed to laugh.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, I guess. If you're a mean spirit, if you like mean-spirited things, I'm explaining to you why it's mean-spirited. You ask, how is it mean-spirited? It's very mean-spirited.
Jeremy likes mean-spirited things.
Care about fictional characters.
I didn't say you had to do anything.
I've got to care about fictional characters.
Listen to him. Boring.
I care about
the gag gets
fictional
old.
characters. Ha! I don't care about anybody. I don't even care about myself.
Right.
The main saving grace is its length, I think, right? I mean, I think that the fact it's only 30 minutes is really helped a lot. Quick. Yeah.
But Bates Motel, I love that show. Like it's perfect.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I just ordered the illustrated graphic novel adaptations of the Bible. Three volumes, I think, totaling 1,200 pages. That'll be here on Wednesday. That's what I'm
just the Old Testament or the whole kit caboodle?
It's everything. Old Testament and New Testament. It's like 1,200 pages in 3 volumes.
Didn't
I wonder what thing they'll take with Genesis, if they'll take the Nephilim fallen angel route or if they'll go the other route.
Well, what's funny is that's like in the comments of the post that I saw on Facebook, which is how I even found out that there was an illustrated Bible, like a graphic novel adaptation of the Bible. There's two groups of people: atheists that are saying, "Oh yeah, fuck the Bible," and then Christians that are arguing about which interpretation of the Bible that it illustrates. So I think it's kind of like a no-win. Like I don't think anybody likes this thing because it's just like doing illustrated interpretations of that work is just going to make everybody mad. Like I don't think you can make anybody happy by doing that.
I mean, I think it's a good idea. I mean, I think that if you especially if you're
really
a Christian,
cool,
if you're a Christian and want to get the word out to folks, man, this is another way to do it, right?
I'm probably going to
Illustrations
buy
are
it. It looks amazing. It does look amazing.
It's not a bad.
There's a whole different set that's like it's called The Life of Jesus, and I don't know if that's included in this set or if that's just a whole nother spin-off set that you can buy from them. But if it's different, then I might get that too.
Yeah,
Let us know how that is, because I mean that sounds like it could be very good, or it could just be like hokey, right?
Yeah, it could be really shallow.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just reading what the hell, Isaiah, and there was like a little part in there where it was like, I don't know, it's what the hell are they talking about? It wasn't just like all the punishment for the cities or so, but there was some really like trippy stuff, and it would be really cool to see like how they draw that. Those.
I hope they do. I hope they take like really like fantastical interpretations of it, and they don't just gloss over those things and try to make them seem like normal and mundane.
I mean, I think I saw what you were looking at. If I recall, it you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it said it was an all ages adaptation, which does kind of put me off because there's a lot in the Bible which, if it were adapted as a comic, probably wouldn't work if you tried to water it down to all ages.
I know that Robert Crumb did
he did an adaptation of
Genesis.
Yeah,
but he just stopped at Genesis.
Yeah, he just wanted to do that, and that's what I'm saying. What I kind of think. I think you could probably like do individual stories from the Bible as like a single book, but doing like the whole thing would probably require a lot more. Even like 1,200 pages doesn't seem enough to do like the complete Bible as a graphic novel.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I mean, it's got to be abridged, right? I mean, you're not going to be doing all the begat stuff, and you know what I mean? Like that's not going to.
Yeah, and like how do you do something like a Song of Solomon or the Psalms?
Book of Judges, where they leave a dead prostitute cut up and on the edge of town, like at the entryway to remind people what happens to whores, basically.
That should be in the illustrated version, right? I mean, that's what I think Ben's talking about.
That should be widely circulated right now. All these internet hoes.
Yeah.
Or something about making God go away by cutting the tip of your dick off.
Wait, what?
Huh? Isn't that how the circumcision story goes? Is like God was like hunting Moses. They're not Moses.
He was hunting Moses. God was hunting Moses.
No, it was like the wife of one of those guys. I can't remember which one, but he was angry, and in order to please him, she had to like cut the tip of her son's dick off and throw it at him. And that's like the origin story for circumcision in the Bible.
All I know is that if you leave it hooded, then like debris can like build up under it, and it's not good.
Yeah,
yes,
you can hear that with
30,000 years of humanity. We survived a couple hundred years of cutting it off, and now it's like, well, wow, but you want to be clean, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not circumcised and TMI, but it's like you can solve that with a little something called daily bathing.
So you don't have big smegma dripping out of your shorts?
No, because unlike you smelly swine, I take a shower every day.
Believe me, nobody on this show is cleaner than me. 2 showers a day, rinse my mouth every few hours with mouthwash now, and it's just not happening. So
it's paranoid of getting corona.
So you don't have any smeg on your mouth?
It's not.
And he's got the tip of his dick cut off.
Yeah, I'm happy that I did. Yeah,
but you didn't. Your mom and dad probably did. You didn't like to get that done when you were.
Yeah, but they
had the choice. If you had the choice,
they did it in the best interests of their son. There was no cruelty about it.
My father got a circumcision in high school.
I was just gonna say, if you were in Ben's spot and you didn't have your foreskin, Jeremy, right now, would you make the choice to cut it off for the?
Probably not as an adult, no. But it's better as a kid, so you don't remember it. I guess
Right.
Yeah, if you're gonna amputate an appendage, it would be better to happen.
It's not amputation. It's not amputation. It's
like my dad's entire basketball team got circumcised as a prize for winning the championship.
That's a horrible.
Where the fuck did he play basketball?
I don't want to say because that would give a little bit too much information.
That is a joke, right?
No, it's true. It's true. Like
this
is like the 50s, right? Like the late 50s, early 60s, era. And
it's like, hey kids, if you win, we're cutting the tip of your dick off.
Yeah, it was a big deal back then, right? Because these guys are all poor white boys, right? They didn't get circumcised when they were kids, and this was the way to get it.
That adds another layer of weirdness to it. Hey, if since you're all fucking poor and can't afford to go to the fucking doctor, it's like we're gonna pay for this.
Yeah. Everybody that wasn't circumcised got a free circumcision for winning the championship.
It's weird and it's wrong. It's wrong.
It's not.
How did you find that out?
It's not amputation. It's maintenance.
I think your dad was bullshitting you.
He might have been. It's possible.
You're as naive as Jeremy.
Jeremy, do you consider
do
you consider the Muslim tradition of cutting the clit out of women to be mutilation, or is that just for cleanliness? Is that a hygiene related ritual?
Mutilation?
Then why isn't
that's not cutting a tip off? That's cutting an entire section off, so they can't enjoy sex at all. I can still enjoy sex if I were if I had a life, but I don't.
Do you think every woman that's had their clit cut out has never had a vaginal orgasm? They don't find a way around it like we do with no foreskin?
I don't know. I'm not a woman.
If we had foreskin, we would have much more sensitive dicks.
No,
Talk to Ben about it. See if
I don't care that much.
I mean, I
don't care that much about
a woman that's never had her clit doesn't care about her clit either. She's never had it. She doesn't know what it feels like.
Okay, whatever. In the third world, far away on a planet.
The third world, it happens in fucking Minnesota.
But, no, I'm talking about clits getting cut off.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, they don't cut off clits in America.
Oh, they do too.
I mean, it's happened. It's not common practice, but it has happened.
Yeah, it's pretty common actually.
No, it's common in Muslim.
It happened in the girl next door.
Yeah.
That's not my fault because I got circumcised. That's not my fault just because
I'm comparing two what I consider the same thing. What you would consider one to be barbaric and one to be
okay. Well, you're not going to get me to say that my parents did not act on my in my best interests at the time based on the information they had. There's no way you're going to get me to say that.
You could say the same thing but you could say the same thing for Muslim parents.
Like
when
most
they do it
parents
to their
Muslims, I don't give a shit about Muslims.
I mean, most parents
I'm tired of hearing about Muslims and trans and all this other extraneous bullshit that has nothing to do with America.
They're here in America doing it to little girls.
Oh.
It's true.
What do you want me to do about it?
Nothing.
Go
Have a conversation about it.
What do you want me to do about it?
He wants you to take up guns and go shoot up the nearest mosque.
You want me to get a foreskin implant or some shit? I don't know what you want. I mean,
make new clits for them and give them.
Yeah, we need to grow clits.
Yeah, give part of your nose cartilage. Donate part of your nose cartilage.
We need to cut off the tips of our noses and donate them to Muslim girls for clits. We're gonna
You should start that. You should start that trend.
God.
Jeremy always takes it to the most extreme personal thing he can. Are you telling me I should? My parents did the best they could. We're not talking about that. We're talking about two practices. One that's considered barbaric, the other that's considered culturally normal.
Why would you bring that up that way unless you were on the Muslim side, though? I don't understand.
Wait,
I'm not on the Muslim side. Are you kidding me? You think I think clips?
I mean,
no, I know you.
I mean,
don't.
yeah,
No,
cutting off the clitoris probably isn't comparable. The more comparable practice would probably be when they cut off the edges of the labia.
Yikes.
But leave the clitoris,
guys. But I think I'm going to make my goal. I know a bunch of you guys are going to drop out before it gets to it, but I'm going to try to go for 8 hours tonight.
Oh my God, we're barely
I'm not
there.
gonna do that.
I know. Even if I have to do it alone. even if I have to do it alone. I'm gonna
Chris is
go.
leaving right now. He says.
Hey, it was nice
You have to
meeting
leave?
everybody. Yeah,
Nice to see ya.
He's like,
Yeah, man.
the Clint talk is too much.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for coming on.
As soon as
Yeah,
I say 8 hours, that's why he's like, no, I got it.
Well, he's the one that brought up the nose thing, isn't he?
No, Greg.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was Gregor. I thought that was
I'll
Chris.
give them back to him. Make,
Yes.
It was cool chatting with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you.
Man. You're welcome
Yeah.
to drop by any time. I hope you'll still watch us.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm going to binge on right now. I was just going to watch all these episodes.
Yeah, go find the one where I get ones where I get drunk. Those are the best.
All right. No, I appreciate it,
Nice to
guys.
meet
All right.
Good night.
Talk to you later.
Maybe I won't go for 8 hours. Maybe.
He's already backing off. That took a minute.
Pussy!
He's like, I don't care. You can all leave. I'm going to do it. Well, maybe not.
Well, yeah. I mean, but you guys aren't going to either. So I mean,
Yeah, you should.
I never said I was going
to. You should watch
okay.
videos.
You think I won't do it? You think I won't do it?
We don't care if you do.
Watch
You
butt
won't.
face videos for 8 hours. Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Watch butt face videos for 8 hours straight. When
You're
you're
out
on
there
Wall
and I
Street
leave,
by
just
yourself.
hang out for another hour and a half or 2
I
hours.
would if they wouldn't ban me off the platform just for doing it. They're getting really good about it because I tried it on one of my alternate accounts, bam, and it was uploaded as a private video, and they still got it. That's how laser focused they are on this shit now.
And was it a video you got off YouTube?
No,
That's probably why.
He
they're
uploaded it.
they're seriously cutting down on stinkface videos, man. It's hard out there for a guy who
Maybe you should just start uploading. What do they call them? Ryona videos, I think is what the term for it is.
Ryona.
Look it up. Ryona, I think is what it is.
Oh no, this is going to ruin my life even more.
Ben,
I
I
probably
gotta
got the spelling wrong. What?
Yeah, oh no.
You were talking about Answer Me earlier and Jim Goad and what would you say the other magazine was called? Fuck.
Yeah.
Why are you reading that stuff? You're Mr. Communist lefty.
I'm not a communist.
You're Mr. Socialist. Socialism is our best friend.
He's also Mr.
I'm-
Edgelord.
He's getting there. Getting there.
I guess you would probably say that I'm a dirtbag leftist, so I don't give a fuck.
Well, but I want to put all this in the right context. Like, what year were you reading Answer Me? Because that's pretty much like a hard right wing, like racist
It's
trash.
not.
Oh,
It's
I know.
not.
I have seen it.
Tim Goad was still pretty liberal when he wrote it.
But that's
It's
what
his
it's
belief.
considered today. Like the what is his novel? His novel about rednecks.
The Redneck
The Redneck Manifesto is very the Redneck Manifesto is very leftist.
No,
Is it?
it's not.
Well, it comes from the idea of class consciousness over.
No, yeah, it's
racial
not that in
disparity.
it, but I don't consider that to be necessarily leftist. I consider that to be like almost in the realm of like a common sense type thing. Because there are a lot of people on the right, especially libertarians, that talk about that.
Well,
So
that's-
you're
that's kind
saying
of the
that when
point.
you were
He's-
reading Jim Goad, he was safely liberal. You were in the clear.
No, I've read his newer stuff too. I kind of had to stop reading his Taki Mag articles, not because I didn't agree with them. Like I sometimes agreed with them, sometimes I didn't, but they just got kind of repetitive reading them every single
He's
Monday.
Very on the whiteness, the race, the struggle of the white man these days.
Yeah, and that he just kind of got repetitive over it and didn't really have anything new to say.
Released it
So I
all.
just kind of,
He released hundreds. Is it hundreds, or at least like lots of dozens of articles? As that, I have it in there. It's called, what is that? It's called.
The Week That Perished.
No, it's the white. It's the novel he wrote about. It's whiteness. Whiteness.
it's not a novel. It's a collection of essays. It's
Yeah,
called
yeah,
like
that's what
Whiteness, the Original Sin, or
The original
something like
sin,
that.
yeah, and it's all those articles from Tacky Mag, and it's just article after article. I mean, that book is like 300 plus pages of just articles about Whitey getting held down. But now
Yeah.
he's considered like a right wing extremist racist now, right?
Yeah, and in some ways he kind of fits that, in others not really.
Well, he was a very big proponent for Trump. I do remember that.
Yeah, I think he said like Trump was the first person he voted for, and really it just seems like he's one of the people who voted for him because, he just pisses off the right people.
Right.
Which I wouldn't do that. It's to me, it's just the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend.
Well, I know I respect your answer that he was considered safely liberal at the time. So,
Well, he wasn't really safely liberal. He got dragged into obscenity court over Answer Me.
oh
He
yeah,
did
but I'm
get ran
saying
out
your
for it.
liberal friends wouldn't disown you and never speak to you again for
I don't give a fuck if they disown me for
but
reading
you
that.
know that what I'm saying is that's how they act today.
Yeah,
That's
there's
how
a lot
those
who act
people act
today, and
today.
I don't need those people in my life. Fuck them.
Well, I agree, and I don't like those people in my life either. But I'm saying they would if a quote unquote normal liberal was like, oh, I bought this Jim Goad magazine, they would they would shriek and go into autistic screaming about how Jim Goad is the enemy. If that was liberals can't openly enjoy Jim Goad work today, can they?
There's probably a lot who wouldn't, or at least, I mean, Chuck Palahniuk was and is still a big proponent of Jim Goad's work, and he hasn't had any problems.
Well, that's a
Well,
great.
he
has had problems though. He had to leave his writer group in Portland over his hanging out on that Nazi site that he hangs out on.
He talked about visiting the Daily Stormer.
Daily Stormer, that he was like, that's where people speak with they don't hold back their free speech. That's like the last bastion of free speech is this Nazi website. He said all that on the Joe Rogan show. I was like, why do liberals give this guy a pass? Nobody else could talk like this and their career survive.
It's probably because he's established himself as, a guy who he's very he's very on the edge of of literature. He's very offensive and so forth. So I guess a lot of people
like the psycho dude. What's his name?
Bret Easton Ellis. Well, no, he's
right wing
actively
too. He gets to say whatever the fuck he wants, and they still accept him and worship him for his knowledge.
Not really. A lot of people really don't like Bret Easton Ellis. And when I praised his book of essay White, a couple of people got mad at me for praising it.
Really? So he's on the outs. Would you say he's more on the outs than Chuck Palahniuk is now?
Definitely. I mean, at least part of that is Bret Easton Ellis does just kind of spout things on Twitter without really thinking about the implications. So
I don't know that he doesn't think about the implications. He just knows he's right. He's very against identity politics and gay culture, and that's a no-no.
Yeah.
You cannot criticize the hive mind of LGBTQ.
Yeah, he does go into that by in White. I did chuckle when he referred to those kind of people as Applebee's gays.
Yeah. No, there's a good point to it. I know people in my personal life that call themselves queer just because they're straight but want to be accepted by gays. So they use the term queer as just a catch-all to be like, see, we're good, and virtue signal to the LGBTQ community because it's so oppressive as a community.
Yeah, I really hate that. I hate that shit, or a male feminist who says, I'm agender.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what's that? I think even Patton Oswalt said this, but the new homophobic senator soliciting gay prostitutes is the male feminist sexually assaulting a woman.
Yes, for sure. And the new male feminist sexually assaulting a woman is the celebrity claiming to have coronavirus.
Yeah, I don't. It's because a lot of the people who've actually died from it are minor celebrities. I don't know if he's a minor one, but
there are a lot of old men that got pneumonia and died, and it got called coronavirus.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the case, but I do. Apparently, the singer for Fountains of Wayne died of COVID-19.
Again, he died of pneumonia, and it was called. I mean, yes, he contracted that, but he could have contracted any virus that caused pneumonia, and he would have died from it. That's the thing.
But isn't COVID-19 a type of pneumonia?
No, it's pneumonia is a complication.
It damages the lungs and suppresses the immune system and allows for pneumonia to take hold.
But isn't that like saying you don't die of AIDS, you die of
that's exactly what
sure, yeah.
Died of a cold because of your immune system was repressed by the AIDS. Yes. Did they die of AIDS or did they die of the flu? I mean,
I mean, it's saying it's not inaccurate to say they died of AIDS.
Well, I mean, if somebody just got the COVID-19 and died of pneumonia, then you could chalk that up as COVID-19 death. But when people are like on chemotherapy for 3 years and then they get the COVID-19 and they die, I mean, it just seems like that's not really, probably not a COVID-19 death. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's contributing to a hysteria, I guess. There was a time when AIDS deaths contributed to AIDS hysteria, and that's kind of gone by the wayside. And now we're in an immediate culture where any death that can be contributed to the hysteria is, and I think that it's just making things worse for us right now. Like, we're never going to come off of this lockdown if we don't start like acting more rational about this thing.
I want you to see something. The New York Times was making a big deal about this new thing where they were building a mass allegedly in Central Park. Look at this. This is a guy out in New York in the park. Look at all the people. This was like 2 days ago.
Look at his
his mask isn't even over his fucking nose.
The point is that they're painting this picture in the media about them building mass graves and having like freezer trucks and all that. And while the freezer trucks part is true, look at all the people moving around and they're just wearing masks. Okay, the media is exaggerating this to the fullest extent.
Also, from what I've gathered about the mass grave thing, is that there was this island and they had already been doing that anyway for like the homeless people, like people who were like unclaimed.
Yeah.
No, look, this is a park, and there's no mass grave. There's people moving around. Okay.
No, they didn't say they're doing it now. It's just that it was either Como.
That he would have to when 2 million.
Yeah.
People.
There are bunches of exaggerating fear pussies. Look at this.
Even Kumo now. He did an interview
Kumo.
With his name,
He's
right?
the Kumo. It's Cuomo.
It's Cuomo.
But Kumo, he fucking masturbates too much.
They say there's a food shortage. Look at this shit. This is in New York, Brooklyn. Okay? Look at all that food. There's no food shortage. They're full of shit. They're lying to us. There's something else going on.
It looks like they're full of freaking cheese.
That's what I'm saying.
Anyway,
there's probably shortages of certain things, and it's probably
Cuomo. Is it Cuomo?
Cuomo, like Rivers Cuomo.
Did an interview this week with Rudy Giuliani. Did a podcast interview with Rudy Giuliani where he finally has admitted that all of the nonsense projections that have been coming out have all been wrong, and he's finally saying, like, I'm frustrated because I have to make these decisions, and every single model and every single projection has been wildly.
What the fuck? This place has toilet paper?
That's what I'm saying. They're fucking exaggerating. Go ahead, Strange. Yeah.
No, that's
it's like I've been out. I've at not one single store in walking distance of me has fucking toilet paper.
But the worst place where they're hit the hardest, allegedly, they have it, and it's right there. It's not.
They give them the shit first.
Well, they put the angel cross on the
New York City is a big place, and there's a lot of stores, though. Keep that in mind.
But there's some food
it's probably. I wouldn't be surprised if poor neighborhoods are hit harder.
Well, that's definitely true what they're saying as far as statistically goes.
That dude's wearing his freaking mask on.
Who cares? To even wear a mask is tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Probably not.
No, you can get
foolery.
Here's the way the masks work. If you are sick and you wear a mask, you can mitigate the amount of contagion that comes out of your body. If you're wearing a mask and you're not sick, that contagion, if you walk into a plume of COVID-19, it can enter your body through your eyeballs. If you're not wearing a full-on hazard mask, you're just as susceptible as anyone else. Maybe you're less likely.
It'll be less likely because you got one less hole to get. You know what I mean?
So you're covering a couple of holes, but you're not immune to it. Those masks aren't stopping people from getting sick. They might be mitigating the infection slightly, but it's more like when the oxygen is dropped out of the top of a plane that's crashing. It's more the masks are more psychological than they are actually than there is a like utilitarian use for them.
Right. I mean, like you said, it helps with the people who are actually infected, right? Since it's a lot of it's spreading through asymptomatic humans, right? So it's probably best for most folks to be running around with the mask.
No, here's the bottom line. I don't do something because the news tells me to. The news doesn't run my life. The news doesn't control me.
Well, the only thing I would
The
say
news,
is
the news says you. I mean,
I wear a mask.
I mean, I get where you're coming from, but the news also says that I shouldn't eat like 8,000 calories a day. Fuck them. That's a bit of a obviously be skeptical, but don't be stupid.
No, I don't do what the news tells me to. Period.
Hey,
They're
the news
stupid.
says that you
They
shouldn't.
are fucking retarded.
The news says you shouldn't eat 8,000 calories a day and that you can't fly. Are you going to listen to the media?
He's not saying he's going to do the opposite of what the news tells him.
I don't count calories. I don't care. I live my life, and I don't need their guidance in any way, shape, or form.
You tell them, Jeremy.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
Spoil all those books.
But I've been blissfully staying away from the news for like the last 4 days.
Romeo and Juliet both die.
Well, it's one freaking less Shakespeare play I'm going to read.
And Mercutio. And
you didn't read it in high school?
I can't remember, actually. I know we read part of Macbeth, but it's like the freaking class was so stupid that like
you didn't watch
what?
I was gonna say you didn't even watch the Baz Luhrmann film.
Yeah, we watched the movie, but it's like we were trying to read it, but the class was so stupid that the teacher gave up.
Here, watch this Baz Luhrmann film.
Jon Snow loses. Jon Snow loses everything but his wolf.
The superior Romeo and Juliet movie is Tromeo and Juliet.
Yeah, I've not seen that. I heard it's good though.
Yes, it has a penis monster. It has.
I've heard spoilers, but I've actually heard that even though it doesn't take directly from it, but it has more in common with the more obscure play "'Tis Pity She's a Whore" than it does Romeo and Juliet.
Maybe I don't know. James Gunn wrote it, so
yeah.
"'Tis Pity She's a Whore" is basically Romeo and Juliet, except spoilers: Romeo and Juliet are brothers and brother and sister.
Yeah, I think they are in this. I think they turn out to be an incestuous couple in this version. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah,
it's a great movie.
They do.
Ron Jeremy's in it.
He is?
Yeah. So
I don't remember him. Yeah, Lemmy from Motorhead.
No, wait. I'm confusing Romeo and Juliet with Terra Firma. Ron Jeremy's the molesting father in Terra Firma that the trainee keeps alive, but has, I think, ate his dick off and ate his nose and tongue off. Like reveals him living in a cage, naked and covered in his own shit.
Yeah, I haven't seen Terra Firma, but in Romeo and Juliet, Lemmy is basically the Greek chorus.
I've been listening to a lot of Motorhead lately. That's a good fucking band, man.
Did you know they did a dang song for the SpongeBob movie?
They did?
Yeah, that's freaking awesome.
It's pretty cool.
Was that? No, wait, that was before Lemmy died.
Hey, I watched Tiger King. I had to. Strange the way you built it up. I checked it out.
And is it any good?
I feel dirty, but yeah, it really taps into that sensationalism and tabloid like sleaziness. You know, it taps into that part of the brain. You know.
Is Carol Baskin as much of a bitch as they say?
Well, if I were talking to her in person, I probably wouldn't think so. But there are a lot of strange twists with her husband's disappearance. She was very quick to move everything that was his out of that house.
She also rewrote his will to include the word "missing" in the will, which is very uncommon in a will. If he dies or goes missing, I get everything, and his ex-wife and kids don't get anything.
How do people like her and Courtney Love get away with this shit? I don't understand it.
What did I know? There's like the conspiracy theory that Courtney Love killed Kurt
it's
Cobain.
Barely a theory. I mean, the handwriting doesn't match on that note. I mean, there's two different handwritings. That is, I mean, how is that a theory? That's suspicion.
Wait, what about the theory that Answer Me actually made Kurt Cobain like take?
I don't know I don't know how the started with conspiracy theory, but most people don't have your best interests in mind. That's not a theory. I mean,
it's like, okay, put out of your mind that conspiracy theory is a pejorative. And we'll just go from there. When I use it, I just mean like a general.
No, I mean I'm not
unproven assumption.
I'm not like making it personal with you. I'm just saying in general, it's been stigmatized to the favor of the accused, but most people don't have your 100% best interest in mind, and there are always people planning. Their gears are always turning in everyone's head. How can I best make this situation suit me? How can I get the best benefit out of this over here? How can I make this work for me? I mean,
well, we know how Jeremy thinks.
Even no. Do you think that I would be in the position I am in life if I thought like that?
I don't know.
No.
You could just be unlucky.
Or content with where you are. I'm content with where I am. I don't have.
I am content with where I am. Yeah, that's why I don't want to change how I do my show or how I do my reviews or how I live my life. You know,
we're not trying to change you, Jeremy. We're just giving you helpful advice and bullcrapping.
But the way I talk about books is the way I talk about books. That's how.
Okay, yeah, you're getting all extreme right there.
No, I mean I'm not taking this really personally. It's more like it's almost like exaggerating for the excitement of it, like the news does.
So where do you fall on Tiger King? Was it worth watching or was it not worth your time?
Worth watching once.
I thought it was amazing.
However,
the twists and turns, man. By the time you're maybe four episodes in, you're like, okay, get on with it. But then it just takes another few swerves and turns, and you're like, holy shit, this is a crazy fucking story. Because it's all summed up in like the first 5 minutes of the show. There's one guy that says everybody that keeps exotic animals as pets are fucked up, but big cat people, fuck every one of them. They're all scumbags. And then when the thing ends, you're like, yeah, these are all scumbags.
The chick who got her arm bitten off by one of the tigers, and she came back to work like super early
later
because the news was turning it into this big thing where they were like horrible people, and she wanted to stand by them. That chick,
she didn't want the cat. She didn't want the cats to take heat for eating her arms, so she went back to work.
Yeah, that's hardcore. I respect that. I mean, I don't know about you, but
yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't care. That's how those animal people would, probably willingly give their lives to the animals. They hate people. They believe humanity is a virus and all that nonsense.
Well, I didn't get that feeling from that particular girl, though.
I just think that's the worldview. She didn't express that in words, but that's just the worldview that's common with that type of individual.
Yeah. But I mean, come on, even you like animals a little. I mean, you own a
I love animals. I love animals, but that doesn't mean I love animals over the well-being of people. I don't. Right. People that say things like I'd eat a person before I ate an animal. Those are fucking psychotic people. They have mental illness. They're fucked up.
They don't mean it. They don't mean it. I mean,
yeah, I would kill and eat my animal if I was starving. Yes, I would.
I would not.
I would feel really bad about it while I did it, and then I would do it because that's how it's going to be.
I would not.
I can get another animal.
If it were me, we would starve together before I do that.
I'd eat your animal, no problem.
Yeah, I don't go that far.
No.
I love animals. I do, and I don't harm animals, and I don't like to witness people harming animals. It makes me physically upset. But when it comes down to it, I don't care about animals more than people. I would kill an animal and feed it to a stranger's child that's starving before I would let the child starve. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's quite a betrayal of an animal that puts its trust into you.
It is.
And you share affection with. I just don't understand.
And I would feel bad about that, but I can get another animal.
No, not.
They're really easy to breed.
I'm with Kevin on this. I'm a human chauvinist.
No, you can't get what's his name, Rocco?
Yep.
You can't get another Rocco.
Nope, but it's real easy to make cats.
You can't get another Rocco though.
Nope, but it's real easy to make cats.
Yeah, but
it's easy to make humans too.
Can't we all just freaking live?
No, anyway, the what I was about to say, that's why I say fuck To Build a Fire and fuck Jack London, because the way that dog was treated in the To Build a Fire.
Spoil it for us because I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
No,
I haven't
no,
seen
I
it.
can't
an
talk about
author
it.
I want
I
to
can't
start
go
digging
into.
into.
I can't give it any context. I can't go into it any further. No.
I mean, I mean, it's pretty clear that Jack London had an affection for dogs from reading,
Yeah,
A
but the
Call
guy
of
in
the
To Build
Wild.
a Fire was a horrible person.
Well, that's a character. That's not Jack London.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, for the sake of argument, fuck Jack London too. But
Do
mainly,
you say fuck Jack Ketchum too for Red?
I haven't read Red, but I own it. No,
I've read it.
from what I understand, the guy gets revenge. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it
Screw
does
Delicious
open.
Tacos for what he did to the dog at the end. And I'll spoil that just because it's freaking evil.
What?
Delicious Tacos.
What happens? Spoilers.
I don't know if I want to know. But I can recommend his book, The Pussy, and in that one, he mourns the passing of his cat, who was the only animal that understood him. So, Delicious Tacos is not necessarily cruel to animals. I mean, it's
Well,
the
it
exact
seems like
opposite.
he's one of those type of dudes who'd be kind to cats but cruel to dogs, and I just
Uh-huh.
don't get that.
Okay.
I guess
Some
he's
people
a
are like
cat
that. Like,
person.
yeah,
Yeah.
there'll be cat people, but it's like they're always fiercely anti-dog.
He's
By the way, Strange.
like Andrew Lloyd Webber.
By the way, Strange. If it isn't clear enough, there's an author that actually calls himself Delicious Tacos. Why I don't know, but
Probably because he thought it would be funny.
he's actually really good though.
I wouldn't say really good.
Well, I've read The Pussy.
Would you say like 2.75 stars?
I say 5 for The Pussy.
Well, I've not read that one, but
I'd give the pussy 5 stars too, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I guess I'll pull it up.
that
Yeah,
was
I've read-
quite an intense laugh to Kevin's joke, Ben.
I'm just too close. I think it was just too close to the microphone. But the Delicious Tacos was kind of associated with like the Manosphere, except he never really like bought into what they talk about.
Mhm.
He just kind of wrote these like cynical blog entries about his dating life, and sometimes like it would kind of fall into that they call it red pill or whatever the fuck. It kind of fell into that, but it was like way too cynical to actually like be that.
Why are you talking about that community like it's not just common sense how men and women are hardwired to be attracted to and be in relationships with each other?
Well, the thing is, it is, but the way the Manosphere people write about it, one, they're completely autist about it, and two, it's pretty clear a lot of them are, have resentment because they, I don't know, didn't get laid in high school.
You don't have any resentment for any past relationships? Women can fuck over dudes.
I mean, yeah, there's specific women I've had. I mean, yeah, specific
Jeremy
women.
won't
I'm
even
not
have
gonna
sex with
like say, well, Jeremy just won't have sex with women because I don't know, he likes books better.
Yeah.
I've got books to read. Fuck pussy.
I
Yeah, pretty much.
did not enjoy the act. I don't enjoy the act. I just
Jeremy, what if you could fuck and listen to audiobooks at the same time?
I just don't enjoy the act. All the fluid and the awkwardness and the body shifting. I don't like it. I do not like it. I know it's weird.
My favorite part.
Body shifting.
No.
I do very creative things with the fluids.
The grosser, the better.
I don't like anybody that close to me. I don't care how pretty they are.
Interesting.
But
Body shifting.
But I was just kind of like putting where Delicious Tacos kind of fits in. It is. He seems to have kind of left that whole thing behind for the most part. Like occasionally,
Explain the Manosphere to me. I'm
Most
confused.
people that were a part of it that have any integrity are gone.
Yeah, most of them are like, like Roosh became like a traditional Orthodox conservative and took his pickup artist books out of print.
And then there's other guys like Rollo Tomasi. He's gone. He's not part of that group anymore. Zach, did you ask what it is?
Yeah, what's their whole point? Like, I'm not familiar with Delicious Tacos.
It's a group of
I mean, do you remember the pickup artist craze?
I
He's
know
too young. He's too young to know.
I know
that.
Yeah,
there's
you
a
probably
dude that like
don't
became
remember that.
Christian and took all his pickup artist books out of print. Is that the same dude?
I mean, yeah, Roosh is one of them. It's basically like it started with the pickup artist craze, and then a lot of them like
Started with a dude named Mystery who released a book called The Mystery Method.
I mean,
And then
he kind of like popularized it. Like pickup artistry had always kind of existed.
it would have been online in forums, but he I don't know if there had ever been a book published about it before that.
Yeah, then it kind of metastasized into this weird hybrid of like alt-right kind of worldview combined with that, and a lot of them were basically like back into the kitchen types, and then it eventually dissolved because they were all like they were bitchier than any woman I've ever met, and they just fought with each other and were just assholes.
And it, like I said, and anyone that actually had substance, like I think Rollo Tomasi's books, the Rational Male series, are very good, and they should be read by any self-respecting man that really wants to get control of his relationships. And I don't mean control like as a controlling, domineering way, but if he feels like he's just like sort of existing and sort of having to react to women and how society treats the role of the man in the relationship versus how society treats the role of the woman in the relationship and those power dynamics, reading Rollo Tomasi's Rational Male series will really help you to get your head around why you feel one way about how people should treat you in as far as relationship dynamics, and then how the reality of how your parents or your mother, your school teachers, culture, movies all tell you to act one way, but the reality is you won't get the results that you want if you act that way. And then there's the way that you're sort of biologically led to act, that you're sort of shamed for acting that way. The Rational Male series will sort of explain to you why that sort of intrinsic biological urge is the actually correct one. And you kind of have to ignore all that other nonsense.
I mean, I've read No More Mr. Nice Guy, which from the way you're describing it, from the way you're describing it, it basically just goes into that without a lot of that biological essentialism thrown into it.
Yeah, the No More Mr. Nice Guy is really good because it's the same type of, it's you're from an early age, your female teachers in like grade school will teach boys that they are that they're basically dysfunctional girls, and will try to make them act more feminine and will discourage their masculine behaviors. And then so boys grow up sort of emulating this behavior pattern of being nice guys and seeing these asshole dudes that ignore these rules that women sort of gravitate and flock towards, but still don't like, still complain about all the time, but will always gravitate back towards those guys that break the rules. And so nice guys sort of have this, the way that book describes, the way No More Mr. Nice Guy describes the typical nice guy is that the nice guy has a social contract that no one else adheres to but him. So in his mind, he says, if I do what I'm told and I go out of my way to be nice to people, they'll be nice to me and respect me in return. But actually the opposite results often manifest. The nicer a guy is, and the more willing he is to accommodate and push his goals aside to help everyone else out, the less respect he gets. And certainly the less women will be interested in him. And so
it's basically nice guys. Their problem is they like think they're owed something, and then even if they don't pursue it, and it's basically like when people say, "Oh, and women don't like nice guys." Well, it doesn't mean like literally nice guys. Like you can be nice, just don't be a supplicating suck up, and assert what you actually want.
And don't expect to get things that you aren't directly asking for, because it's never.
I hear that word thrown around a lot. Owed. I don't know. I can only speak for myself, but every time that people have mistook me for feeling like I was owed something, it's not that. It's that it's a part of the American experience, and you really can get down on yourself wondering, is it never going to happen for me? I can speak from my 20s. When I feel in that way, this deep, like bottomless pit of despair for the future, like, am I never going to find a companion? That's real.
These books would help you out, brother. Rational Male by Rollo Tomassi.
No, I don't feel that way
Yeah.
now, though. I don't want companionship now.
Well, you can
But
get all the
think
way
that-
up into your 70s. You can be an elderly man and find love in a nursing home if you read these books.
I mean, most guys in their 20s probably feel that way with a few exceptions, and there's the paradox that older men tend to be more attractive because they have more going on for them.
Right. Well, yeah. So the relationship dynamic between men and women exists thusly: young men have no value and they're expendable. So a man in his late teens, early 20s offers virtually nothing to a woman. A woman in her 40s going into 50s that's lost fertility and is working into menopause has virtually nothing to offer to a young man. So a woman's highest value is when she's in her fertile years, which is her younger years, and a man's highest value is in his older years when he's amassed his skills and his wealth and his purpose. So there's this crossing over. There's this crossing over of men and women somewhere in their mid 20s where they sort of both have goals that their goals sort of cross and complement each other.
I do think like the whole like sexual market value thing has some value as a metaphor. I think one problem is that a lot of types, especially like the manosphere or former manosphere types, take it a little too literally, and it kind of contributes to the commodification of relationships, which I think has really helped. It has contributed to further atomization and the breakdown of relationships.
Well, but it comes down to this. It comes down to this, guys. You can say, well, she should love me for who I am. And the reality is women don't give a fuck who you are. And so there's this, it's called the swallowing the red pill, which is what Ben was alluding to earlier, this thing called the red pill. The red pill when it comes to the manosphere or relationship dynamics is understanding the solipsism of women, or the hypergamous nature of women, which is what can you do for me and what can you do for me right now? And has women.
That was true for all women.
Women fall in love with men that can take care of them.
They want a provider. Yes, I have a question though. Why is it that our parents and grandparents didn't need all these tutorials, manuals, how-tos, and got a marriage counseling and all this shit? Why didn't they need it? Why did they stick together no matter what and weather all the storms?
Culturally and religiously, they were compelled by society to do so. Our culture is a liberal cesspool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
And
you had muted yourself.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out for a minute there.
Yeah, this stuff seems to be just a manual to navigate an already freaking dead culture. And I think Jeremy actually brought up a very good point that I thought about with all this. The fact is, if you follow it in a kind of biblical basis, it is kind of a contractual thing. You get someone and you stay with them. Well, nowadays, you have people, it seems like they're literally just trying to like get a check mark list going on, and like just freaking, if someone doesn't meet all the things, they'll go to someone else.
Well, women used to be compelled. Women used to be compelled by culture and by the church to pick a young man that has nothing, even though he's weak in his purpose and he's weak in his possessions. But her job was to help nurture and foster his success while he provided her with children and a home and protection.
It seems like how that.
I think that's kind of a rose-colored glasses way of looking at it. I mean, the idea
better than like the really just kind of depressing. Like, I don't really know what you would call it. It's like I guess what you said, like the commodification of it. It's just, I don't know. That's just like.
I mean, I would argue like commodifications of relationships has been, a huge part of it so far. I mean, the idea of like you marry, if you're royalty and you marry your daughter off to establish like family power. That used to be a pretty common thing.
Well, just among royalty, that was a very small percentage.
That's the sexual market value of a young woman. Why does she hold value in the first place? Not just because she's a chick. It's because she can provide heirs. That was the whole point in doing it.
Okay.
One thing I wanted to say, because I bumped my mic cable and it automatically muted me. What I wanted to say earlier is Kevin Strange was talking about like the idea that someone should love you for who you are is not true. I would argue like it is true, but you have to. But no, let me make my point. I was going to say, but you have to be someone worth loving. Yourself needs to be someone worth loving.
That's true too. No, that's a great point. That's a great point. And I think the number one thing that all of the manosphere people teach is to become the best version of you that you can. Like there's no shortcuts. There's no amount of pickup lines and there's no amount of sleazebagginess that is going to make you a good person worth having around.
Right. And I think that's why the grift for a lot of them fell apart, because it ultimately does come down to like improve your body, improve your social skills, and find something you're passionate about. Like it's not easy to do, but
extremely difficult.
It's difficult to do, but it's simple in principle.
Telling a man find your purpose is maybe one of the most profound statements you can tell a man, and might be the rite of passage that takes him from boyhood to manhood. And I would say that there maybe even most American men into their 30s, 40s, and 50s in this current culture never emerge from boyhood.
That's true, but then the other flip side of that is talking about women. Like it seems like you're saying that they're all like, and this is where I would say we need the kind of cultural and even religious thing to kind of stomp it out. You're saying that they're going to kind of pass up and go through like a checklist thing rather than look at the person, which they can do that, and they do that. But I don't. The religious thing can just end that, because it's like you get with a person, you stay, and like what you said, you kind of foster that, and then the man kind of comes into his prime. Well, now we've kind of got this thing where women will kind of toss up. I guess you're saying they'll toss up, like they won't look at the person, they'll look at the attributes, and then go to someone who say makes more money or something. That's only going to, like what Ben said, lead to further atomization. And even if it is in kind of like a nature thing, that's a kind of another I guess you'd say profound thing about the Bible is it's literally commanding against that, because they knew that was the nature of women, I guess.
The liberal culture fosters the exact opposite. Our liberal culture tells women to be single forever, as promiscuous as you want. Slut shaming is bad. Fuck all the dudes, as many as you can, and never have children. Abort all those babies, because that is literally healthcare. And this culture pushes women into their 30s and into their infertile period with nothing. Once they get on, go on to the decline of looks and decline of eggs to reproduce. This liberal culture leaves them with nothing. What do you have? My career. Well, women that make it to menopause that are childless often don't give a shit about their career. They're often very depressed, because the career drive thing is a masculine pursuit. And can women pursue masculine things? They can, but biologically they aren't as hardwired to do so as men are, which is why men will work themselves 100 hours a week until they drop dead in their 50s. Men will literally work themselves till they drop dead. They don't care. They get on their purpose and they find their passion, and they work themselves into a grave. And then and hopefully they do so with enough financial success that their family is taken care of for a generation or maybe two. That's like a man's greatest
that seems like another thing that's kind of went away. You don't see a lot of people getting inheritances like that. Like I don't know anyone who does or who's gotten something like that.
Well, none of us come from rich families. All of us are fucking poor.
Yeah, I guess that is one.
Speaking of Gregor, what do you have to say about any of this? You've been really silent through this whole
I don't really have much to add. What I was going to say just now is, speaking of working yourself to the bone, I got to get up early, so I need to get off this call at this point in time.
Wait. I knew you did drop. No, I'm joking.
So Klitz got rid of Chris, and then talking about the nature of males and females got rid of Gregor.
No, I mean the topic Doesn't bother me in any way, shape, or form. I would contribute, but I do have to get up early.
Sleepy time.
I swear I made a mental note to myself. I can feel the vibes of Gregor getting ready to leave. I swear, 20 minutes ago, I thought it to myself. I think Gregor's about to leave. No joke. I think I'm psychic or something.
You might be psychic, yeah.
Yeah. I saw it
Well,
coming.
is this out of the ordinary? Normally, you stick around a lot later than this, don't you?
Oh yeah, typically I do. Yes.
It's okay.
Yeah, but we're exhausting to be around.
Yeah. Thanks.
Typically I do, but tomorrow I have to
came
get
on
up
too
earlier than I
early.
normally do. So
Hey, Gregor, I appreciate your contributions every week. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Gentlemen, continue talking about the social sexual hierarchy.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, but kind of what I'm saying is, and I agree with you. I think you're right, Kevin. But there's that idealistic part of me that's like, you are describing women in like a completely sociopathic way, and trust me, you all know
Because
I've been in,
that is it's a
what I'm
defense.
getting to is
It's an ancient defense mechanism inside them to make sure that when they're in the cave trying to take care of the kids, while the dude is out trying to not be eaten by mountain lions and saber-toothed tigers, she's got to pick the best dude that's going to take care of her, or she and those kids are going to die. She'll get raped to death, and the kids will be thrown in the fire by some warring tribe that comes along and decide, they're defenseless, virtually defenseless.
I wouldn't even really put that aspect as much like in a kind of like biological memory type way, as much as I would. It seems like the kind of advanced rate you see this very phenomenon playing out today is directly linked to a liberal culture founded on sensate values. When I say sensate, I mean completely the senses. You may be right in saying that, yes, that's in their nature, but the culture and the religion can override that type of thing. And that's kind of why, what Jeremy was saying, our grandparents, their grandparents, they didn't have these problems.
Religion plays a huge role.
Yeah, they did.
Religion plays a huge role in it.
But they stayed together, a lot of them. Divorce is a relatively new phenomenon. It's only in the last few decades that
Because of their
only
religious
because-
convictions, Jeremy.
It's because they liberalized divorce laws.
I don't agree. I don't agree with divorce as like. I think divorce should be a last resort, and yes, it should be a first resort in the case of abuse. But I still feel like a lot of modern couples throw in the towel way too soon. And first of all, they marry people they shouldn't be marrying on a whim. They're not taking the vows seriously that they make before God, whether they believe in them or not. But I mean,
see, that's the thing. If you look at what Jesus specifically said about divorce, if I'm remembering correctly, the only grounds for divorce is sexual immorality, which would be like adultery, or if one party's just freaking crazy, something like that. You're right. People just do it randomly and willy-nilly. And it's like, you kind of need that kind of like, I guess, that iron fist to keep it from happening, because when people are left to their own devices, they're just going to keep spiraling down this way that we're seeing today. And now you're
think about it too, because it's not a one-way street. It's not saying religion keeps women in check so that they marry young men that don't have any value because women are shallow cunts. Men are also compelled to stay with that woman. Men are compelled to stay with that woman past her sexual market value peak. And when she's entered menopause and can no longer provide any more children, that man is now in his peak sexual market value, where he has the passion, the purpose, the social clout. He has he's amassed wealth, and he could easily leave that older woman for a younger woman and have even more children and spread his seed even further around. And religion also prevents the man from doing that. So it's this beautiful cross section where women are compelled to be vulnerable when they're young, and men are compelled to be vulnerable when they're older. That's what what Jeremy was talking about. The older generation did so beautifully when it came to family, was they were able to seamlessly keep families together when each of the other parties were at their most vulnerable.
Yeah, the thing is, I know people are going to listen to this and say that like I'm talking in like a religious extremist way. But if you actually get to the core of what I'm saying families should stay together.
Families should
Whereas,
stay together.
whereas the other side is saying we just need to toss up people to get these
Families,
attributes that we think we need, and that to me
because
that's
family
pretty,
doesn't. Because not only does family not matter, but family is discouraged.
yeah.
Let Ben. Ben's been trying to get something out. Let him.
Not really. I don't really have anything to say. I don't agree with this. I do think that familial bonds are necessary, but I do think the way they are sort of held up by like the way Zach's way of thinking, I don't really buy that it's that it's this as great a force as he says it is.
I'm not even really saying it's a force as much as I'm saying it's the simplest, best way that I think would keep the most people happy. It's like if we're just following our base instincts, we're going to screw things up. That's why we need that kind of iron fist, and we've gotten away from that, and I think that's why you see basically clown world now.
Even if people don't believe in God, they should at least take their vows seriously enough when they make them. Even if they don't believe in God, even if they're not to God, if they get a special wedding, specifically, not in those kinds of vows, they're taking some kind of vow. They should honor that until they absolutely can't anymore. It's till death do us part. And people need to take that more seriously, unless they're not a man or woman of their word, in which case, well, their vows didn't mean shit to begin with, and neither did their marriage, so they wasted their time.
Well, I'm not religious at all, so the religious aspect is just kind of null and void to me. I do think that familial bonds, like I do think the idea that they are something that should be inherently given is not really true, because like the extreme cases are cases of abuse. I don't think you owe like an abusive family I guess love or affection.
No.
And like I said, that's an extreme, but
Yeah,
there are also cases where they're not necessarily abusive,
doing something also not good.
But and then there are cases where a family is not necessarily abusive, but clearly does not have someone's best interest in mind. I think and I think saying that they should still treat the familial bond as sacred, it doesn't make sense in that.
If it's not sacred, then why get married? Marriage is something like more
I'm not
than.
Okay. I'm not. I would say, well, sure. I think marriage should be something people decide on their own, and not something that the state has a hand in.
Well, that's a good point. Why do they need to tax married couples?
Dude, don't even get into taxes. We're not even supposed to have income tax. The income tax was supposed to be a temporary measure.
Yeah.
I do. I'm not sure how true it is, but I did read somewhere that they actually started issuing marriage licenses to prevent interracial marriage. Like I said, I don't know how true that is.
Well, how does that work again? What?
Well, it's basically it's like in order to
Jeremy, it means black
illegally
people have big dicks. That's what it is.
But it's basically it was basically like an intervention to stop something that people didn't like, which was interracial marriage.
Wait a minute, but there is interracial marriage, so I don't understand. I'm missing.
Well, that obviously that's no longer the case, but that's like how it started. It's sort of like how a lot of like gun control measures were made so former slaves couldn't get guns, but now you have liberals advocating for stricter ones.
I don't know. We've really gone on a journey here, guys. Strange. Now, I think we can table the marriage argument and the pickup artists and all that for at least tonight, right?
Sure, I'm actually delighted that Ben knows as much about that culture as he does. I didn't think any of you guys did. It's never something I brought up because I didn't think anybody was familiar with that culture and community.
That's
It's
a
a culture
kind
and
of
community that I find fascinating.
yeah, that's kind of thing. I've always been pretty left leaning, even when I would have called myself a straight up libertarian. But I've always been fascinated with like extremes. So I was, I knew about the alt right before it became like a huge thing. I knew about the manosphere, and I've also like read like extremists from the left, like stuff like the Scum Manifesto.
We were talking earlier about and I guess we'll wrap up here soon, but we were talking earlier about documentaries and how, anybody can relate to a documentary, possibly more than even, a fictional film, but with the narrative, but have you been watching Dark Side of the Ring, Kevin?
Yeah, I have grabbed a couple of those episodes lately. I watched the Von Erichs episode. I watched the first of the 2 parts of the Benoit episode. And I watched the Brawl for It All episode.
That one surprised me.
The Brawl for It All?
Yeah, that surprised me because that didn't immediately strike me as something that would qualify as the dark side of the ring. But
it turns out to be a pretty dark fucking period for the WWF.
The guy overcomes incredible odds by beating 3 absolute badasses, each one that management was counting on to knock him out of the tournament. He beats them all.
I thought wrestling was fake.
Dude, I've been telling you about this. Okay.
No. So let's put this in context for everyone.
I think he was joking. He was getting to my goat, but
no, he wasn't. He doesn't know what we're talking about. So
there's a backstage life. You go to your job, right, and things happen.
But Jeremy,
right?
this was a shoot series. This was real fighting.
I know. I explained it earlier.
Trying to set up. Oh, you did?
He's being coy. I explained.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part of the show. I'm sorry.
He's being coy with the whole wrestling is fake line, right, Zach?
I don't know anymore.
Okay. I've tried to explain it. Yes, the shows are choreographed and scripted and predetermined, but you do know that they really can get injured in the ring, right? I explained this.
I don't believe it.
It's too bad if you don't. They tear muscles. They tear quadriceps, biceps.
Draws was paralyzed.
Here, I'll show you. Was to take these guys and put them in a shoot situation, like an MMA situation, where they could score by takedown or knockout, or whatnot. But and this guy Bart Gunn, who they had sunk $5 million into Dr. Death, and Bart Gunn beats him. Now
they're beat him, but fucked him up.
And they're so petty that they hold it against him and don't do anything with him for months afterwards. They send him home because they found out how tough he really was, and they didn't know he was that tough. So then they bring in
Butterbean,
and he knocks him out in the first round with a few punches?
Yeah. Couple punches.
How petty can you be? And never do anything else. They had a new star. They made a new star.
No, Vince didn't make the star.
Yes, I know.
Vince McMahon has to make the star for that to work.
And that is so petty.
If you go out there and get the crowd on your side, and Vince doesn't want you to do that, he will bury you.
I don't.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Ryder was not supposed to be popular. CM Punk and Daniel Bryan were probably not supposed to be popular.
You've seen what they've done with Daniel Bryan since they brought him back? Nothing.
Yeah.
He's never reached the heights that he got to at that WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I watched that WrestleMania live. That gave me goosebumps. Him winning those championships.
Yes.
Woo.
Yeah. But yeah. It's not, legit as a sport necessarily, but it is an art. And it's
performance art.
It's no different from a good story in a book or in a movie. It's just it's based on story.
Athletic theater.
Yeah. And there can be genuine moments of exhilarating emotion from seeing an underdog finally, win. But the point is that the dark side of the ring is really, really compelling.
I also watched the Montreal Screwjob, even though I've seen that story told 100 different times. Yeah. I went ahead and watched it because I heard Cornette got real fired up, and he didn't disappoint. I will live to piss on Vince Russo's grave.
Never gets old, even though I'm on Russo's side.
Are you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Absolutely, man. If Jim Cornette had his way, we wouldn't have had the NWO or Daniel Bryan as champion or any of the fun stuff that we enjoyed. Are you
We've
kidding me?
had infinitely better wrestling storylines.
No, we wouldn't have had the fun storylines. We would have had the same, like they steal the belts, and then they have to put them up, in a cage match. That would have been happening every month, and we would have had, the same stories all the time.
Yes, if Cornette was the booker, if he was in charge, if he was the Vince McMahon, then maybe he would keep wrestling at a very particular 1970s Southern fried territory level. But when Cornette complains about modern wrestling, I really identify with his attitude. His attitude is at least go in there and make it look like two guys are really fighting each other. And so much modern wrestling is just the choreography now. None of it makes any logistical sense. The guys aren't actually fighting for anything.
The dive over the top rope.
I'm going to catch. I hate this guy and I want to beat him, but I'm going to catch him and make sure he lands softly when he jumps over the top rope at me. That kind of stuff that's the kind of stuff that Jim Cornette wants to eliminate.
No, but he wants to eliminate the good stuff too, man.
I don't know. Well, what?
Hang on. I'll tell you what. We're going to do an episode just me against you. I'm going to be on Team Russo, and you can be on Team Cornette. This is the wrestling debate we've been waiting for here.
Well, what is your opinion on the Brian Pillman gun incident? Do you think that was great TV?
Yeah.
You think that storyline was fine? Does Jim Cornette argue against it?
It could have been executed better, but I don't have a problem.
I don't think Jim Cornette had a problem with it either. I think Jim Cornette said, I don't think I guess what I'm saying is the storylines that get heat on the heel that culminate in a wrestling match in the ring are what Jim Cornette wants to see. Those are the kind of things.
How long should we take? How long do we need to get ready for this? I don't
know. You've asked me this 100 times. We're in the middle of it right now.
Now we have.
We're in the middle of it right now.
I know, but Ben and Zach are here, and they don't like this, so I don't want to alienate.
Yeah, but you sat quietly.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You may as well be speaking Japanese.
I know,
but you sat quietly while me and Ben talked about the Manosphere.
No. I want to save this as its own show, and I don't want to alienate these two. But I don't know. You want to do it maybe next Saturday or next Monday? I don't know when.
I don't have a very open schedule. We'll figure it out.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about it. And now we finally have something to debate in wrestling.
There's plenty of stuff. There's plenty. I mean,
well, yeah, but the Monday Night Wars thing's been done to death, and they didn't really have any teeth anymore. This is it. Team Russo and Team Cornette. I like it. Okay,
I guess. There's another thing that premiered tonight. You probably didn't catch it because you were prepping for this show. There's a show called After the Bell, and it's the final days of Randy Savage. Really? It's only about 15 or 20 minutes long. But
so there's already like a similar show out there.
Oh, I was in the same room as that dude one time
with Randy Savage.
Yeah.
What's the story there?
Yeah.
Wait a second. No, I'm thinking of Nature Boy.
Oh.
Hey, that's cool too.
Yeah, being in the room with Ric Flair. Was he naked and drunk?
Oh, you weren't. Oh, I thought you were in the same room with the beef jerky guy.
The beef jerky guy. Yeah, that's Randy Savage.
Yeah. Get a little excitement. Snap it to a Slim Jim. I can't do imitations.
No, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
No, it's not a similar show. It's just another show that's like, it's just coming up in the wake of the success of Dark Side of the Ring. So it's just anybody that is grabbing onto these to these stories. And so look, you can look it up. The final years of Randy Savage. It's pretty good. It's only like 20 minutes. It just talks about where he was at in life before he died, and they're going to do the Ultimate Warrior next. Final years of Ultimate Warrior.
Cool. Hey, there's another show that's kind of doing with horror movies what Dark Side of the Ring does with wrestling, and it's called Cursed Films. They've already done Exorcist.
Isn't that on Shudder?
Yeah, they've done The Exorcist, The Omen, and Poltergeist, and next up is The Crow. You know what would be cool if they did Cannibal Holocaust, but I wonder if they will.
Did a lot of bad shit happen to that crew?
Oh yeah,
Well-
they thought they thought that those people really died in that movie.
I'm not talking about
Yeah.
whether
I
it was a
lost my
controversial
freaking
film.
Shudder subscription.
Yeah, I don't think like anything bad happened on set besides the fact that they actually killed a turtle. I mean, they did use it for soup
They
afterwards.
killed
But,
a bunch of animals. They wasn't just.
oh
a turtle,
yeah,
but
yeah, they actually I forgot about that. They actually did kill a bunch of animals. But I guess like the famous scene with the woman with the with the spike up through her asshole and out her mouth. Like apparently they thought that was real, and they actually had to go to court to show how they did it.
Yeah, it was part of the Video Nasties banned in Europe, along with Evil Dead and a bunch of other movies. But the whole point of the cursed films thing, Jeremy, isn't it that horrible things happened to the cast and crew in the years after making the film?
yeah. Well, I bet.
But what happened to the Cannibal Holocaust people?
I bet there's a story.
Yeah.
There's a story for every one of them. I bet a lot of them did live hard lives.
I mean,
Yeah,
with
the
Cannibal
Toby Hooper
Holocaust,
stuff's weird because he had a thing going on with freaking using real skeletons in a lot of his shoots.
Mm-hmm.
And wait, what?
Well, no, go ahead. It's okay.
What was it they were saying happened to him on Poltergeist, or just the crew in general?
I haven't watched that one yet.
Oh yeah,
Oh, the Poltergeist. Most of them died young. Most of them died in accidents,
The
suicides,
girl,
or
the girl died.
more than just the girl.
yeah. You need to read Jay Dyer's analysis of Texas Chainsaw Massacre because he shows how it has this kind of a cult side to it that's been there the whole time, and we all know it, but we've never really put it together because it's not up front and center. But when you kind of take that into account and then you look at all his interviews and stuff that he's given, it's kind of weird how heavily involved Hooper seemed to be in the occult. It's like that just keeps happening to like all your freaking heroes. They're either Masons or they're involved in the occult.
Yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is probably my favorite movie.
Yeah,
I think that's
freaking
perfect
rules.
film.
Yes.
Is that the one where they mentioned the name drop the Illuminati?
No, that's the
No,
fourth
that's the
one. That's
fourth
Texas
one.
Chainsaw Massacre Next Generation.
But yeah, Cursed Films is pretty cool for what it is. But yeah, what I like about Dark Side of the Ring is that they always manage to pull out some new kernel of information that you didn't know before about this story. You know, each one seems like.
Yeah, it's the production value on that show is amazing.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Von Erichs yet?
I've watched all of those. Brother, yeah.
Yeah, the Von Erichs one is heartbreaking.
Man,
I
how
can't wait for the Road Warriors one. That one's going to be bad.
I know. How could five brothers all die so horrible or like have such painful lives that they all commit suicide except for like one or two of them and until it's like Kevin Von Erich, like he said there, I used to have five brothers. Now I'm not even a brother anymore. How can you not cry out for that guy? I mean, gee,
Yeah.
and his dad told him point blank, if you had any guts about you, you'd kill yourself too. That guy's lived a horribly painful life, but he's still grateful for every moment he had with them. I mean, how can you not respect that guy?
Yeah, I mean, the wrestling business is a fucking tough business, and it takes some real moxie to be successful in it. And unfortunately, that breaks a lot of guys. It breaks them and turns them to drug use. It breaks them and turns them to domestic violence, suicide. It's hard business, man. Hard
I
life.
still don't think that Chris Benoit killed them.
Did you watch? You did watch that? I haven't watched the second part yet, but he seemed to be pretty fucked up about Eddie Guerrero. I didn't even know that part.
Yeah, but I still think that he got in bad with somebody. I mean, Gino Hernandez did, and it's made plainly obvious in that episode that he got in bad with some guy named John Royal to the point that the guy was harassing his mother, even posthumously. But I believe that Benoit may have. I at least acknowledge the possibility that he got in bad with somebody, and that's what caused the paranoia later in the later days, in his last days. And I don't know who it would be, but I mean, I don't know. Just the callous, the cold way that Nancy and Daniel were murdered. and the painful way that he allegedly committed suicide, hanging himself with a weight cable. I just can't see.
Did you see where Edge and Randy Orton kind of like recreated that?
Yeah, but I think if anything, it was subconscious. I don't think they meant to pay homage to
Way
that.
Cornette described it. He was like, if there's one thing you should just know not to do, it's that. Like, that should be a given.
That's what I'm saying. Cornette wants you to not be able to see any of the cool stuff.
I don't think that's cool. Do you think that's cool?
In the case of a wrestling match playing out for epic stakes, yes, I absolutely think it should be available.
Go to the Benoit spot. Tell him to go to the Benoit spot.
Okay, well, how come Triple H was allowed to still use the crossface in rare situations during matches?
Well, I mean, I guess there's a difference between the wrestler's finisher and the way he committed suicide. Those are.
I don't think they were even drawing a connection to that when they decided the spot.
You just think Cornette's a fuddy-duddy?
The more I hear him, the more it's like his rants aren't as fun anymore. Especially when he dips on Trump. It's like, how original, you're dumping on Trump.
Well, I don't like that, but that's like the only opinion of his I don't agree with. It's weird. He's the most conservative liberal I've ever heard. Like, I really don't even know why he bothers to try to dunk on Trump, because every liberal hates him. He gets thrown off every wrestling show that he's a part of because people get offended by his language and his humor. But then he's like, oh yeah, fuck Trump too. It's like,
he might as well get red pilled. Yeah,
he might as well be. I don't know why he's not.
He wants wrestling to go back to the absolute carny days, and yet he wants to be like politics to be ultra progressive.
He saw a lot of success. Think about how much money he saw go into people's pockets during that era. Yeah. He just thinks that he could recreate that.
It makes no sense, though, that he wants wrestling to go back to the carny days, and he wants politics to go like into hyper progressive territory. Those are incompatible values, if you ask me.
That's true. That's very true. He's conservative in the wrestling world and somehow progressive in the political world. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Hey, we should probably wrap up because, guys. Ben and Zach, I assume you guys are still on board for tomorrow night. If you weren't absolutely worn out from this, but we do have Joey Goebel or Gerbil or whatever coming on tomorrow night. Even if I'd have to do it alone, but I don't know. You guys said you were up for it, or is that still the case? Do you have to wait and see?
It should be for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I should still be up for it. I get off at work at 5, but though I'm probably going to work until 5:30 just because I'm trying to get a little bit of overtime.
Well, I can tell you that tomorrow night's show won't go into the early morning because I've got to get up at 4 a.m. Tuesday morning. But so it'll be more brief, like the Brian Keane episode was. So I had to. It was the only way I could get Joey on because he forgot today was Easter, and frankly, I did too.
Everybody forgot about Easter.
Yeah,
I didn't forget. I went to church.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I got up and listened to a sunrise sermon this morning.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bad Christian.
But, yeah. So next week, so we've got Joey Gerbil this Monday, and then on Sunday we have Mike Klein coming on.
Yeah, author of Mastodon Farm and Canley Stubrick, which I hope to have read by then.
It'd be the first guest we have that I've met in real life.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I met him a couple times.
I tried to read one before then. Which one's the shortest one?
Mastodon Farms is Canley Stubrick is probably his most normal in terms of having a plot.
I wouldn't recommend Mastodon Farm personally, but
I mean, I really like it, but it's basically like imagine like a Bizarro and like Bret Easton Ellis like we're put in like and like alt lit we're like put in a blender.
But yeah, Mike seems like a cool dude, and I may have this guy named Marcus Conti on sometime next weekend too. That's that guy down in New York that he was a Bernie supporter, but he was at least condemning of SJW behavior, and he was out in New York in that video showing that, you know, it's not all the doom and gloom that the mainstream news is perpetuating. And he said, you know, I was going to try to get him on tonight, but, you know, because it's Easter, it was a no-go. But he said to hit him up, so maybe he'll be on there next weekend too sometime. I don't know when. But
When are we going to do the Nathan Thompson versus what's his name, William Ramsey?
That's coming. I'll bring it up to Nathan here soon. Maybe the weekend after next. I don't know, but we can handle more than one guest in one show if we need to. There's no question.
Yeah.
We proved that one
8-hour
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, I'll see if Anita Dalton still wants to come on. I'm not sure if she's still working on her book.
Cool. All right. So yeah, I guess we should wrap up because I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty damn exhausted.
Well, before we go, should I spend $16 on this Elizabeth novel? Is it good enough to spend that?
I think it's really good. Like, I'm only 30 pages in, and like it's just kind of it really like surprises me with just how hard it hits you with it, like this almost deadpan language.
It's
like
good, but $16, no.
Well, that's what most new books cost. So I guess wait for the ebook if you don't want to spend $16.
The ebook is $7.
Yeah, it's probably
I would do that.
If you don't want to spend money on the paper that much on the paperback, then I'd say it's worth that.
I'm more likely to commit and finish a book if I buy it in paperback.
Hey, I could probably give you a freaking copy. I've got several of those things. I know there's
got several copies of it.
Yes.
Send me one.
I give Ben one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you said I could keep.
I'm just freaking hoarding copies of this one book.
Why are you hoarding copies of this book?
I don't know. I see them everywhere I go, and I get them.
I'd recommend his other book, Hellhound, too. That's really good. And check out the movie version of it. Baxter is good too.
Yeah, if I ever come across the zebra version of that, I will freaking lose my mind and be super happy.
Yeah, because that book was impossible to find for the longest time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good at finding rare books. I've found so much stuff. I've never seen that one in the wild, and I've been to a ton of freaking used bookstores.
Yeah, the only version I could find was a French version, which was still in print because the Baxter film was relatively known over there.
Yeah, I got another one in that part of that whole Valancourt series where they're republishing all this stuff. That one, The Nest, I have that one in its original zebra paperback. No one asked for that, but
yeah, I mean, we know that you're the big fat hipster who is I was cool before paperbacks from hell came out.
Yep, I'm standing to it. My freaking zebra collection proves it.
I'll get Grady on sometime. I almost did once, but yeah, I appreciate it. All you guys' contributions. You know, let's try not to take anything personally when we get heated. It's just for the fun of it, you know. So.
Hey, Jeremy, quit spoiling books.
I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna double spoil them now. I'll read the last page of every book I own.
Oh my god!
I'll dedicate a stream to it, the spoiler stream. Anyway, thanks, guys, and I'm going to go collapse now because I have no strength left to do anything else. So.
Oh wait, I still need to say the N-word. I'm gonna say
That's okay. I've got the
I'm gonna say the N-word.
I've got a video to say it. I've already got a video that says it for you, and it's queued up. Where did he leave? Oh, okay.
What was the name of Chris's book that he kept saying earlier? It was cracking me up.
Nicholatron. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The book was That's My Ghoul, but it was it was set in a setting called the Niglatron or something.
The Niglatron. Every time you guys said it, I was cracking up. I was in here cooking food and just cracking up.
All right. Thanks, guys. Let's please try to wrap up now. It was a blast, though. Don't get me wrong.
All right. Thanks for throwing me the link.
This is a light-hearted number dedicated to the one and only in heaven. So,
see you tomorrow.
All right.
We'll see this first.
This is good shit.
Well, I wrote this song for the Christian youth. I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you got to do a rap to a hip-hop beat. I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is my nigga.
Later.